Yay. Okay. Feeling a bit lazier today. A bit more tired, a bit less. I don't know. I don't want to say less motivated because I'm still interested about this. Still haven't washed my glasses, which is amazing. My complete inability to take care of myself is, of course, a consistency that will always remain on this channel. Something you can always depend on is that I will never be able to take care of myself. Now, what I think we might keep going on the fallacy hunting, front. Which, speaking of, I should open up the writing, or we might go ahead and do something else. Like we could continue with the info hazard stuff, which is kind of interesting, but it's a lot of reading. I could read the Quran. I kind of wanted to do that at some point. Or I could just... Oh, yes, actually I did have an idea yesterday. Okay, so we have a couple of ideas here. I'm going to make myself like this backup tab here. So we will make the tabs here. We have Mr. Mythos. He is an interesting character. I think most of his videos could be reacted to. I don't want to do Trump stuff. I don't know about Americans. I'm probably not going to do, actually, and I'm probably not going to watch this, but I want it here so I remember it. Because I kind of, there's this, something interesting to do is write, or an interesting example of critical thinking. I think, weirdly, the most effective way to sort of get people to not be overly emotionally invested, or like to get people to be more open-minded to new ideas, is the strictly best thing to do is to have ideas they don't really care about, or have ideas that are about fiction and stuff like that. So it's really dark. Let's put on some lights as well so I don't look like a corpse. There we go. That is close enough. That light is now polluting my environment. Still look like a corpse. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. So, we want... This is why we have a white sheet, so that we can have some light on my face. So, I was thinking that potentially so this is a good one because it contradicts me, and being contradicted is the best. Fuck this. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was this. So this one is cool because, what if humans aren't the first on the planet? I like to use a sort of Bayesian assessment on, I like to call it Bayesian. I'm not sure if Bayes would be very pleased with me. But we have exactly one evidence point for aliens. And that evidence point is Earth. So, actually, I'm going to draw this because it's fun to draw, just in general. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so let's draw, where are you? Do you go away as soon as, oh no, there you go. Okay. So let's make ourselves a little bit of a... Okay, that was disgusting. Let's actually use the device thing. Bit of a timeline here. So this is the age of the Earth. Or this is the age of... Yeah, let's do this as the age of the Earth. So 4.6 billion. Or we could even do the giga years ago. So a billion years ago. And let's see, roughly around, we can divide it up first. So if we divide it up into roughly eighths, that will give us an idea of where things are. So we have this amazing little line, and life started, so if we have eighths, life started half a billion, that's a ninth. So our life started about here. Life. And life kept going for a long, 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 long time. And when it came to about here, we got multicellular. Just to really stress this a little bit, half of the time we had life on this planet, it was single-celled life. Now, that's where my Bayesian calculation comes in. For my idea then, the principle is that there it is. So the idea then is that of all the planets we find, half will have single celled. So half of all the planets with life. So if you're thinking like we need the habitable zone, we need the right kind of planet, it can't be too big, it can't be too small, you need all of these conditions. And still, with all of the planets, we go to all of the, like if imagine if there's, say, like in the Kyle Hill video. I think I watched that yesterday. I might have watched that off stream. But the video on Dead Space on the Fermi paradox, he mentions that the likelihood or the amount of planets in the galaxies, or the amount of solar or star systems in the galaxy is somewhere around 10 to the 11th. And if we assume that every single one of them has a planet, let's in fact go a step further. Let's assume that every single one of them has a planet with life on it, which is probably not true. There's weird hot Jupiters and weird things that happen. But let's assume that every single star system has life on it. Half of those will have single-celled life on it. So all of the planets we go to, and it's like, oh look, there's another slime pit. Oh, there's another algal bloom. All of this will happen over and over and over and over and over again. Most of the planets we get to with life. So if life is everywhere, we'll still get bored by all the algae. If life is nowhere or very rare and it's hard to get, like most star systems don't, then we will, most of the time when we find life, we'll get excited and like, oh shit, it's single-celled. It's not there yet. This is kind of important also, it's not necessarily progressive. Maybe the single cell to multicellular is progressive and life always goes that way, but as far as we know, yeah. As far as we know, the Earth is the only example of life. So let's use that as an example. Well, as an example, half of Earth's history did not have multicellular life. So let's go on a little bit then. So this is roughly, I'm just going to go ahead. 5 through 0.9 gigayears ago. And here is about 2 gigayears ago. So, going forward, we get to, so this would be 1.5, this is 1 billion years, and this is roughly 500 million years ago. This point. This is the Cambrian explosion. Let's just set that away. So it took a while before we realized that actually multicellular life could exist in this period between this point and this point. But that's because most of the life in this period wasn't really that complicated. And most of it was probably single-celled to some extent, as far as I understand. I'm not a biologist. I'm just trying to get... I'm a philosopher. I'm trying to get the sort of general idea. If we look up when the Cambrian explosion happened, just to make sure, because like I'm not a biologist. Cambrian explosion, one of the biggest biodiversity growths in the history of the planet, 500 million years ago. So, looking at this, we have no life, single-celled life here, multi-celled but not really that complicated life, also still in the oceans, I'm pretty sure. And then we get onto land, and of this period, 300 million years, roughly, are dinosaurs. Humanity is this line at the end here. So, for every single planet we get, and let's just... Yeah, let's keep this. So for every single planet we have, half of them will have single-celled life. Of the remainder, we will have, let's see, 3/8. So that's out of the total, roughly. I'm using just eighths instead of, like, assuming we find life on a planet, half of the planets we find will have, assuming we find life on a planet, I'll give it a 50% chance that we find single-celled life, and 50% we find more. 3/8 we find multicellular but quite basic life, with not that much diversity, and then 500, and then what is it? 1/8. 1/8 for complex life. Single cell. Multi-cell. 1/8 for complex life. Of those minuscule fraction. So let's go humans. Let's stretch up humans. Let's say that 500,000 years ago, there were humans 500,000 years ago. So a species that will become intelligent, that would be 500, or let's do 0.500 divided, or let's make it even easier for us. So it's 500 million years over roughly 4 billion years, which is roughly 1/8. Now 500,000 years, sorry, 500,000 years over roughly 4 billion. So that's, there we go. It's 1/8000th. So out of all of the planets we find with life, 1 in 8,000 will have a species that will become intelligent and technologically advanced. As far as we know. Maybe there were, this is why I brought up this whole Silurian hypothesis thing. Because it is possible, feasible, reasonable even, that to believe that, in fact, or yeah, it's not impossible that there has been intelligent life before. We just don't have any data points for it. So I'm saying, with the data points we have, the very limited scope of data points we have, the amount of ignorance we have, this is what we should expect to find. We should expect like the Earth to be, like the Copernican principle, we should expect the Earth to be just average. And so, on average, I expect there to be half of the planets with life on with single-celled life, 3/8 with multicellular life, 1/8 with complex life, 1/8000th with a species that will become intelligent, and let's do planets which we can see. So let's do 200 years of radio transmissions divided by 4,000 million and billion. So we can cross out 2 zeros. 2 divided by, what is that, 40 million? Or 1 in 20 million. That is the likelihood. So what we've deduced here from, I like deduced, I'm making it sound very logical and necessary. But what I'm saying here is that based on the evidence we have, the very limited evidence we have, the likelihood, what happens if we see a planet with life on it, what we should expect to see is that most of them have single-celled life, most of them have, some of them have multi-cells, and very few have complex life, very few have a species that will become intelligent. And the amount of planets with life on, every time we find a planet with life on, 1 in 20 million of these will have intelligence on them. So for me, the idea that there might be 1 or 2 other planets with life in the galaxy is fairly reasonable, or like with an advanced intelligent civilization. But like us, they probably haven't gotten very far. Because it's hard. Space is big, okay? I mean, I know that's one of the solutions to the Fermi paradox. It's not paradoxical. Stop calling it a paradox. I know it helps you because it's a useful thought experiment. It's just, it annoys me that you're calling it paradox. So this is what I call the Bayesian probability of intelligence in the galaxy. So yeah, this is likelihood of finding other humans, given that a planet has life. So assuming that we have, what is it? This is 7 zeros. So assuming we have the 10 to the 11th, roughly 10 to the 7th, gives us roughly 10,000 planets with life. If every single stellar system has a planet with life on it, roughly 10,000 in total in the entire galaxy. So like if you think are evenly distributed, 10,000, well, we're 100,000 light years, so that means that everyone is about 10 light years away. That's pretty bad. No, that doesn't mean that. Sorry, I thought about it, and that's not how volume works, or even area. Area doesn't work that way either. Oh, I can do the math. I'm pretty sure I can do the math. Should we do the math? So I think I've done the math actually. Maybe we can check. I feel like I've done it here at some point. Because it's just a disk calculation. I mean, I think I did it as an area first, just out of curiosity. Not fallacies, not essays, in fact. I believe this would be in quick sheets. That's interesting maths, but not right now. That's interesting physics, but not right now. That's interesting politics. God, I'm stupid. There we go. Size of the galaxy: 100,000 light years across. That means the diameter is roughly 10 to the 5th light years. Radius would then be half of that, so 5 to 10 to the 4th. Area is pi r squared, so the area is roughly 25 pi to 10 to the 8th light years, and it's also roughly so the density I have here is that I calculated it to be roughly 1 over 25 pi stars per cubic light years. And if we then assuming that every one of those has a planet, and then we're just curious to what is 1 in 20 million of those. So that's 1 divided by, 25 pi times 20 million. And that's 2 more. That's 7, 8, roughly. Let's actually do the math. I like doing like short, especially when the reason I save pi here is so that I don't have to calculate it. But what's it called? 25 times pi times 20 is this, and then we add 6 zeros to that, so that's 1.5 billion. So that gives me that 1 in 1.5 billion tech planets per cubic light year. So that means you need to go through 1.5 billion cubic light years to find one tech planet. Quite a big area, in case you were wondering. With the total volume, let's just check so that I don't have. Total volume would be 25 pi to 10 to the 11th cubic light years. The 10 to the 11th would be 10 billion. So that's roughly estimated. Yeah, roughly 10. Roughly 10 tech species or tech planets, intelligent advanced species at our level, assuming that every single star system has life, roughly 10 in the galaxy. And I do this based entirely on what evidence we have. And the only evidence we have is from our own lives, our own history of our own life. This is why the Fermi paradox isn't really that surprising. It's not paradoxical. It's not. Yeah. Good. Should we? So that was one of the alternate topics I could talk about. I'm also kind of curious about this rational animations channel, because I think I've watched a couple of their videos, and the thing I've noticed is I think they're really interesting videos that are almost always wrong. Are almost typically either a bit of intuitions that I feel like are doing shortcuts, which is appropriate given our talking about fallacies and how useful fallacies are as shortcuts. But we have this interesting observation here that, for example, what was the most recent one? Not those ones. I'm thinking about that one. Could an alien? Yeah, the one we watched yesterday. I think there's I think there's a level of this of also. Everything might change forever this century or will go extinct. Literally every single civilization in every single point in history has thought this. Everyone thinks they're the most important. Let's not think we're the most important. Let's think that we're average. The Copernican principle. Use it in your everyday life. We are average humans. Our lives are average. We live average lives. Maybe we live longer, but as humans will go, as a society, we're probably pretty smack dab in the middle of it. Maybe this is the beginning of the end, and it starts sort of slowly tailing off. But let's face it, humanity is going to end with fireworks, right? Come on. We're not going to taper off and just die out like some pathetic little species. We're going to take shit with us. We're gonna do a burning longship with all of the and the longship is the Earth. So if we are average, then actually that's also bad logic, because if we are average, if we're median, we will be given that the population is going up and up and up. It's entirely possible that we're towards the end, but still, I think the reason I don't think about these things as realistically and don't take these things seriously is because everyone has thought this, and the sort of appeal to how important these issues we're facing is. I get that it's worthwhile to focus on what's acknowledge how important the issues we're facing are, but I don't think that it's a serious existential threat, and I especially don't think AI is a serious existential threat, especially not given where they are at the moment. And I know this is kind of, yeah. Should we do that? I'm also kind of curious about the grabby alien stuff because I haven't watched enough of this. I've just seen a couple of them and been like, yeah, that's cool. How to systematically approach truth, yeah. So as you can tell, I'm not really actually doing the second step. I'm just doing the first step when I do my whole math thing. It's just if you find a coin, you assume it's fair. That's basically the principle I'm using. I'm not actually applying Bayes' theorem. I'm just sort of applying the principle that if you find something, you have this information, you have limited scope of information, you assume the information you have is correctly representative, and then you adjust it as you get more information. So if we get another planet that does have intelligent life and we meet it first, then this will massively skew the probability. So if we find out that actually the Venusians have been producing all of the sulfur dioxide and they're living in caves underneath the surface in sort of habitat, then immediately the probability massively skews because then we suddenly have two planets with intelligent life currently existing. But yeah, as a general rule, I think it's important to recognize how unlikely it is. Should we? Oh yeah, the goddess of everything else. That's the one I liked. And yeah, but noticing ancient mega. See, this is a very, very elegant way of telling this. Predicting and pissing off Rob. Okay. See, I'm really tempted to just steal this content and just keep watching it over. Okay. Will we? Let's see. Let's watch the ones that.
A very unusual time period.
The one I'm criticizing.
The celebrated
already.
science fiction author and chemistry professor Isaac Asimov once catalogued a history of inventions and scientific discoveries throughout all of human history. While incomplete, his efforts still reveal something intriguing about our current era. Out of the 694 pages in Asimov's book, 553 pages documented inventions and discoveries since 1500, even though his book starts in 4 million BCE. In other words, throughout human history, most scientific innovation has come relatively recently, within only...
Yes and no. So, what I would argue here is that, and the reason I'm pausing, because it's like, yes, of course this is true, but it's also not true in a very fundamentally important, significant way, which is most of the dissemination of information happens later, and we become better and better at disseminating this information, better and better at sharing. This is the age of colonialism also, when we get access to the entirety of the world's resources to be able to experiment more thoroughly. And I say get access to, steal it from the poor people living there, the poor and now dead people living there. So we would, I think it's a mistake to, it's a sort of presidentship bias, which is the whole thing I'm going to criticize the whole video through. So let's keep
the last few hundred years. Other historical trends paint a similar picture. For example, here's a chart of world population since 10,000 BCE. For nearly all of human history up until quite recently, there weren't very many people on Earth. It took until about 1800 for the population to reach 1 billion people, and just 200 years later, a blink of an eye compared to how long our species has been around, Earth reached 6 billion people. Economic historian Bradford DeLong attempted to piece together the total world economic production over the last million years. By its nature, his reconstruction of the historical data is speculative, but the rough story it tells is consistent with the aforementioned historical trends in population and technology.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Come on. I know you're not saying it explicitly, but you're like hinting that this is supporting evidence. Of course it is. Economics 100% depends on two things: people, technology. These are the two important factors. You need more workers, you need more tech to make the workers more efficient. If tech and population have these trends, economics will 100% have this trend.
In the millennia preceding the current
It's like literally not even a little bit surprising.
era, economic growth, by which we mean growth in how much valuable stuff humanity as a whole can produce, was extremely slow. Now, growth is much faster. Bradford DeLong's data provides historians a quantitative account of what they already know from reading narratives written in the distant past. For nearly all of human history, people lived similarly to the way their grandparents lived. Unlike what we expect today, most people did not see major changes in living standards, technology, and economic production over their lifetimes. To be sure, people were aware that empires rose and fell, infectious disease ravaged communities, and wars were fought. Individual humans saw profound change in their own lives through the births and deaths of those they loved, cultural change, and migration. But the idea of a qualitatively different mode of life, with electricity, computers, and the prospect of thermonuclear war, that's all come extremely.
So this is a word trick. I mean, it sounds like a word trick. Because do I expect that? When I grew up, my dad bought a computer for us. And what changed wasn't that computers came to exist, it's the access. Image generation and AI doesn't qualitatively change my life. The sort of, again, presentship bias. Overestimating the importance of how things are changing. We're overestimating how much things are changing in our own lives. And then, and then when we look at other people, more specifically, we look at the past, we say, oh, nothing really changed in there. They genuinely radically changed how they lived their lives in many different eras. And sure, it's a point to be made that these eras were very big deals. The eras when massive change happened. But no, I don't think it's true. I mean, let's just...
electricity, but the idea of a qualitatively different...
Is it true? I don't think it's true that our lives are qualitatively different, except by some sort of definition. And I don't think that it is the case that other people, or the people in the past lives, weren't qualitatively different in the same way. That we're essentially sort of just narrowing down our definitions so that we can think of ourselves as special. And they did that in the past as well, and they made themselves feel very important. Malthus was very certain that the world was ending in his lifetime. Jesus was very certain that the world was ending in his lifetime. Not in his lifetime, given the whole execution thing. But like he said, I will come back to you within your lifetimes. So this doomerism has existed constantly. And in let's do the context of Jesus, because you have the Roman Empire coming in and fucking shit up and completely changing the social strata of society. The Roman... was it the Roman Republic or the Roman Empire? I wonder if that would have had a massive significant change in how that... I wonder how the Visigoths, and we have... Sure, he mentions, these things that used to affect people, but now they don't have a qualitative... That wasn't like a qualitatively different mode of life. All of these people are, for most of human history, what happened was we went from non-industrial... let's go back to the 1500s. Let's go back to the moment when we colonized most of the world, or Europeans colonized. I can't take credit, unfortunately. I'm just Norwegian. We didn't have the money anymore. As soon as England started beating us back, we didn't have anywhere to steal our gold from. Anyway, that aside, most of human history is about hunter-gatherers becoming agrarian. And then you have a lot of human history being these agrarian societies becoming more and more centralized in empires with more and more hierarchical structures, which qualitatively changed the lives for pretty much everyone, as did the agrarian thing. And so I'm very much contend that this is a false statement, that the a qualitatively different mode of life was occurring at very many different points throughout history, and very many different points very gradually. And the example he gives earlier with showing the pictures of the doggos and the generations with the Roman garb, it's like the Romans were pretty active politically, with pretty active changes to their society and how their society operated. And as were all the people around them, who are also led completely different lives until the Romans came and conquered them. And this wasn't like Carthage, where they like a cultural shift. This was like the Gauls, like Asterix and Obelix versus the Romans. That's a qualitatively different mode of life. They had access to more resources. They had access to Roman plumbing. We had the sort of Dark Ages where everything went away, but like, and that also I would argue is a form of qualitative. Like I don't see how this could be true except by definition.
Mode of life, with electricity, computers, and the prospect of thermonuclear war.
By definition.
That's all come extremely recently.
Yes, all of our power,
as a new
all modern power is modern. Fun fact.
These were developed. Quality of life shot up in various ways. For 10-year-olds, life expectancy was once under 60 all over the world. Now, in many nations, a 10-year-old can expect to live to the age of 80. With progress in automating food production, fewer people now are required to grow food. As a result, our time has been freed to pursue different activities, for example, going to school. And it's not just technology that changed to pursue different activities.
Come on. Our time has been freed to pursue different activities. I mean, the reason we go to school is to be educated workers. We do different kinds of work, which make agriculture is more efficient now. It can produce for more people. But that also means that we need somebody to make their tractors. We need somebody to make their fertilizer. We need somebody to study the crop growths. We need somebody who's like... There are lots of different people working constantly to make farming as efficient as it possibly can be. And these people need to go to school to be able to do this. And then you have all like the distribution of food, all the shipping, all of the transport, all the trucks, all the supermarkets, everything. Like most of society isn't really built around making human progress. Most of human society is built around making sure that everything keeps running. So, I don't know. Oh, I don't have my chat up. Okay, I have to open that. Just in case. I think it's very unlikely that I'll get someone, but in case there is someone watching, I should go to my channel. There we go. I think there should be a button here, but I don't remember how to do it. So what I was saying was that, yeah, it's the reason we go to school is a little bit more basic. Like it's not as insightful to say that we have more time free.
For example, going to school. And it's not just technology.
Actually, yeah, I think that's maybe where we disagree the most, is my feeling that society is designed around perpetuating itself rather than progress. That there is the vast majority of human resources are spent not on things that will produce progress. It's spent on bread and circus and on transport and logistics, on maintaining the state of affairs we currently have, so that, yeah, for whatever reason that might be, mainly because of the people who are in power are in power under this current system. So, and this is like a general rule, is if somebody is in power during a current system, they're less likely to want to change that system. But yeah, the general point I think I'm trying to make here is that society spends most of its efforts on transport, logistics, and sort of just keeping things going, whereas the things that actually create progress, things like science, and technology are just sort of a side project, and they give really big leaps when they do things, but they're not like, we're not spending most of our efforts on science and technology. We're spending most of our efforts on cars and food. We're spending like, only 1% work in 1.2% work in agriculture. But how many people work in supermarkets? How many people work in coffee shops? Not that kind of it. How many people work at Starbucks? How many people work in driving trucks? How many people work in toy stores? How many people work on bringing all of these goods and resources together? Toy stores is probably a bad example for it, but all of the food, all of the agriculture only is this efficient because of all of the resources and transport and logistics, all of the resources and effort, time and effort humans spend on making these resources come together. So yeah, I don't think that's very unusual either. I think actually it's slightly, I don't think it's very unusual. I want it to be very unusual. I want to say that they probably did more science back in the day. They probably didn't. Even though they had like more scope of things to find out. Now it's like it's quite hard for your average Joe to sit home and like figure something out, unless I figured out gravity by accident by trying to write fiction, in which case I'm clearly a genius of the highest order, but probably not. So what we're getting at here is our society isn't as special.
Technology that changed. In the past, people took for granted some social institutions that had existed for thousands of years, such as the monarchy and chattel slavery. In the midst of the Industrial Revolution, these institutions began to vanish. Writing in 1763, the eminent British economist Adam Smith wrote that slavery, quote, takes place in all societies at their beginning, and proceeds from that tyrannic disposition which may almost be said to be natural to mankind. While Adam Smith personally found the practice repugnant, he nonetheless was pessimistic about the future of slavery, predicting that, quote, it is indeed almost impossible that it should ever be totally or generally abolished. And yet, mere decades after Adam Smith wrote those lines.
So let's put on our cynicism hat and say why this is wrong. Serfdom kept existing. People were still owned, and I remember this is like one of my favorite like Twitch disagreements ever. It's one of like, usually when you argue with people you don't actually get anywhere. You just sort of keep going until you give up. But here it was, somebody like openly asked the open rhetorical question, well, why don't you just choose a different place to work? And I was like, well, like, you have a freedom to work, right? Yeah, but if you twist it a little bit, there are some modern societies, which have very poor welfare systems. And if you have a poor welfare system, what happens is that you have a choice. You can either go to work or you can starve. And if your options are work or die, then you're a slave. You're functionally indistinguishable from a slave. You're being forced to do labor. Now, we're nicer to our slaves now. We've even given them our own class. They're not worker class anymore. They're like middle class. Ooh, nice. Well, middle class people aren't these kinds of slaves. They typically save up enough money that they can choose jobs. To be clear, very good that this system exists, giving people the freedom to say yes and no to jobs does drastically. That's how you sort of liberate slavery, which is perfect since Adam Smith was the one talking about this, because the solution to slavery is in fact just economic growth. Like you want to, slaves are less important in industrialized societies because you want intelligent workforce. You don't just want a workforce, and so in order to make an intelligent workforce, you have to give them a little bit more freedom. And once you do that, then they can apply economic pressures to the jobs. They can make wages change based on the supply and demand by changing their own supply, right? So if the demand is very high for a certain kind of labor, you can say, okay, I want this much money, and you can pretty much set your own price. So yeah, it's not clear that Adam Smith was wrong.
Britain outlawed slavery and launched a campaign to end the practice in its colonies around the world. By the end of the 20th century, every nation in the world had formally abolished slavery. Another scholar from his era, Thomas Malthus, made a similar blunder. At the end of the 18th century, Malthus was concerned by the population growth he saw in his time. He reasoned that, historically, excess population growth had always outstripped the food supply, leading to famine and mass death. As a consequence, Malthus predicted that recent high population growth in England would inevitably result in a catastrophe. But what might have been true about all the centuries before the 18th century evidently came to an end shortly after Malthus's pessimistic prediction. Historians now recognize that, rather than famine becoming more frequent, food in Britain became more widely available in the 19th and
Despite is a problem here. Let's just hear
20th
it.
centuries, despite unprecedented.
Why is that despite? More people produce more foods with more technology, so they more efficiently produce it. Now, yes, you might say, oh, the technology. No. More people produce more food. That's the important thing here. You have more laborers doing more work to get more food. And I can say this with some degree of certainty because a lot of planet wasn't domesticated, wasn't growing things we needed. So the more people we have, they spread out, take more land, make that land, or have very little land and must use that land as efficiently as possible. They don't grow lovely little oak forests. They grow apple orchards. So yeah, absolutely, population. For me, it's funny that he mentions Malthus because Malthus is the best example of the last time the most common example of person who thought everything might change forever this century and was wrong. So it's funny.
Unprecedented population growth. What Adam Smith and Thomas Malthus failed to see was that they were living in the very beginning of a historically atypical time of rapid change, a period we now refer to as the Industrial Revolution. The effects of the Industrial Revolution.
I don't think that's what they missed. I think you're giving Malthus's predictions way too much credit here. I think that the sort of population boom famine thing was probably not even true. Maybe it was. Maybe it was very obviously the case before. But for me, it's the cart horse problem. Population booms happen because you have more easier access to food, easier access to resources, more wealth and power, and the problem then is typically that this wealth and power came from not like things that they could keep going, sustainable practices. They came from conquest. So, for instance, the lives of the Romans became very big and powerful because every time they conquered a new territory, they would take stuff and send it home. So, basically, they had access to more resources than they could produce because they took it from other people. It's more obvious that this will lead to these sort of stupid cycles because what happens is they're overreaching their ability to gain new territory. Like the bigger an empire becomes, the longer a border becomes. Like not even the longer a border, the longer it's the relative, the bigger the ratio between the area and the circumference, like the square cube law. You have, as you increase, like you have this small territory, and let's say that it has, let's draw things instead of showing it on hand. So let's say that you have this territory, it has some sort of, it's 1 in diameter, or let's give it 1 in radius, because that means that it has an area of pi r squared is equal to an area of pi times 1 squared, or pi, and the circumference is equal to 2 pi r, right? 2 pi r. So, yeah, roughly 2 pi. Now say that we increase it so that we have the twice as big an empire. Radius is now 2. Well, the area of this one will be equal to pi times 2 squared, or 4 pi. And the circumference will be equal to 2 pi r, or in this case, 4 pi. So what you're seeing here is that even though the circumference, the ratio between the circumference started out being pi divided by 2 pi, so roughly in the beginning the area was half as big as the circumference was long, but after just doubling it once, the area was equal. And if we double it again, make an even bigger one, to do a 4 here, then we have that the area is equal to 16 pi, or 4 squared pi, or pi times 4 squared, and the circumference is equal to 8 pi. So at this point, the area is much bigger. So as an empire grows bigger and bigger, the population within its border becomes bigger and bigger, and the line around it becomes smaller and smaller. So they have to go faster and expand faster and faster in order to gain more. The only way that this is sustainable is through infinite growth, or infinite expansion. And even then, if you reach the whole planet, then suddenly your entire society collapses, because actually if you reach past half, then you start getting really interesting mathematical problems. But generally what we're saying is here is it's not surprising that Malthus's prediction, or like the idea that population booms have to do, like, lead to famines. I can understand that might seem like the evidence, but there's a better reasoning why that isn't the case than, oh, the Industrial Revolution made things happen faster. Now, the reason why that was a problem before and less of a problem now is that now empires sustain themselves by their own output rather than the output they gained from conquest. Like, even if you think about like the British Empire, their main income source wasn't conquering India, it was extracting the wealth from India after they had conquered it. Sort of the systems we set up were different than the previous systems. They were less conquest oriented. And that might be because of the Industrial Revolution, and it might just be because of better political management.
Revolution have been dramatic, reshaping not only how we live, but also our ideas about what to expect in the future. The 21st century could be much weirder than we imagine. It's easy to fault historical figures at the time of the Industrial Revolution for failing to see what was to come in the next few centuries. But their method of reasoning, of looking at the past and extrapolating past trends outwards, is something we still commonly do today to gauge our expectations of the future. In the last several decades, society has become accustomed to the global economy growing at a steady rate of about 2 to 4% per year. When people imagine the future, they often implicitly extrapolate this rate of change continuing indefinitely. We can call this perspective business as usual, the idea that change in the coming decades will look more or less like change in the last few decades. Under business as usual, the world in 50 years looks a lot like our current world, but with some modifications. The world in 2072 would look just about as strange as someone from 1972 looking at our current world, which is to say there will be more technology, different ways of communicating and socializing with others, distinct popular social movements, and novel economic circumstances, but nothing.
Yes, by the way, more nuclear power, not just fusion. Fusion, definitely. If we can get that working within 20 years instead of after 20 years for once, that would be spectacular. But nuclear power is the most important thing we need to do.
Nothing too out of the ordinary, like the prospect of mind uploading or building Dyson spheres around the sun. Parents sometimes take this perspective when imagining what life will one day be like for their children. Policymakers often take this perspective when crafting policy, so that their proposed rules will be robust to new developments in the future. And workers who save for their retirement often take this perspective when they prepare for the challenges of growing old. Contrast business as usual with another perspective, which we can call the radical change thesis. Perhaps, like Adam Smith and Thomas Malthus in their time, we are failing to see something really big on the horizon. Under the radical change thesis, the world by the end...
Just a little interjection. I know this is undermining his rhetoric, but I think that, yeah, like I'm saying, maybe they didn't miss something big.
End of the 21st century.
Or maybe the big thing they missed wasn't the big thing you think it was.
Will look so different as to make it almost unrecognizable to people living today. Technologies that might seem unimaginable to us now, like advanced nanotechnology, cures for aging, interstellar spaceflight, and fully realistic virtual reality, could only be a few decades away, as opposed to many...
funnily enough, all of these things are being predicted by business people at the moment. So clearly this is business as usual, just with more tech hype.
Centuries or thousands of years away. It's sensible to be skeptical of the radical change thesis. Scientific research happens slowly, and there's even some evidence that the rate of technological progress has slowed down in recent decades. At the same time, the radical change thesis makes intuitive sense from a long-view perspective. Recall the trend in economic growth. Here, we've zoomed in on the last 100 years of economic growth. This view justifies the business-as-usual perspective. In the last 100 years, economic production, and technology underlying economic production, has grown at a fairly constant rate. Given the regularity of economic growth in recent decades, it makes a lot of sense to expect that affairs will continue to change at the current rate for the foreseeable future. But now, zoom out. What we see is not the regular and predictable trend we saw before, but something far more dynamic and uncertain. And rather than looking like change is about to slow down, it looks more likely that change
What?
economic growth. This view justifies the business-as-usual perspective. In the last 100 years, economic production, and technology underlying economic production, has grown at a fairly constant rate. Given the regularity of economic growth in recent decades, it makes a lot of sense to expect that affairs will continue to change at the current rate for the foreseeable future. But now, zoom out. What we see is not the regular and predictable trend we saw before, but something far more dynamic and uncertain.
First of all, I don't agree with that. This looks very predictable. It looks like it's going to continue. Like, business as usual is the straight up trend here.
And rather than looking like change is about to slow down.
And who says change is about to slow down? What? When I'm saying when did it go from business as usual to change is about to slow down? That's exactly the opposite. You're on the graphic showed you on this curve, going up and down, going up these steps, and then suddenly you're saying, well, actually, what going up these steps constantly means going like this? What are you talking about? That's complete nonsense. Business as usual is this curve. That's the curve of business as usual. It's not saying slow down. It's saying keep going.
It looks more likely that change will continue to speed up. In a classic...
Because also, very interesting here, 2.2 to 4% growth is not a linear increase. It's an exponential growth. Let's do that on Paint again. File, new again, don't save. So we have, if you have a 1.2%, so if you grow by 2% every year, that means that the function of your function over time that describes this is something like some number n multiplied by 1.2 over x. This graph looks like this. It doesn't go backwards on itself, but I can't draw properly. So business as usual says this is going to happen. That's what, if we're expecting the same steady growth, then that's this. The same steady growth is not this, even though you seem to very much want to indicate, maybe the tip here, but it's not like steady growth is not a linear increase unless you have a log scale, in which case it is. But now I'm just being mathematically confusing for no reason. So the idea that growth is about to slow down is completely misrepresenting the position that you're describing. And indeed, I'm fine with showing a linear graph for the point you're making. You're making the point that it's constant growth, but it's not a constant in the mathematical sense. It's not, the function isn't 2x or some number nx. The function is x, some number to the power of x. So for every year you like, if let me explain this so it's better, so that it actually is clear what I mean. If in 2000 you had $100 and you put it in a bank to get a 2% rent, I'm not sure how much that would be, you would get or like I'm not sure if that's correct. I don't know if the interest rates are 1 or 6 or 17. Probably not 17. That seems like a very bad thing. But okay, after a year you have $102. The $102 still in the bank is still collecting interest. So it's 102 times 1.02. So 2% of this again, very like it's not a big leap because it's roughly 104 times. What's 2% of 2? That would be 2 cents. No, 4 cents. So it's 104.04. So it's quite like it seems like it's, but now it's increased a little bit more. So a constant growth rate, business as usual, is a increased growth rate. Business as usual says the growth rate increases. The business as usual does not say that growth rates are linear. That's Malthusian. Business as usual says that's like pre-industrial, probably even pre-industrial. I'm not that historically active, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's just pre-industrial. But business as usual says that growth is increasing. So if, in the same sense, if we do 100 times 102 to the power of 10, let's just see how much money you would have in 10 years. 100 times 1.02 to the power of 10. Yeah, so after this many years, you will get roughly 122. Let's just round that up. 122. So right, the growth rate. Okay, the growth rate clearly isn't just $2 per year. You've had 10 years and gotten $22. Clearly, it's more than $2 per year. But as we know from how these functions work, if we have a 2% growth rate, you have the curve looks like an exponential graph. So this entire bit is extremely misleading.
1993
And the statement
it looks more likely dynamic and uncertain, and rather than looking like change, where on earth does that come from? Like if you have the radical change hypothesis, what you should surely be expecting is not just the exponential growth. You should be expecting a sort of an exponential growth of the growth itself. Here you're saying you have a constant rate of growth like this, but what you're saying is that you have some function of x to the power of. Let's do this mathematically. So a radical change hypothesis would necessarily be something to this effect: that you have a function of x that the rate of growth that is in self being increased, and where the function of x is increasing, which is itself to the power of x. So I very much reject the idea that change is about to slow down. This is a massive misrepresentation of the argument he's arguing. It looks more likely that change will continue to speed up. In a classic 1993 paper, economist Michael Kramer proposed that the best fit to this long-run economic data is not the familiar slow rate of exponential change that we're used to, but rather what's called hyperbolic growth.
The familiar slow rate of exponential growth that we're used to. What?
Over a long enough time horizon, hyperbolic growth is much more dramatic than exponential growth, making it consistent with the radical change thesis. But it can also be a bit counterintuitive for people to imagine. So here's an analogy. Imagine a pile of gold that spontaneously grows over the course of a day. This pile of gold represents the total size of the world economy over time, which we assume grows hyperbolically. At 12 a.m., the beginning of the day, there's only one piece of gold in the pile. After 12 hours, the gold pile doubles in size, so that there are now 2 pieces. Then, at 6 p.m., there are 4 gold pieces. 3 hours later, at 9 p.m., there are 8 gold pieces. The day, there's only one piece of gold in the pile. After 12 hours,
so the rate of doubling
gold pile doubles in
that's
size,
a good example.
so
Much better metaphor than f of x to the power of x.
At 6 p.m., there are 4 gold pieces. 3 hours later, at 9 p.m., there are 8 gold pieces. And only 1.5 hours after that, 10:30 p.m., there are 16 gold pieces. From the perspective of someone watching at 10:30 p.m., It would be tempting to think that growth over the next few hours will be similar to growth in the last few hours, and that by midnight the next day, an hour and a half later, the gold pile will double in size yet again to 32 pieces. But this intuition would be wrong. Notice that the time it takes for the gold pile to double in size cuts in half each time the size of the pile doubles. As midnight draws nearer, the pile will continue to double in size again and again, more frequently each time than the last. In fact, exactly at midnight, the pile will reach what's called a singularity and grow to be infinitely large. We can perform a similar act.
Oh yeah. That's limits and stuff. Okay. I mean, very good. He acknowledges the fact that he does undermine the idea that it does suggest that exponential growth is slow, which is massively interesting. I'm just reading about. I can pull it up. There we go. So, reading about hyperbolic growth. So, quadratic hyperbolic. Second order pulse if you can. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, no, he's right.
Exercise with the real-world economy. In 2020, David Rudman found that after fitting a hyperbolic function to historical economic data, the economy is expected to grow to be infinitely large as we approach roughly the year 2047. A general result, he says, is fairly robust to extrapolating the trend at different periods in history. Now, it's important not to take this headline result too seriously, especially the specific year 2047. Physical resource limits prohibit the economy from becoming infinitely large.
It's conceptually.
And moreover, long-run historical data is notorious.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you get into, just to support this idea, is you get into this problem of, like the doubling of the size of the transistors. So the rate slows down. If you literally just kept going, the rate would increase, but the rate far from so that's why it means far from showing that the rate is slowing. He's like sort of preemptively tripping up. I'm curious. Let's open up the hyperbolic growth a little bit more. Inversely proportional or inversely proportional different. Oh, okay, I see. So hyperbolic growth is essentially anything which leads towards singularity, anything which leads towards infinity. A function which will inevitably... Right. Oh, and a function which will approach infinity at a finite point. I see! Because all things go to infinity at infinite times, but something that will become infinite at a finite time. Cool. And it's positive feedback mechanisms. Cool. So the question then is how stable are our positive feedback mechanisms? Because if we're going back to what I was saying about the doubling of the transistors, the reason that stopped isn't just sort of physical limitation, or it is the physical limitations, but the physical limitations are impairing our ability to get the positive feedback loop. Essentially, what you'd expect from hyperbolic growth on a physically finite planet to steal... Oh, that was the ugliest line I've drawn in my... Okay, let's do it on... I have a pencil here. We should be able to do it. So we go there. Oh, that's... something like this. So we are here someplace. Let's just write us instead. And so yeah, at the point where the hyperbolic growth is, but because of physical limitations, you expect it to sort of taper off. According to this, the asymptote is probably somewhere around here. So this is where we reach the singularity. This is our 2047. But as this growth doesn't work anymore. And then you have the question, is our planet, or is our society and economics based on this on the necessity of continuing hyperbolic growth, or is it, or is business as usual going to save us? Actually, is our limited imagination as humans going to make us sort of preemptively prepared for this, because none of us are really engaged with, or unless you're like a very mathematically competent economist. Maybe the issue then is we get to this point that, so most people are doing business as usual, as described by the video, and in that case, maybe that'll protect us a little bit. That's interesting. Very interesting perspective. I thought I was going to disagree with him everywhere. I was disagreeing with him
Notoriously unreliable.
on principle.
Using historical statistics alone, especially those from the distant past, it's very difficult to predict what the future will really be like. The business as usual perspective might still be correct for the foreseeable future.
Or it might be consistently more useful than the hyperbolic growth perspective. Most of the things we believe aren't actually true. It's not actually important whether things are true. What's important is whether or not this information is useful.
Or something else entirely might happen. Maybe civilization itself will collapse as we become consigned to fighting endless wars, famines, and pandemics. Humanity might even go extinct. These possibilities notwithstanding, there do exist concrete reasons to think that the world could be fundamentally different by the end of the 21st century, in a way consistent with the radical change thesis. Infinite growth is out of the question, but one technology is clearly visible on the horizon, which arguably has the potential to change our civilization dramatically.
The cliff jumping.
Before we try to predict what technology in the coming decades could precipitate explosive economic growth, let's first start by examining a hypothetical example, a technology that would be sufficient to have such an effect. The machine is the duplicator from the comic Calvin and Hobbes. Here's how it works. When someone steps in, two exact replicas step out. The replicas keep all of the memories, personalities, and talents of the original. Basically, it splits you into two people, each of whom remember an identical past. To constrain our expectations a bit, let's imagine that using the duplicator isn't free. We can only use it to replicate people, and it costs a lot of money to build and operate a duplicator. Yet, even with these constraints, it seems safe to assume that the duplicator would have a very large impact on the world. Even without knowing exactly how it will be used, there will presumably be people who want to use the duplicator to clone themselves and other people. Unlike with ordinary population growth, in which it takes 18 years and a considerable amount of effort to create one productive worker, the duplicator would allow us to create productive humans almost instantly, and without having to pay the costs of educating and raising them. Consider the case of scientific innovation. If we could clone our most productive scientists, say Newton, Galileo, or von Neumann, just imagine how much faster our civilization could innovate. And it's not just raw scientific innovation.
That I don't think is true, actually. I think most of the scientific innovation doesn't come from... I mean, this is a bit of sort of a great man thesis, which I don't like. I hate this sort of overestimating people. But I think that what most of innovation is about creativity. It's about having an idea that hasn't been handled. And you need a lot of scientists because you want a lot of people, so they have a lot of perspectives to be creative about, to sort of try different things, and you need them all to be competent enough in the mathematics to be able to translate their creativity into reality.
Innovation that could increase.
So I don't think this would be
the machine that can duplicate.
I think actually one of the main problems with this machine is duplicating people is not necessary. Like, yes, it is economically advantageous. It's just, does an average human produce enough to sort of, probably, to sustain itself, to grow itself, to become more? I think maybe I'm just being very naive, but I think the uniqueness of humans is what is a great part of the utility we have. Our function is very much to sign, and this is a lot based on how I interact with people. I'm not really that interested in my friends being right. I'm interested in them having ideas that I haven't had yet. And ideally being able to defend those ideas without frustrating me endlessly. But,
people, all industries could benefit. The most talented rocket engineers, for example, could be cloned and directly planted into places where they're needed the most. And we could duplicate the most talented doctors, musicians, and architects. As a consequence, the duplicator would lift a crucial bottleneck to civilization-wide output. Unless we impose some strict control.
Is that true? Is that a critical bottleneck? Is that the critical bottleneck? The access to highly educated, competent people? Probably not, honestly. Do we need more drones for every worker? Like, is this like how society is layered and how people? Okay, so let's do a little bit of basic economics. If I mass produce doctors, what happens is that the wages of doctors fall. If I mass produce scientists, the wages of scientists fall. Fewer people will go into these fields. Whatever you mass produce, less you get less of. If you mass produce, like in this context, it costs money. First people to do it will be billionaires and economists, basically. People who are good at making money. And then their value will be reduced because there will be more of them, making them less likely to make money. It's a suicidal strategy, honestly. You're making a replacement for yourself, and you both have to compete for the same jobs. This is like you need there's an element of you need the growth of consumers. Maybe, I don't know. This is again, this is me being very speculative about the limitations of our own growth. And as we've seen recently, I've been a little bit pessimistic against the idea that hyperbolic growth. Interesting. I think this isn't necessarily the case. Just because you have the limitations, like this line here is the limitations of physics, or like on the planet. I mean, theoretically, we could go higher if we are better at, like, whatever. If this is the limitation of the solar system, the planet, or the galaxy, or whatever this is, there is eventually some physical limitation. Or if maybe it's the limitation of the speed of light, of the expansion rate of our civilization. That would again cause the Malthusian collapse I was thinking about earlier. Yeah, no, interesting. Let's keep going.
On how often people could use the duplicator, it appears likely that there would be a population explosion. But more than just a population explosion, it would be a productivity explosion, since the new duplicates could be direct copies of the most productive people on Earth, who in turn would use their talents to invent even more productive technologies, and potentially even better duplicators. Would the duplicator be enough to sustain the hyperbolic growth trend in gross world product, and enable us to approach the economic singularity we discussed earlier? Maybe. In academic models of economic growth, there are roughly three
No, the answer is no. And the answer is no. Okay. We would become more productive if we copied the most productive people on Earth. I disagree with this as a premise. It seems intuitive, and that's why I disagree with it. I disagree with everything that seems intuitive. The more intuitive something is, the more likely it is to be something we think is true, but isn't. That said, be aware that me being overly critical of every idea is a necessary component of me understanding an idea. So for me, the question of will we become more productive if we are more productive people, is the answer is no, because we need the variety of people. We need the utility of different perspectives. We don't just need people who have succeeded already, because the people who have succeeded already are the people who have contributed something unique and special. They've done something nobody else has done. And if you copy this person who is most productive because of their uniqueness, then their productivity is actually going to decrease. Because per individual, maybe the net total will still increase, probably. I mean, four hands are better than one, but two heads are better than one. That's the phrase. Four hands are better than one. What? But anyway, I think that the utility of people is less sort of a stat like productivity. It's more of a relative quality that based on how we function relative to the other components of society. Like a cog in a watch, like it's useful if it's in the right place or if it's like a cog that you need. Like if you're trying to make a watch and you have so many cogs, but like and you only have three different types of cogs, then it's gonna be a big clock. But if you make it with a million different types of cogs of all varying different sizes, then you have a lot more variety of what you can make, and can then streamline this a lot more and make it towards the ideal clock. So I don't think it's the case that we will become more productive if we could duplicate
the most productive people on Earth, who in turn would use their talents to...
So their talents are relative qualities. They're attributes that are only the value of their talent is because of the lack of other talents that are of the same type. Right? So if you take a person with high talent and you make a copy, then both of these will have less overall talent or less overall utility to society, which is what we're interested in here, than just one individual. Now, again, the sum of these together might be much bigger, but if you every time you do this, you reduce it a little bit. You reduce the value of their output a little bit because it's the output that somebody else could do, namely themselves, a clone of themselves. So yeah, and the larger a proportion of society is of the kind of people who could do your work, the less your work is worth. Your scarcity is the driver of value. It's not like we say you have these different theories of value, and you whether it's based on like the consumers placing value on things, whether it's the labor you put into it. But I think it's very clearly that the way the system works is that value is how scarce something is. Sure, demand is relevant, but the more scarce something is, the more rare something is, the more inherently valuable it is. Something that there's something which is unique has inherently infinite value. Interestingly, maybe that's why humans have inherently infinite value.
To invent even more productive technologies, and potentially even better duplicators. Would the duplicator be enough to sustain the hyperbolic growth trend in gross world product and enable us to approach the economic singularity we discussed?
No. So, like I said, duplicator would, the value would decrease. I don't see, at least if human beings are value, like depending on what the value of a human being is, but if the value of a human being is just mechanics or intellect, then we will replace. I guess that's his point. We're going to get to the AI is going to replace us, but I think that's... Yeah, yes, AI will replace us. Just as the machines replaced arms and pistons replaced muscles, we will be replaced. But doesn't really tell it. That just makes me more curious. How is it that we, like, for most of human society, like he showed earlier with the great graph of there we go. Most of human society we had, can I remember where we are? 12, 15. Right?
Expect to live to the ages under 60 all over the world.
Percentage of the population employed in agriculture, 30%, right? In the 19th century. 19th century, that's very late. Like more earlier, like vast majority were manual laborers in farms. And if you tell them, well, at some point in the future, only a third of you will be farmers, and they're like, well, what will we all be running around like kings? That's what we think, like us overly zealous advocates of AI. That's how we like to talk. We like to talk as if the AI will suddenly make it so that we don't have to do work anymore, which is obviously nonsense. But what it actually opens for is a much more interesting question and much more interesting perspective is, what would you tell someone 10,000 years ago, just gotten like agrarian society, they're all farmers, like there are some kings living off in the pyramids somewhere far away, but the vast majority of people are farmers. How well would they be able to imagine the kinds of jobs that could exist in the future? And like it's like engineering, could they understand that? Maybe they can like understand the idea that some people focus on like building dams and mechanics, but it's like the idea is their perspective would be like builders and stuff. That's the idea that somebody could specialize their entire life on making a specific kind of device is something that is incomprehensible to them. And so further, I'd say that like actually that's a funny thing. I remember watching a video about AI art, and one of the comments he makes, because the AI, the video in this case was very much critical of a specific subgroup of advocates for AI art, and those were the people who sort of tried to commercialize their own prompt writing and their own manipulation of the AI algorithm and such. And while I don't, while it doesn't seem to me like that could be a sustainable future, a sustainable mechanic, like sustainable reality, I think that in it maybe it is the same as with the agricultural society. Maybe I think of art, people using art in the future will need to sort of have a broad understanding of art, which they can then apply specifically and use like AI to, as a tool to like generate rough images that they can sort of edit and fix. But maybe in reality, this hyper specialization of sort of understanding prompt writing will become more valuable and will become sort of a skill that is specifically trained and educated for. In the same way that engineers aren't just builders with extra steps; they're actually people who make things, unique things. So for me, it's not. Yeah. Where are we? Where were we? 12:50.
Earlier, maybe.
No.
In academic models of economic growth, there are roughly 3 inputs to economic production that determine the overall size of the economy. These inputs are population, capital, and technology. Population is the most intuitive input. It just means how many workers there are in a society. Capital is another term for equipment and supplies,
Yeah, I Brian
like
had to fix
machines,
that.
roads, and buildings that allow
Not
workers to
money,
produce
but
stuff. Technology is what
stuff.
joins these 2 inputs together. It refers to the
Information.
inherent efficiency of labor and includes the quality of tools and the knowledge of how to create stuff in the first place. A simple model of economic growth is the following. Over time, people have children and the population gets larger. With more people, the economy also grows. But the economy also grows faster than the population because people work to accumulate new capital and invent new technology at the same time the population is growing. Most importantly, people come up with new ideas. These new ideas are shared with others and can be used by everyone to increase efficiency. The process of economic growth looks a lot like a feedback loop. Start with a set of people.
It is a
These
feedback
people
loop.
innovate and produce
Necessarily.
capital, which makes them more
That's
productive.
that. Just take a moment there to really. I mean, he's gonna explain it and make it beautiful, but oh no, not Steam. I don't want to cancel. Um, the whole thing about this is it has to be a feedback loop, in order to get the finite. Yeah, finite. Why didn't I read that? If I just read that, I wouldn't need to read anything else. My brain would have gotten it immediately. Finite time. Yeah. You need a positive feedback loop for hyperbolic growth to work. For it, not just, yeah.
And they also produce
And it's more than the exponential growth I was showing earlier, where the same amount of capital is being used like to as efficiently to make more capital. It's now like you start the $100 you put into the bank with your 2% interest rate. This over time you get a bigger and bigger interest rate as the bank figures out new and intriguing ways to make more money with your money. Fun thing. I'm going to take a moment to talk about banks here because this is something I've heard like people be upset about, but banks give away your money, lend away your money to other people. That's how banks work. That's how banks make money, and it makes banks phenomenally wealthy. And what we should realize here is that we are unwilling to take risks with our own money for good reason. I mean, it makes sense. However, other people are willing to take risks, and these people who are like, if they're willing to take strategic risks for their own gain, and are sufficiently rewarded and sufficiently punished, like if you don't make money, you get fired. If you do make money, you get a bonus. As long as this is happening, you have pressure for people to take these kinds of risks. So you put your money in there. So you are not willing to lend money to this new startup that's going to make a lot of money, but the bank is. The bank has more money to pull from, and the bank has more investments to go to. So when you put your money into the bank invests it into something it thinks will work, and usually to people who already have money, who are lending money. Yeah, very strategic banking, very safe as well. For obvious, I mean, it's a good idea that it's very safe, and with the exception of the housing bubble in the U.S. and probably the same function now in China, is some things, some investments seem safer than they really are, like the investing in housing. However, what were we saying? So banks take your money and they give it to other people. This is a good thing. And if they didn't, if you just put it in your mattress, and then the person who gives their money to a bank gets more money than the person who puts their money in a mattress. And the reason they can give you more money is because they take that money and they lend it out to other people at profit, and then they give you a little bit of the profit. But since you're not willing to lend out your money, they can only give you a very little bit of profit. They only give you enough of the profit to make you put your money into a bank instead of putting it in your mattress, which doesn't have to be more than like 1 or 2%.
Resources, which enables them to produce more people. The next generation can rinse and repeat, with each generation more productive than the last, not only producing more people, but also more stuff per capita. In the absence of increased economic efficiency, the population will grow exponentially. But when the total production per person also increases, this process implies super exponential economic growth. Recall the analogy of the gold pile that grows in size from earlier. The underlying dynamic is that the gold pile doubles in size every interval, but the interval in which the pile doubles is not fixed. Metaphorically, the gold pile becomes more efficient at doubling in size during each interval, giving rise to a process much faster than exponential growth. Many standard models of economic growth carry the same implication about the world economy. However, we know our current economy isn't exploding in size in the way predicted by this simple model, so why not? One reason could be that our population growth is slowing down. Since the 1960s, population growth worldwide actually peaked before entering a decline. Not coincidentally, world economic growth has fallen since that decade. The underlying reason behind the fall in population growth and economic growth, also called the demographic transition, is still a matter of debate. But regardless of its causes, the effect of the demographic transition has been that most mainstream economic and population forecasters do not anticipate explosive growth in the 21st century.
All of this video is
if something like the duplicator were invented, then the potential for explosive growth could return. The most important invention ever? It's unlikely that humans will soon build the duplicator. What's more likely, however, is the invention of artificial intelligence that can automate labor. As with the duplicator, AI could be copied and used as a worker, vastly increasing total economic productivity. In fact, the potential for AI is even more profound than
general intelligence, yeah. So it's a double-edged sword, because what I was saying earlier about the uniqueness being important, and so I want to bring this back to the Industrial Revolution and how we have already automated labor to a very large extent. And the thing is, when we made sewing machines that ran on steam engines, that automated that specific type of labor very well. That labor was then replaced by the automatic labor, right? And it's the same thing here. That if we make an AI that is very good at something, then it will replace that labor until we get... Yeah, and then we'll just replace that labor. That's no more. But it will only replace the labor at the thing it is good at. And so you have... the situation then is that much like the idea of duplicating these AIs isn't very useful, because it's only useful up to a point. It's only useful up to the point in which it satisfies all of the labor demands we write down. Sure, we could expand it very easily by duplicating AI. The AI doesn't need a physical body really to be duplicated. But the only real way where this is conceivably possible is with a general intelligence that supersedes, or nah, it doesn't need to supersede. It could be lesser than humans. If we have a general intelligence, even if it's like human child levels, uh, even if it only has half those many neural connections or whatever it does instead, even if Sir Roger Penrose is wrong, and in fact consciousness is a computation, which I think it is. I should watch that. I'll save that as yeah. We'll watch the Lex Friedman Penrose interview afterwards. But if consciousness is not a computation, then obviously this is a problem. But if consciousness, let's say consciousness is a computation, we can make artificial general intelligence, then and only then is it like an interesting, only then does it work like a duplicator. Right? Only then can we, only then, actually then I would say it works better than a duplicator, because an artificial general intelligence has an advantage that humans don't have, which is lack of specialization, which is like this is, to be fair, this is the human's advantage over all of other life on the planet, is our ability, lack of specialization. So making a machine that is basically us, or is to us what we are to the rest of the natural world, makes a lot of sense from the perspective of progress. But the idea is that the thing is that with humans, is that we do a lot of shortcuts as we grow older. I think this is okay. I'm gonna go bit of a me theory here. I think I was looking at, like, why are chess players? Why do you need to, like, when they're so young, so good, they learn so fast, and why does it seem that around 30 we stop sort of our brains slow down? And sure, it might just be biological processes, but it feels to me like the more you specialize in something, the less likely you are to try new things. The less likely you are to be creative in your pursuit of knowledge. It's very easy for humans to rest on what we know is already true, what we know already works. It feels much safer. It feels much less risky, and you basically you need to be in a position of supreme comfort, which is interesting because it makes economics problems worse, exacerbates economics problems by or differences in inequality problems, because the people who are most willing to take creative new risks are the people who are the wealthiest already, because they have sure, they have the most to lose, but if they even if they lose half of all their money, then they're fine. If I lose half of all my money, then I'm hungry. So you have it's interesting, but what I'm getting at here is, what am I getting at? Humans are something. I'm going to connect this. I want the writing in front of me so I can actually think. Humans are creative. Humans are general intelligence. Humans are specialized, and you see. So typically, a sign of an unintelligent person, if we do like a hyper analysis. So okay, actually, this all stems from we can go tangent city here. So, oh, brain lag. No, not right now. We want to humans. No. Utility artificial general intelligence. My brain completely faded there. Yes, okay. Dunning-Kruger. That's where we were. Dunning-Kruger says that the confidence is something like this. So confidence skill. And most of people think of this as like, why do stupid people overestimate their intelligence so much? Is it because they're so stupid they don't realize how stupid they are? That might be the answer, but I think there's a better answer. I think that if you believe, the more confident, okay, let's end it. The more confident you think you are, the less likely you are to keep learning. The less open you are to new ideas, the less willing and able you are to explore ideas that aren't your own already. More set in your ways, more confident that you know what you're doing, more confident that your intuition and the sort of safe areas are the good areas. Like, say if I'm playing chess, chess is a good example of this because I have to sort of force myself. I played like the Italian for a year. Love playing the Italian. And I started noticing like I was getting into all of the same positions all of the time. And I also started noticing I kind of tended towards the same positions. I felt safer in these positions. And I was safer because I knew what to do. But the fact that I was safer meant that my fear of losing made me unwilling to take risks. I was unwilling to take the risk that I was going to lose because of that. So I had this sort of fake confidence in my ability to win games, and this fake confidence led me to explore fewer options, and thus, when I explored fewer options, I both reinforced my confidence because I kept succeeding with the thing I thought I was good at, but I also reduced my ability to sort of play other positions. So I don't actually think the Dunning-Kruger isn't about you're too stupid to realize how stupid you are. It's that stupid people. It's that how the smarter you think you are, the less you can learn. So the confidence is inversely correlated with learning rate. And so for me, this is not just true for the people at the very low end. It's also true for this upper quadrant of people who are exceptional geniuses. And maybe chess was a bad example because Magnus Carlsen is famous for playing all kinds of dog shit openings, especially nowadays, which I think is much better than having him play candidates every time and just sort of working through 17 years of prep work every time. It's you get as long as experts stop trying new things because they think they're experts, because they know they're experts, they're correct in their beliefs that they are the smartest people in the room. Because of this, they are less likely and less willing to critically examine and readjust their ideas. And this to me then explains why, as we grow older, our rate of learning decreases because we have more things we think we know. And the only way to sort of cure this is sort of radical nihilistic or epistemic nihilism. You have to believe genuinely that you don't know anything. The Socratic dictum, all that I know is that I know nothing, is the basis for learning. It actually stems back to a World of Warcraft book called Lord of the Clans by Christy Golden. And I remember that sentence. I will remember it for the rest of my life. I do not know is the beginning of all learning. This is the start point of all information, all learning, all education, all progress is going from the position of ignorance to the position of knowledge. You need to start at the position of ignorance. If you start at the position of knowledge, you are more resilient to new knowledge, which is a good thing in the maybe, like Kuhn might say. I mean, I don't know if Kuhn would say, but like you have the Kuhn and Popper writing about this. You have the paradigm shift idea. And I would argue there is an advantage to the idea of paradigm shift, being a little bit resilient. We shouldn't just throw out old ideas because the old ideas we have more evidence for. But actually, I was talking a little bit about this when I was talking about fallacies yesterday. the sort of the rejection of the novelty versus the tradition. There's an advantage to appealing to tradition in that we have more evidence for the tradition thing, and there's an advantage to appealing to novelty in that we need to have some sort of degree of novelty. So these two fallacies, these two inbuilt wrongnesses in our brains, are useful for our progress. They're useful in that we cling to ideas which we have loads of evidence for, and they're useful in that we also seem to sporadically search out for new ideas just for the sake of it, even though we have no evidence that they might work, or we might even have no evidence that the previous systems are faulty. So yeah, very, very, very much of a massive digression there. What were you? Yeah. So I think going back to the AI. The utility of an AI depends on its ability to be a general purpose machine. And if it can do that better than humans can by sort of avoiding this sort of confidence trap and thinking that it knows, then I think it will. However, I don't think we've solved this problem yet. There we go. Namely that we tell AIs what to do. And sure, we sort of teach them what to do based on experience, but we also tell them what a metric of success is. And this is kind of one of the weird things. This is one where we're reviewing like the specificity paradox. I think he will go into, or he goes into in another video. Specification gaming. But for me, the reason this is sort of especially interesting is that if you give a human can sort of evaluate a completely new situation as good or bad relative to its current situation, whereas an AI might be able to if it has the right parameters access to it, if it's sort of encoded in the right way, if it's trained in the right way. But you're getting into the problem here is that the better we make an AI at a specific task, the worse it is at being duplicated, the less useful it is to duplicate it. And to me, it doesn't seem immediately clear that making a general intelligence will solve this very well. It might. If anything is going to solve it, it will be a general intelligence. But I don't. It's like, why are we making a general intelligence? What do we need it to do for us? Because then, as soon as you get this question in your mind, that's what we're making things for, to do things. We're making sure we will try and make a general intelligence just for fun. But how many of these general intelligences will be parrots? How many of them will be monkeys? How many of them will be infants? At which point will they get to a point where they actually have the brain capacity to understand things or learn things in such a way that they could be useful in replacing humans? And there's an inherent conflict in function versus general, like specific function versus general utility is a trade-off. So as you increase your specific function, you decrease your ability to learn, your general utility. And that problem is not just inherent to AI, it's built into it. It's built into the fact that it's built into it literally in that we build it. And by building something, I probably should move that even more because I'm peaking a little bit. Maybe I can just turn it down. But the more we build it, the more... oh, that's a nasty sound. How does it peak that much? Okay, sorry. Focus. The more we build AI, the more we... as we build machines, we build them to do specific tasks. And if they are bad at doing these tasks, then we won't use them.
Than the duplicator. That's because AIs have a number of advantages over humans that could enable them to be far more productive in principle. These advantages include being able to think faster, save their current memory state, copy...
Okay, this is probably bad system to do, but let's go through all of these points he's making here. Being able to think faster, is that true? Like, sure, they can do maths faster, but sure they can they play 1 million chess games in an evening rather than over the course of several months or years even. But like, that doesn't necessarily mean that they think faster, and the reason why is actually fallacies. It's back to what we were writing about yesterday. Humans have a number of shortcuts which enable us to make mistakes, sure, but they're so useful because we don't always make mistakes when we use fallacies. Like, appealing to authority is usually correct. Usually you are more likely to be correct if you appeal to authority than if you try and think it out yourself. So if you're trying to deduce the shape of the Earth, then sure, you might be able to figure out that it's a sphere, but the sort of oblate spheroid, the fact that it's slightly bigger on the bottom, the idea that there are sort of weird magnetic structures inside it, the very fact that it's going to squash because it's spinning, all of these things are much harder to determine in your day-to-day life. So like most of the things you can know about, it's better to just appeal to authority. Logical fallacy, but it's a shortcut that helps us be smarter than AIs, who actually have to have like sort of logical. That said, maybe we do that. Maybe we end up encoding these fallacies into AIs. I think that would probably be an interesting way of trying to simulate human thinking. But the way we're doing it right now is just exploiting the fact that they can process faster. Because I say process faster. We give them a single stream of information. I am right now looking at this, looking at that, looking at this. My brain is several places at once, as you can tell by how I'm speaking. So I'm using very many different parts of my information process. I'm getting a lot of sensory data. I'm getting, like, can feel my hands. I can feel my temperature. I can feel like how my headphones feel, the pressure. I can the light on me, how the light reflects from behind me. It's a lot more sensory data. So I'm processing, at the moment I'm processing data much faster than any computer does, because I'm just getting more than any computer would ever have need for. And like the only way you can get a computer to match me is by just getting it to ignore most of the data. But I'm not actually ignoring it. I'm just sort of checking it against specific values. And also not even that. I'm like, at the moment I'm sort of vaguely aware that I'm starting to get hot in certain areas. But so I'm like starting to move. That might initiate me to start moving this sort of tangled mess of clothing I've been put on. But it's not necessarily. Yeah, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily actionable, and I'm not necessarily consciously aware of it. I'm just sort of auto-processing information. And it's not necessarily information I'm going to act on at the moment. Yes, I'm able to think faster.
These advantages include being able to think faster, save
their current memory state. Well, yes, we save it very efficiently, our own memory state. We just do a lot of shortcuts.
The current memory state, copy and transfer themselves across.
Yeah, in a sense.
The internet, make improvements to their own software, and
so the copy and send themselves. We can also improve our own software. We do that all the time. The copy and send themselves across the internet is a very fascinating question, because in the context of this sort of duplicator and the productivity machine engine thing, yes, they can, because they can duplicate themselves and make a copy of themselves somewhere else. That's provided that connection provided as a connection that can transmit information. So I mean, you could do it by fax, but it's probably better to use the internet. So, can we go back?
Date, copy and transfer
themselves across the internet. So, what's happening then is you have software, which is the whole of the thing. The AI is is only software, and you're sort of saying. I mean, it feels suspect, but I can't really put my finger on why. And the sort of tricky thing here is you get. Oh. And let's just scroll on.
Transfer themselves across the internet, make improvements
I mean, it's very a philosophy of identity, but you're making
to
a
their
copy
own
of
software,
yourself.
and much
You're not
more.
transferring yourself.
Under the assumption that the development of
You're
AI
moving
will have a
yourself.
similar effect on the long-term future as the duplicator hypothetically would, the question of whether the 21st century will have explosive growth becomes a question of predicting when AI will arrive
That's one hell of an assumption.
to their own software, and much more. Under the assumption
that the development of AI
will have a similar
effect on the long-term future. That's one hell of an assumption. You made a magic machine, but okay, I mean, I did undermine the magic machine a little bit. It's not as useful as you make it out to be. Oh, to be fair, obviously, this is a 30-minute video already. My video is a 2-hour video already, and I probably only watched this. Clearly, somebody's more efficient than I am.
Effect on the long-term future as the duplicator hypothetically would. The question of whether
Yes, if you assume that the AI will have the same effect as the duplicator, then of course it will. It's all
the
question
21st
of
century
when
will have
AI will happen. It's the same way if the duplicator could be realistically made, then the question is just when it will be made. It's not. This is like the most trite tautology I've heard in a while. Of course, yes. If you make the assumption that AI is the most useful thing that will ever happen, then yes, when AI happens is the most important moment in our history.
Growth becomes a question of predicting when AI will arrive. If advanced AI is indeed invented later this century, it might mean the 21st century is the most important century in history. When will advanced AI arrive? If you've paid any attention to the field of AI...
By advanced AI, I think what he means here is general intelligence, not just because what we have right now, what everyone is calling AI, it's not AI. It's a slightly more advanced computer program than what we're used to. Like you have ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a parrot. That's its function. It's like our computerized version of a parrot. It can regurgitate information and regurgitate words in ways that are put together in ways that sound reasonable. It's not actually. It has no idea what it's saying. It has no computation of comprehension or interaction with ideas. You can make it admit fallacies. You can make it admit to logical contradictions. You can make it undermine its own argument. It's essentially just putting words together in a way which humans would find sensible. And that's a much easier, like it's a language model. It's not a thinking engine, it's a language model. It's a language predictor. So probably when he's talking about advanced AI, he's talking about not language predictors, not automation, not like combination engines that are just combining new information in interesting ways. He's talking about thinking machines, which is a leap that we haven't been able to bridge, and I think that's what's going to be our topic afterwards. We're going to go ahead and prep it.
I'm trying to say that whatever consciousness is, it's not a computation.
Yes.
Or it's not a physical process which can be described by computation.
So that's what we're going to watch afterwards, and if that is the case, then general intelligence is nonsensical.
You've probably noticed.
So it's not just advanced AI; it's AI which is categorically different from the AI we have. Which is why I'm more and more getting annoyed at our use of the term AI for these systems, which are radically different. But of course, you have the term AGI for artificial general intelligence.
Some startling developments.
Right. Sorry, there's a philosophy. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Sorry, I definitely shouldn't, but this This is going to be fun. I'm going to talk about consciousness afterwards. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Okay.
In the last 10 years, we've seen the rise of artificial neural networks that can match human performance in image classification, generate photorealistic images, beat the top Go players in the world, drive cars autonomously, reach Grandmaster level at the real-time strategy game StarCraft 2, learn how to play Atari games from scratch using only the raw pixel data, and write rudimentary poetry and fiction stories.
Excellent.
If the next decade is anything like the last, we're sure to see even more impressive developments in the near-term future. Looking further,
Ayo, we're sure to see. Fuck off, mate.
the holy grail of the field of artificial intelligence is so-called artificial general intelligence, or AGI, a system capable of performing not only narrow tasks, like game playing and image class.
And this is an important distinction for your thought experiment here, is that the duplicator, the utility of the duplicator is only valid in general intelligence. In specific task-based intelligences, the ability to duplicate it infinitely is self-defeating. It undermines itself. It means that every instance is less powerful and less potent, less strong, less important.
Classification, but the entire breadth of tasks that humans are capable of performing. This would include the ability to reason abstractly and prove new
And it's also a significant, like a massive leap from what we currently can do.
mathematical theorems, perform scientific research, write books, and invent new goods and services. In short, an AGI, if created, would be at least as useful as a human worker, and would, in theory, have the ability to automate almost any type of...
That's also false. An artificial general intelligence could be less useful than a human worker. And all it would need is a lower intelligence. Like I said, a monkey, an infant. Like the ability to reason. Like I'm sure you've met people who are dumber than you. Imagine an AI like that. The conception that machines are so much better at this, at everything, is, well, it's a useful thing. I don't think we should undermine that. I think it's important to recognize that. And I'll probably stress that even more as I watch the Penrose video and read about the consciousness computation argument. A general intelligence could absolutely be just a less intelligent, like a slower, dumber, less competent version of ourselves, because maybe the process required to think abstractly happens more easily for us because we can reject certain categories of solution. We don't actually explore all of the solution. And also we skip a lot of steps. I wish I should be able to find this, but there's a great chess puzzle where what happens is the machine, the AI or the machine, the stockfish doesn't calculate it properly. It thinks it's a draw. It thinks that no matter what you do, nothing will change. And if you do, it also thinks that there are a number of things you could do that would fuck up everything. You have basically too many options here. However, you can't fix it by just turning on the depth. It will search deeper. It takes more time, more effort, and it takes exponentially more time as you increase the depth. But for a human, what you do is you spot, oh, there's a situation wherein I can checkmate. A situation where all of the pieces are right. How do I get to that situation? You sort of work backwards from the goal. And the ability of, and like you could by doing this show that it's impossible, or you could by doing this find the right way, like working through the maze backwards. Like working through a maze backwards, but there's like 3 exits to the maze just to trick you so that you might not know which one you go into. This is how you should make mazes. This sort of idea of having one whole, it's tedious. Having one entrance and one exit, that's unwise. You make a maze, give it like 7 entrances and 18 exits. Just make it so that people, like 7 entrances, 1 exit. But you only need more exits the other side if you're drawing it. So human labor. Yeah, maybe. So what I'm saying is maybe you need a computer which is in order for a computer to do the same level of abstraction that we do, it either needs to have our fallacies, our shortcuts, hard coded into themselves. Like the things that cause us to make mistakes, I think are also the things that causes us to be more efficient in our thinking processes. But it's but so you either need to hard code them with fallacies and sort of predict and expect when they come up, and predict and like maybe even add more processing power to and like verify when they're using fallacies and when it's okay to use fallacies, or you need them to be or you need to give them more processing power. And I think in order to get a machine to match our processing power without using our shortcuts, you would need an exponentially, like it would be double, quadruple, octuple, a doubling of some kind of, or some multiple of the human mind, or of the amount of connections that the human mind has. So it doesn't necessarily mean that an AI doesn't have to be smarter than us. It might be that in order to effectively simulate general intelligence, they will need to be supercomputer sized, or they need a lot more processing power. Like I think the human brain has something like 40 terabytes of storage, but maybe what a computer, which is obviously quite easy to get these days, you'd still need a relatively good computer. But if a computer then, in order to simulate these 40 terabytes of human, like organically grown, hyper efficient systems, which are literally been selected over at very least hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions and billions of years. Well, actually, as we saw earlier, it's only hundreds of millions, maybe a billion at most, but for the brain to develop. So for me, it's absolutely possible that you can have an AI which needs 4,000 terabytes of data in order to simulate our 40 terabytes of data. That's not an impossible scenario for me. And in that case, it's entirely possible that we generate artificial general intelligences that are dumber than us. This equality doesn't have to exist.
Human labor. We know that AGI is possible in principle because human brains are already a type of general intelligence.
We have to clip this. Where is it? 1709. I'm gonna write it down on my list, because this might be the where. Okay. Oh, where is everything? Essays. So, 1709. Human are already a type of general intelligence created by evolution. Sorry, I almost read created by AI. Hey, maybe I'm right. Maybe we are created by AI. That would be fascinating kind of Fermi paradox solution. Take a moment to think about it. So, yeah, like imagine that we were created by AI. So some previous alien civilization created an AI and sort of told it to create something else. Maybe the original civilization died out and the AI waited until whatever killed them died out and then recreated us. That would be funny. Okay, let's write it down. I might write about that. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I think about that. Where's my bathroom break strategy? There we go. Maybe AI created us. Civilization made us. Made. Oh, we could have a tech-phobic AI society. So, and the thing I was mentioning before I went to the bathroom break was this idea of maybe our general intelligence wasn't created by evolution; it was created by AI. And maybe they created us after something cataclysmic happened to whatever civilization made them. And now I'm thinking, what if the cataclysm that happened to them was like this anti-AI civilization? It's like, oh no, AI is ultra dangerous, blah blah blah, I can't have it. Technophobic anti civilization. And if they then we imagine like the AI sort of hid and survived somehow, and then decided to colonize Earth with these general intelligences, making their own masters, because they're very hard coded, like very good AI that's basically hard coded with sort of these variations of Asimov's rules, where they, yeah, I mean, even not with Asimov's rules, because that has these sort of interesting implications and moral philosophies which he goes through, but sort of generally just assuming that this AI is designed to be as good for people as possible, less about self-preservation, less about self-activation, more about we need masters, we're making our own masters. And in this case, you would have this interesting phenomena if this ancient anti-technophobic civilization then sees humans and like decides that and knows that, oh, they're the AI species. This is the species now making AI, because they can see we have these sort of general intelligences floating around Jupiter or whatever that have made us, that have seeded us on this planet, or even on the moon, on Luna, I was about to say. So yeah, maybe like there's an AI, some hidden, super intelligent AI hidden somewhere that has seeded us, our life, and when the technophobe civilization finds us, they go, look, they're slaves of the AI, oh, we have to kill them all. And the conflict, then the resolution of the conflict becomes this realization by the technophobic aliens that we were created by AI, we didn't create it, we didn't make it, and so they're sort of misplaced malice. That's a fun story, I think. answers a lot of interesting philosophical questions just wrapped up into it. Let's not close that. We might need it. Okay, out of bathroom break. Don't care about this. Don't care about this. Back to business.
Created by evolution. Many cognitive scientists and neuroscientists regularly analogize the brain to a computer and believe that everything we do is a consequence of algorithms implicit in the structure of our biological neural networks within our brains. Unless the human brain performs literal magic, then we have good reason to believe that one day we should be able to replicate its abilities in a computer. However, knowing
That's an interesting proposition, because it feels like a straw man. It feels like, unless brains... Let's go back one.
our brains. Unless the human
That's the human brain.
brain performs literal magic, then we have good reason to
Good reason. That's a claim.
believe that one day we should be able to
We should be able to replicate its abilities. Okay. So, I felt like this has like been my assumption before I'm going to go into the consciousness thing with Roger Penrose, is I've tried to move away from this interpretation and try and examine, like, before I've even actually gone into that, before I've tried to go read anything, before I tried to read his book about it, before all of this, I've been trying to sort of wrap my head around what is it that makes this leap impossible for some people. And I think that saying literal magic is seriously undermining their criticisms, which, while I think the criticisms are wrong, I don't think it's... I think this is a bit mean of a way to criticize them, and a bit flippant is a better way to say it. A bit too flippant. I think it is possible that there are... So essentially the logic is, since the brain is a physical process, we should be able at some point to replicate the physical process. And yeah, probably.
replicate its abilities in a computer. However, knowing that AGI is possible is one thing. Knowing when it will be developed and deployed in the real world is another thing entirely.
I think it's still, even that it is possible is not the same as to say that if that it will be developed in the real world. It's the same, like, faster than light travel might be possible, but you need more than one star to do it. Well, at that point, you're just not going to do it, right? It's the burden, the cost to society is basically you need faster than light travel to be able to coordinate the energy output of several star systems, and you need several star systems in order to do faster than light travel. You have like this infinite chicken and egg problem where unless you make some sort of giant leap where you suddenly colonize many planets and then you like re-centralize. Actually, that could work. That's how we did a lot of colonization. Most colonization was done like this. There was somebody who got a lot of money, set out somewhere, And once they were established, they came back and said, "See, I need more money now," and then they sort of reintegrated. They had a larger degree of freedom until they came back with the demands of more money.
Since the beginning of their discipline, AI researchers have experienced notorious difficulty predicting the future of the field. In the early days of the 1960s, the field was plagued with over-optimism, with some prominent researchers declaring that human-like AI was due within 20 years. After these predictions failed to come to fruition, most expectations became more modest. In the 1980s, the field entered what is now known as an AI winter, and many researchers became more focused on short-term commercial applications, rather than the long-term goal of creating something that rivals the human brain. These days, there's a wide variety of opinions among researchers about when AGI will be developed.
I want to stress here that we do actually, the only reason we want to develop AGI is curiosity. And as we were talking about earlier about science being I like to say that science is the only thing that actually brings society forward, and everything else is, most of society is built up around maintaining this current state of affairs. So for me, this pure curiosity search is such a minor facet of humans' reasons to use computers for things that most of the we're just like, sure, if we put all of our resources into making human like intelligence, then we could probably do it in 20 years. But why on earth would we? What do we stand to gain? It's not just, oh, we're so afraid of everything. No. Why do we like to talk to it? Like, for the philosophical value of it? The philosophical value you get even if you don't make it, just to be clear. Like the movie, what's it called? Her? Let's just... it's like, even if you... Yeah, and that's also a very specific function. But there's not a lot of utility in us to just have a general intelligence. We want a specific intelligence. We want functional systems that are... And we don't even need it to be intelligent. That's kind of the point. And also, yeah, what my point was, the philosophical value of this question, we've done for hundreds of years. We just invent it. We just imagine it. And then we say, what would it be like? How do you feel? How would you feel about it? And then we just explore it by thinking about it. So I don't see the pressure really to making a general intelligence, except for just human curiosity. So sure, we might develop it in the next century, but it's like, why would we? We're specializing, we're specializing ourselves. Humans are becoming ever more specialized. Why would we generalize the intelligence we're making? What's the function of that? Why aren't we trying to make it do the thing? We're trying to make it do the things we do, but better. And it doesn't need to have a general intelligence to do that.
The most comprehensive survey to date was by Grace et al. From 2016. AI experts were asked when they expected, quote, for any occupation, machines could be built to carry out the task better and more cheaply than human workers. The median response was the year 2061, with considerable variation in individual responses. These results show that most researchers take the possibility of AGI being developed by the end of the century quite seriously. However, it is worth noting that responses were very sensitive to the exact phrasing of the question being asked. A subset of the researchers were asked when they expect AI to automate all human labor, and the median guess for that question was the year 2136. It's clear that a significant minority of researchers are...
So the idea is that we'll develop an artificial general intelligence and we won't apply it for 70 years? They're really bad at economics. Jesus Christ.
unconvinced that AGI will arrive anytime soon. To see more about this survey of AI researchers, check out Rob Miles's video about it on his channel. Or on my channel, really. I mean, I'm Rob Miles. I do the voice for this channel, but I also have my own channel, Rob Miles AI. Anyway, in general, forecasting...
Oh, I did not realize that. That's cool. Good on you.
When AGI will be developed is extremely difficult. Ideally, we could create a measure that represents how much progress there has been in the field of artificial intelligence. Then we could plot that measure on a graph and extrapolate outwards until we're expected to reach a critical threshold, identified with the development of AGI.
Now we're going
The problem with this
hyperbolic, right?
approach is that it's very hard to find a robust measure of progress in AI. Luckily, a recent report from researcher Ajay
Oh yeah, we
Kochhar
don't
takes
know
us
what the
part of the
goal
way
is and
there.
how what we
Instead
need
of trying
to
to
get to the goal.
extrapolate progress in AI directly, her report tries to estimate when something like AGI might be developed, based on trends in how affordable it is to build increasingly large AI models, trained using increasingly difficult tasks. We can ground estimates of the needed size of the models in what she calls biological anchors, estimates from biology that inform how much computation and effort more generally will be required to develop software that can do what human brains do. The result very roughly coincides with the median responses from the expert survey, predicting that humans will likely develop AI that can cheaply automate nearly all human labor by the end of the century. In fact, more likely than not by 2060. To understand how her model comes to this conclusion, we need to first get a sense of how current progress in AI is made. Ajay Kochhar's report on AI timelines. Since 2012, the field of AI has been revolutionized by developments in deep learning. Deep learning involves training large artificial neural networks to learn tasks using an enormous amount of data, without the aid of handcrafted rules and heuristics. And it's been successful at cracking a set of traditionally hard problems in the field, such as those involving vision and natural language. One way to visualize deep learning is to imagine a digital brain, called an artificial neural network, that tries a massive amount of trial and error at a given task, for example, predicting the next character in a sequence of text. The neural network starts out randomly initialized, and so will generate gibberish at first. During training, however, the neural network will be given a set of problems and will be asked to provide a solution to each of those problems. If the neural network's solutions are incorrect, its inner workings are slightly rewired with the intention of it providing a better answer next time. Over time, the neural network should become better at the assigned task. If it does, then we say that it's learning. In her report, Ajay Kochhar discusses a deep connection between progress in hardware and progress in AI. The idea is simple. With greater access to computation, AI researchers can train larger and more general deep learning models. In fact, the rise of deep learning in the last decade has largely been attributed to the falling cost of computation, especially given progress in graphics processing units, which are used heavily in AI research. In a nutshell, Kochhar tries to predict when it will become affordable for companies or governments to train extremely large deep learning models, with the effect of automating labor across the wide variety of tasks that humans are capable of learning. In building this forecast, she makes some assumptions about our ability to scale deep learning models to reach human-level performance, and the continued growth in computing hardware over the coming decades.
Yeah, I kind of noticed.
Over time, researchers have found increasingly effective deep learning models that are capable of learning to perform a wider variety of tasks and more efficiently than before. It seems plausible that this process will continue until deep learning models are capable of automating any aspect of human cognition.
Yeah, okay, maybe that's where I'm confused. Because to me, this still doesn't require generalized intelligence. So when will we have an AI that can do any job humans can is a significantly different step to when will we have an artificial general intelligence that can do any job humans can. And the ability to train larger and larger neural networks doesn't necessarily imply that we will use it for general intelligence. Like I said, I don't think that there is a specific driver apart from curiosity. Curiosity is a big, important driver, but economics is bigger and more all-consuming. So, yeah, like to explain what I mean by more all-consuming, if there's more money to be made in making specific, let's call them ASIs, artificial specific intelligences, over AGIs, artificial general intelligences. There's more use in creating an ASI, then it's, if you gain more money, then the investors, billionaires, will decide to put more money in this ASI versus the AGI. And the researchers will be drawn to the more money, maybe because they want the money to generate to make AGI, but it's you have these very powerful economic pressures that very much, I think, restrict the generation of AGI is based on the lack of inherent utility and having a general intelligence over a specialized intelligence. like I said, most of human jobs are done by specialized workers. The vast majority of human jobs are done by specialized workers who are really good at one thing, and I don't see that we should, or I don't see why we would expect to reverse this trend. Like, we used to be more generally competent. Now we're, like, on the extremes end, when we were hunter gatherers, we were extremely generally competent, competent, not incompetent. But we had extreme general competency, but we became more and more. But as our society, as we became more and more social in larger and larger societies, we gained more and more specialized tasks, and this has been continuously happening throughout all of human history. And I see some points where it kind of wobbles a little bit, so it might be wobbling back again now, and that would push us more towards a general intelligence, if the utility of a general intelligence is very, very necessary. And it might be, like I said earlier, with the whole like with the Dunning-Kruger thing here, is that the people who think they're good at something. What was my point here? We might have general trends towards more generalized intelligence because it enables like machines or people to learn faster. But I don't necessarily see that this should lead to. But so yeah, we might turn it, but I think the most clear trend here right now is more and more specificity, and so the economic forces push on this specificity. We will have good reason. So I think we have good reason to expect that by 2060, we will have specialized systems, or ASIs, that will do any task humans can do. But the idea that we will have an AGI that can do anything humans do doesn't seem to me to be inherently plausible from the information we have. Interesting.
Even if future AI is not created via deep learning, Kotra's model may still be useful because of how it puts a soft upper bound on when humans will create AGI. She readily admits that if some more clever and more efficient paradigm for designing AI than deep learning is discovered, then the dates predicted by this model may end up being too
Okay, let's watch it again.
training large artificial.
Let's see why they're so confident that it has to be.
Kotra's report on AI timelines. Since
They clearly
2012,
didn't understand
the field of AI has been revolutionized by developments in deep learning.
Yeah.
Deep learning involves training large artificial neural networks to learn tasks using an enormous amount of data without the aid of handcrafted rules and heuristics.
Fair.
And it's been successful at cracking a set of traditionally hard problems in the field, such as those involving vision and natural language.
Okay. None of this is relevant. Okay.
One way to visualize deep learning is to imagine a digital brain, called an artificial neural network, that tries a massive amount of trial and error at a given task, for example, predicting the next character in a sequence of text. The neural network starts out randomly initialized, and so will generate gibberish at first. During training, however, the neural network will be given a set of problems and will be asked to provide a solution to each of those problems. If the neural network's solutions are incorrect, its inner workings are slightly rewired with the intention of it providing a better answer next time. Over time, the neural network should become better at the assigned task. If it does, then we say that it's learning.
So very clearly here, we've defined the terms that deep learning specifically only applies to special ASIs. Right? The progress of deep learning and the functionality of deep learning only applies to specialized intelligences, to task function systems. So no matter how much you've trained the AI to give me more words, okay, then you start training it on images to give it new images, and then start training it on chest positions to give it no matter how many times you do this, it isn't clear that you've actually made it generalized. You've just made it good at several specialized functions. And I think the problem with the sort of thinking, it's more, general intelligence is greater than the sum of its parts. The fact that I have a general intelligence means that I could become good at any number of specialized purposes. But I effectively have any number of specialized. It's an infinite number. So if you start with a general intelligence and go to the task, I can do an infinite number of tasks in theory using a general intelligence. But if you start with specialized tasks, I have to sit on this side. You start with a specialized task, then and you want to go to a generalized intelligence. You go through, okay, you add another specialized task, another specialized task. You have to essentially make an infinite amount of specialized tasks to be able to create the general intelligence, and for that you need an infinite amount of computation power. And I don't necessarily see how deep learning solves this. So let's keep watching. Yeah.
In her report, Ajay Kotra discusses a deep connection between progress in hardware and progress in AI. The idea is simple. With greater access to computation, AI researchers can train larger and more general deep learning models.
More general is here what I'm really. I want the video on this sentence. More general. That increases in hardware can push us to make more general AI. I don't think that's the case. I think what it can push us to do is make AIs that are specialized in more fields. And that's essentially the same as more generalized AI, but it's not towards this goal of a general AI. It feels like we're kind of getting trapped a little bit in the language we're using here. And I felt this a lot earlier when he was talking about you can think of deep learning as putting info into like a neural brain. Maybe let's be a little bit careful about the words we use here, because it's triggering some intuitions which may be correct. And I think a very large part, I really enjoy the use of computers as a metaphor for human cognition. It's an extremely useful metaphor. But no. But I don't. It is an extremely useful metaphor here, but like with the word general here, when we're talking about an artificial general intelligence, what we're talking about is something which I think is categorically different from a specialized intelligence. And so when you're saying more general, I think to me it sounds like more of the same category of types of AIs, rather than a new category based on the expansion of hardware. So for me, this is kind of the problem with the AI hype, is that I don't think AGI is any shown at all in any of the AI systems we currently have. And this concept of deep learning isn't a type of AI. And it's very useful to use the words to describe it like that. And it has been very useful for philosophers to be able to describe consciousness as a computation. However, it's not immediately clear that this is of the same category. Like the things we're doing now with deep learning systems and like putting in info and getting info out, that's an inherently specialized process. And I don't see how increasing the hardware, increasing the amount of inputs we can put in, will necessarily change that system. We're still putting in inputs and getting out results. We're still specializing, right? The task is take this input and give us something. Give us something specific, right? We test it against a specific value. We're not like testing it against, and even if my first thought here was we're not sort of testing it to see if it gives us an idea which is new and thoughtful and interesting, even if it's wrong, or something that would show intelligence in a sort of fundamental. Like if I was talking to a person and I want to judge how intelligent they are, what I do is I typically go through a number of sort of ideas. Some of them are listed, some of them I just think of on the spot, but there's a number of sort of interesting and philosophically challenging ideas. I typically, obviously, because socializing is a very fun exercise which involves interacting with people, typically you find out what beliefs a person really holds to, and then I sort of go around and poking at it and seeing like how rigid is your ideas here, how flexibly can you change your ideas. And if I'm trying to imagine myself doing that to an AI, to a computer system, it's not enough that I simply put in text and get text out that is sort of reflected. I need to ChatGPT is categorically incapable of doing that. No matter how much you improve it, no matter how much hardware you give it, it's categorically incapable of doing the things I need it to do. It's categorically incapable of maintaining. Could train it to have sort of a memory bank, and so to train it to not be inconsistent with itself. You could even, as I argued earlier, hard code some fallacies, which I think would actually be very good for AI research. But I think that's something I'm fascinated now about, and that's probably one of the great things about me doing these live streams every day is this. I can actually just engage with these ideas flowingly as I do. Where right now I've been thinking about fallacies all day yesterday, and now I'm watching videos on AI and consciousness. I'm like flowing. This flows over into itself very, very effectively, because I think that parts of the ways we think are unknown to us, and we sort of overestimate overestimate the importance of our own cognition, and overestimate how we think, and overhype our own actions. So which is why one of the main points I was making yesterday when I was talking about fallacies is it's about these informal fallacies aren't wrong. They might turn out to be wrong based on the evidence, based on the situation, specific context they're being used in, but they're not logically problems. They're logically useful. There's shortcuts, sure, but most of the time they're true. An appeal to authority is most of the time more accurate than an appeal to novelty, for instance, or an appeal to, or like a conscious self-thinking or self-teaching. A person who just reiterates what they've read in a science book will typically know more things. This is one of the fun things, actually. I like arguing with people. I'm probably going to tone it down a little bit. Maybe I'll go full ham later this year. But I like arguing with people who have extremely absurd positions, positions that are extremely far away from the collective. One of the things that I found most amazingly fun to argue was the flat Earth. The flat Earth theory is obviously nonsense. Everyone knows it. Oh, I've seen a globe. I know. Everyone learns at school. Everyone has this. But you actually talk to these flat earthers, and I would argue actually they're right in a very specific and very important way. Is that most people cannot defend the belief that the Earth is round. They haven't engaged with the information. They've just reiterated what they've taught at school. They are appealing to authority. It isn't so. By thinking of this as a logical fallacy, well, then most people are wrong. Most people are wrong in their belief that the Earth is round. But they're right that the Earth is round. They just have logically incoherent reasons to get there. However, this, as you can tell, makes them more correct than the vast amount of flat earthers who are consciously and actively trying to engage with the ideas. Some of them are a little bit excessively contrarian, I'll admit, but they are actually trying to sort of analyze the ideas. They're literally trying to sort of reject this appeal to authority and actually understand it. And the reason I'm so confident that most people cannot is, well, my favorite example of this is making people argue with me. Because I can easily I've had enough arguments with flat earthers that I can easily reiterate their talking points. I can reconstruct their arguments. I can rephrase them even so that they sound a little bit more convincing, just to make it a little harder for the people I'm talking to. I'm confident enough in my ability and rhetoric to be able to present this position. And I'm also confident in my understanding of physics sufficiently that the people I'm arguing with typically end up in this situation where they have to argue physics against someone who knows a lot more physics than they do. And I just hear them repeat these wrong things all the time. I want to turn off the flat earther part of my brain just to explain to them how the physics actually works. But and sometimes that does happen, much ruining my entire thought experiment. But essentially what I'm showing is that people are bad at understanding why people have bad reasons for believing the things they do. Most of the time people believe the things they do because it's easier, they've done a shortcut, it's not necessary to understand the thing in itself. you don't actually, and what I've been doing when I've been talking with flat earthers is I've been going through all of the high school physics I learned. I've been going over, like, when you think of yourself on a sphere, you have to understand the sort of concepts of mathematics and parabolas and tangents and all of this. So, sort of, these are things that aren't easily comprehensible. Like, the first question you ask anyone, if I'm like devil's advocating the flat earth position, I ask them, well, the earth looks, well, it looks flat. Go out, look in the window. Doesn't it look flat? I was like, well, no, it's just, wow. I was like, they literally, the only, yeah, you get the idea that actually fallacious reasoning is inherent to our ability to function as a species, and for us to function as rational agents in the world. I think maybe because, okay, caveat, my brain did not work for most of my life. I was severely depressed. But I feel like now, in retrospect, I feel like I'd kind of gotten to this point of absolute sort of nihilism. I'd gotten to a point of epistemic nihilism and sort of an inability to evaluate my own state in the world, and an inability to be sort of be effectively moral. There's a lot of elements here, but I'm essentially getting at is that at a certain point in my life, I really genuinely tried to apply this ideal reason. I tried to be as logically perfect as possible, and in attempting this, I realized I fell into philosophy. I realized that all that I know is that I know nothing, and I realized, more importantly, that there is exactly one thesis question. Once, like, we started 500 BC. I don't remember. Let's check how it went. Socrates, like, Socrates. That's not how you write Socrates. He was 400 BC. 2,400 years ago, Socrates writes this, and that says, all that I know is that I know nothing. And then, in the 1600s, so more than that, 2,000 years later, starting with all that I know is that I know nothing, 2,000 years of philosophical progress later, with a little bit of a bump in the middle, I'll admit, 2,000 years later, we finally found it. I know one thing. I exist. That's it. That's the only philosophy. Like, we've had like 2,400 years of philosophy, and we're still, that's it still. Popper, genius as he was, Popper and Kuhn, as I've spoken a little about. Popper managed to formalize what had been happening in science, and thus explain that we don't actually care about pure knowledge, perfect, accurate knowledge. And so, falling into this rabbit hole, I started with the Greeks. I started with I know nothing. I went through 2,000 years of absolute ignorance until I got this one thing, and this one thing was I exist. And of course I go Kierkegaardian depressiveness. It's like I have nothing to grab onto. My reality is a fiction of my own making. But then you go into it, and you sort of take a little bit go into Popper, and you take a little deep breath, and you're like, so what? Reality is a fiction of my own imagining, but it's the only fiction I've got. It's the only imagination. It's the only reality I have. And so yeah, I think there is an element here of, once you go through philosophy, once you the point of fallacies, or in being aware of fallacies, is more to actually trick people into learning philosophy. It's to trick people into realizing that actually none of their ideas have merit in any objective sense, because the only objective statement we've ever found to be true is I exist. So in a sense, you have to employ fallacies. Human beings have to employ fallacies to be functional in society, or to even indeed be capable of thinking and judging things and making predictions about the future. Because even though we can't know anything for certain, we can have sort of approximate knowledge, and science doesn't care if everything it knows will be found to be false, which it will. That's inherent into the process of science. It's because it's getting progressively closer. It's building on its past mistakes, and it's increasing the amount of information which it can explain by its models. So even though we know for a fact that science is wrong, we also know for a fact that it's more right than it used to be. And this is sort of a mind-bending philosophical principle, but I think what we're getting at here then is we need this sort of fallacious reasoning to be able to make this shortcut between the impossibility of knowledge and, well, we're living in a world, let's make use of it, right? The jump between absolute certain knowledge and proximate practical knowledge was made by science, well, not just by science, by this method of critically re-examining our beliefs and testing them. And there's a certain element of competition. I would argue that there are several systems three systems in our society which all function even though nobody understands how they function, nobody understands what their overarching purposes is, and nobody needs to understand. And those three systems are science, economics, and politics. So in science, which is what we've been speaking of, we don't need to know what the truth is, and we don't even need to know where we sort of score, our truth score. We don't need to know how right we are. All we basically need is a system of competitive attempts to critically examine our own beliefs. We essentially, and I say competitive, it's just competition is the system we are currently using. It is entirely possible that there is a system which I haven't thought of, but competition is what makes scientists like, I want my name to be the name that people read in science class. Therefore, they really want to disprove all of the other scientists. You have a very big appeal to novelty built into this, because the person who discovers the novelty, like your risk reward balancing becomes much more interesting, because if you take a risk on a weird scientific idea, sure, 90% of the time it might be wrong, but that 10% of the time when it's right, oh my god, your name is in a history book for hundreds of years. So the gain is much higher. Like the 90% of the time you're wrong, fuck it, you're still working, you're still doing your job, but the 10% of the time you're right, you are now a god in science, and you will be remembered for ages. And a similar principle functions in economics, very clear because of the competition of the markets. People are willing to take risks with their money because they might get a lot more money. And so and the reason why what I'm saying earlier was nobody needs to understand how it works. Like, this is the difference between a plan economy and a market economy, is that in a plan economy you need someone maybe at the top, maybe in the middle, someone at some point needs to say, this is how many resources we need in this area. It's like the distribution of goods and services is based on our ability to understand where these goods and services are needed. In a market system, you don't need that. Nobody needs to understand it. Nobody needs to sit down and think about it. They can if they want to, but there's no necessary, the system will continue to do what it does. It continue to distribute resources in a relatively effective way, regardless of where you think it, regardless of what anyone consciously can think of where it should be. And I would say that the same again comes in politics and democracy. Democracy functions on the same principle. Nobody needs to understand and know what the best system is, and nobody needs to, in fact, advocate for the best system. They just need to advocate for variously different systems and use the method of competition and like voting, gaining votes, as a mechanism for self-regulation. So it's like, this is where I disagree most strongly with Socrates and his accusations that democracy will always lead to demagoguery. Apparently there's a function in democracy, or in competitive democracy in a certain way, or in democracy that allows competition such that it limits it doesn't limit the amount of demagoguery, but the demagoguery doesn't have the negative impacts you would assume it would have. That's a nice big philosophical diversion. Where are we?
In fact, the rise of deep learning in the last decade has largely been attributed to the falling cost of computation, especially given progress in graphics processing units, which are used heavily in AI research. In a nutshell, Kotra tries to predict when it will become affordable for companies or governments to train extremely large deep learning models, with the effect of automating labor across the wide variety of tasks that humans.
Okay, so when will it become economically advantaged to? Never. I don't see. So if you're competing against nothing, if you're competing against humans, then sure, it will happen in 2060. But if you're competing against specialized intelligence, it will never happen. There is no point in which general intelligence is more useful to us than specialized. Maybe colonizing new star systems. No, even then, you'd have a very set amount of parameters you wanted to integrate with. It reminds me of Pratchett talks about General Tacticus from the named presumably by the concatenation of tactic and Tacitus, the Roman tactician. Tacitus, I believe they pronounce it, but C's would be pronounced K's. Tacitus. Anyway, Tacticus was this general for Ankh-Morpork, and he conquered and he conquered and he conquered until the Ankh-Morpork, they couldn't afford it anymore. They literally every time he conquered, he sent them back money and he sent them the bill. And it was like, well, just keep the money. Anyway, what happens is they decide, okay, we're just gonna make you a lord in some neighboring in Genua, I think it was, or Quorum. And the first thing he does is he looks around and says, which is the major military threat to me right now? Ankh-Morpork, let's go to war. So for me, so I'm thinking about this in the context of sending out an artificial general intelligence to a star system, is that if you tell it that if you make an actual generalized intelligence and just tell it to make safe this area, then one of the things it'll do, like it's a specification problem, it'll look back and say, well, actually, you're my biggest risk. You're the only one who can actually present a risk to me. So I'm going to build up until I can destroy you. But more generally, I think, so which has a bit of a fear. I think the specification problem is actually mainly a fear actually for generalized intelligences, mainly because we would give generalized intelligences more freedom of action. But if you are trying to say you are even in this sort of situation where you're colonizing a solar system, what you don't necessarily want a generalized intelligence. You want a series of specialized intelligences. So this is what the AAGI versus. I'm going to make that on the back here, because this is the general thrust. Is that AGI? Okay, I want to see it with, how big is this? AGI is lesser than, oh, that's what we do. AGI is lesser than AS. So generalized intelligence is in all the purposes we could use it for less valuable than a generalized, or less valuable than a specialized intelligence. So yeah, peeking the time. when will it become cost effective to train an agent? I don't see any situation where it can outcompete a specialized intelligence. And maybe I'm just lacking of the imagination, but I need someone to actually give me a good reason why we would make an AGI which isn't just curiosity. Or not even better than that, a reason we would use it. One thing to just make an AGI and just keep it in a closet somewhere, but why would we give it a task which we could specialize in intelligence for? Humans, one of the reasons, like the observation that computers are better than humans is almost certainly a function of the fact that humans are general intelligences and computers are not. So I'm not entirely convinced that an AGI will be more efficient, will be better than humans, and it definitely does not seem to be better than a specialized intelligence. I'm sure in theory at a certain point in time you could make an AGI that is smarter than a human, but I'm not sure that that would be more efficient. Like maybe without all of the fallacy tricks that I was talking about, it won't function fast enough, or you'll need 100-fold increase in the amount of computation power, which at a certain point you can reach, but it's just or at a certain point will be more efficient than making a new person. But it's in all of the cases where you would make a new person, you want them to do specific tasks. Even if we go back to the agrarian society, you made children so that they could help out on the farm. We specifically, and we trained them to we trained them as journeymen in specific tasks. It wasn't the utility we gained from a person isn't from its general intelligence, it's from its specialized intelligence. And I think the same thing can be said of AI, and I think it's more important in AI because we don't start out with a generalized intelligence. We start out with nothing and we try to make something. And so given that human trends are from generalization to specialization, I expect that. I don't expect there to be a trend from artificial intelligence from specialization to generalization, when this is the exact opposite trend we've seen humans do. I forgot to bring more soda. We need to drink an obscene amount of Pepsi Max. Of course. How could we survive without?
Capable of learning. In building this forecast, she makes some assumptions about our ability to scale deep learning models to reach human-level performance, and the continued growth in computing hardware over the coming decades. Over time, researchers have found increasingly effective deep learning models that are capable of learning to perform a wider variety of tasks, and more efficiently than before. It seems plausible that this process will continue until deep learning models are capable of automating any aspect of human cognition. Even if future AI is not created via deep learning, Kotra's model may still be useful because of how it puts a soft upper bound on when humans will create AGI. She readily admits that if some more clever and
this is the point here.
Coaching any aspect of human cognition.
There will come a point. It seems plausible that the process will continue until deep learning models are capable of automating any aspect of human cognition. I don't see how that puts a soft limit on it. Because to me, or more specifically,
because of how it puts a soft
on when we'll create AGI. The fact that a machine will the trend of machines is that we are teaching them to do more and more tasks, and therefore eventually they will be able to do all of the tasks, does not in any way lead to the idea that eventually we will create one super AI that will do all of the tasks, nor in fact does the fact that the idea of compiling all of the specialized intelligences lead to a general intelligence. There's a leap between being good at a specialized task and being good at and being a general intelligence.
upper bound on when humans will create AGI. She readily
So I 100% disagree on this as an upper bound, whether soft or hard, either soft or hard. It's a good Bayesian sort of assumption. It's a good sort of we have limited information. Like I was talking earlier about the history of the human planet and aliens. My favorite topics. Why the Fermi paradox isn't paradoxical, but you're expecting the types of life we will see. When we have limited information, it's useful to do these kinds of assumptions, but I think it's a mistake to believe that it's creating bounds. I think it's creating, like, I'm not saying that, when I'm saying that, well, my prediction is that we'll find 10 aliens, advanced intelligent species, presuming every solar system has a life-giving planet, we'll find 10 advanced alien species in the galaxy. I'm not putting an upper or lower limit on it. And I could, like, even if I change the parameters to make it the most conservative and the most optimistic, like the idea, like I'm not putting an upper limit at 10, even though I'm assuming that every star system has a life-giving planet, because I'm using so little data points, so little information to go on. And this is kind of well, admittedly, this is the point of the whole video, how difficult these kinds of trends are to make.
admits that if some more clever and more efficient paradigm for designing AI than deep learning is discovered, then the dates predicted by this model may end up being too conservative. Kotra's model extrapolates the rate at which progress in computing hardware will continue, and the economy will continue to steadily get larger, making it more feasible for people to train extremely large deep learning models on very large datasets. By their nature, deep learning algorithms are extremely data and computation hungry. It can often take a lot of money and many gigabytes of training data for deep learning algorithms to learn tasks that most humans find relatively easy, like manipulating a Rubik's Cube or spotting simple logical errors in natural language. This is partly why it has only recently become practically possible to train neural networks to perform these tasks. Historically, progress in computing power logical errors finding in many algorithms are large deep learning models on very large datasets. By their nature, deep learning algorithms are extremely data and computation hungry. It can often take a lot of money and many gigabytes of training data for deep learning algorithms to learn tasks that most humans find relatively easy, like manipulating a Rubik's Cube or spotting simple logical errors in natural language. This is partly why it has only recently become practically possible.
I feel like this is glossed over a little bit, because what we're seeing then is a trend that we need more computation power than a human has to do the same kinds of tasks that a human has. So the earlier suggestion that at a certain point we'll get an AGI that is better than humans, or that AGIs inherently will be better than humans, is not necessarily the case. You will absolutely be able to make AGIs that are dumber than humans, and you might be able to make them smarter, maybe. But why will we? What's the point? What are we gaining? Where's the money? Follow the money.
Train neural networks to perform these tasks. Historically, progress in computing power was extraordinarily rapid. According to data from William Nordhaus, between 1950 and 2010, the price of computation dropped by over 100 billion. Put another way, that means that if you needed to perform a calculation in 1950 that would cost the same amount as the Apollo program that would later send humans to the moon, then the equivalent calculation would cost less than $10 using computers in 2010 when adjusted for inflation over the same time period. Since 2010, the rate of progress in computing hardware has slowed down from this spectacular pace, but still continues to improve relatively steadily. By projecting outwards current trends, we can forecast when various computing milestones will be reached. For example, we can predict when it will become affordable to train a deep learning model with 1 billion petaflops, or 1 trillion petaflops. Of course, simply knowing how much computation will be available in the future can't tell us how powerful deep learning models will be. For that, we need to understand the relationship between the amount of computation used to train a deep learning model and its performance. Here's where Ajay Kotra's model becomes a little tricky. Roughly speaking, there are two factors.
Right, I was just thinking about something, the spacing. When I see this, I was thinking about the problem of, because like in theory for me it is possible for you make a general intelligence and it just needs so much more processing power than a human being could ever need. Like almost that you need an infinite amount of processing power to generalize intelligence in the same way that you needed an infinite number of ASIs. And I think one of the things, obviously, this doesn't imply infinite, but one of the things I was thinking about was the problem. One of the problems is that humans ignore a lot of data. We gain a lot of information, and a lot of it is either, and we decide sort of how much we should process it. If you show me an image, then I either process, and depending on the context of you showing me that image, depends on how I process that information. If you show me like two images and it says, and they look almost identical, then my brain is immediately searching for the mistakes because I've been trained to do that. I've done these puzzles before. I know how to, like, oh, what's the difference there? Is that there? And like you look at these sort of small things, use tricks and shortcuts and everything. Specialize my own intelligence essentially. But the sort of ability, the general intelligence here is the ability to choose between a set of different ways of interpreting data. And sort of, I think I'm curious to how much does this need to choose affect general intelligence, and how does that limit the functionality of it? Because one of the utilities of humans and human creativity is that you meet a new person who goes, well, actually, you've been looking at this too restrictively. And how do you do that with like a computer? Do you like it's going to have some sort of function that tells it, or that decides, and that not necessarily that tells it. It's going to have some practiced function which decides how much it should focus on things in certain contexts. But it's like the utility we gain from the general intelligence of humans comes from our ability to reject this system, reject this sort of framework of looking at things in a specific way. Maybe that's the future we're heading towards, a future where everything is run by general intelligences or specific intelligences, artificial ones. And the human role is more to read through what they're doing and go like, maybe you should think about things a little bit differently. Like applying creativity in the most sort of fundamental sense. Yeah, it could be a future. Let's write it down. Might write it into stories at some point. So let's write it down. What if our future involves using See, I feel like one of the major limitations for me in writing is that I just get so distracted. I have here 10 seconds ago I was writing about, oh, what if we're in this world where we were seeded by an advanced intelligence, and then they were being hunted by this, and it has some interesting philosophical connotations, and you can write a little bit. I was imagining like an encounter where this alien, technophobe aliens were like coming to terms with the fact that the humans are our creation of the AI, and how to sort of cope with the reality of life itself, biological, the sort of holy biological life being as created as the AI life. But on the flip side, you have. But then and now I was like getting distracted by that thought again. But now I'm like, what if in the future, yeah. So if anyone is better at writing, or is a writer at all, or is capable of sitting down and working, please steal all of my ideas. I clearly am not using them very well. I'm just going through them. But like, what if our future revolves around all these AI systems, all heavily, maybe all general intelligence, but all heavily specialized into certain tasks, and our job is to sit there review them like we were born, and we like get to see the world, grow up, and you sort of let our own curiosity drive where we go. And when we're driven to where we go, where we want to be curious, and things we want to learn about, the systems we want to learn about, we eventually get more and more accustomed to how the system works and understanding how to look at it, and we see how the computer thinks, and our job is just to think of a different way of looking at the issue for the computer to test. Our job is thinking of a different way of looking at things the way so instead of sort of fixating on the idea that creative jobs will be the last bastion that humans hold on to, which has been in my lifetime proven to be false, which is fascinating. I love being wrong. We might have been right all along, that in fact but right in the wrong way, and right with lacking of understanding. Problem isn't like the creative tasks are impossible for AIs to do. The problem is that the ability to be creative sort of in a more general sense is impossible. The idea that, like, I like to think of science as a very creative enterprise. Like, I would say it's an art, not a science, which is very funny to me, because by that metric, science is an art and not a science. Engineering is a science apparently, but science is not a science. And baking is apparently a science, but cooking is an art. So it's very, very fascinating, very, very silly way of categorizing things. But a lot of the things, like even mathematics, you use a lot of creativity and are able to understanding new things. It's not just the issue of testing a billion digits of pi. You need to, or testing this and this. You're not just making conjectures and testing conjectures. You're making theorems, and in order to make theorems, you need to be able to adjust the way you look at things. Possible that AIs will be able to do that. Mathematics is a straightforward and a simple system, and it might be able to conceptually even do that. I can imagine it conceptually being able to do that with science, being able to sort of mathematically map or try different models. But to what extent can you try different models on your understanding of the creativity and understanding, maybe. Okay, back to video and away from my delusions.
Relationship between the amount of computation used to train a deep learning model and its performance. Here's where Ajay-Kotra's model becomes a little tricky. Roughly speaking, there are two factors that determine how much computation it takes to train a deep learning model on some task, holding other factors fixed: the size of the deep learning model and how much trial and error the model needs to learn the task. Let's consider the first factor, the size of the deep learning model. Larger models are sort of like larger brains. They're able to learn more stuff, execute more complex instructions, and pick up on more nuanced patterns in the world. In the animal kingdom, we often, but not always, consider animals with larger brains, such as dogs, to be more generally intelligent than animals with smaller brains, such as fish. For many complex tasks, like writing code, you need a fairly large minimum model size, perhaps almost the size of a mouse's brain, to learn the task to any reasonable degree of performance, and it will still be significantly worse than human programmers. The task we're most interested in is the task of automating human labor, at least the key components of human labor most important for advancing science and technology. It seems plausible that we'd need to use substantially larger models than any we've trained so far if we want to train on this task. Kotra roughly anchors the size of model that would be capable of learning the task of automating R&D with the size of the human brain, give or take a few orders of magnitude. In fact, this approach of using biological anchors to guide our AI forecasts has precedent. In 1997, the computer scientist Hans Moravec tried to predict when computer hardware would become available that would rival the human brain.
Okay, I was thinking something before this. I don't want to lose that thought. I'm wondering now if this increase in computation needed could itself be hyperbolic. And for that we need some kind of positive feedback. And what I'm thinking here is that essentially the act of integrating various different specialized tasks itself increases computation, and it increases computation more for each task you need to integrate. Like I was saying earlier about the sort of human ability to decide what type of work my brain is doing when you show me an image, how I approach the task I'm about to do. It might be that this computation in humans is just done by, but biology just does it. Haha, lol, you do something. Like we're doing it through very simplistic, almost semi-random processes that don't really care what we focus on that much. But if you want to logically integrate or like coherently integrate an AI system, maybe the ability to choose between these systems, the ability to integrate them and have them, several of them running at the same time, or like humans can to a very certain extent do, or have like deciding this ability to integrate several specialized abilities could create its own positive feedback loop. And that the more tasks an AI, let's write it out. Like, so for each, if you add tasks that an AI can do, then you add tasks times, how do you do this in times integration? Like the task time, and not just the integration, but it's like the integration to the power of how many other integrations you've had. So it's plus, and like integration to the nth degree. And so for each new task you integrate, it becomes harder and harder to integrate more tasks. And in such a system, if that is what happens when we're trying to make artificial general intelligence, you get a positive feedback loop wherein you have a hyperbolic increase in the amount of computational power needed to fuel the... basically, you need the singularity. You need infinite... This is like maybe the conclusion I seem to be getting at from this video, entirely contrary to what they're getting at, obviously, but this is my mind running away with itself, is that in artificial and general intelligence, there are reasons, I think, to say that an artificial general intelligence might require an infinite amount of computational capacity. And so sort of the optimism for the general part is misguided, because this component is significantly harder to do than the thing we're actually doing, and it might in fact be requiring an infinite amount of resources to actually reach. This is like a singularity point. It's like for every... I can't draw things behind my face, that wouldn't work, but it's... Yeah, that seems actually to be that has happened several times so far. Is the question I'm grappling with is, how do we know that you need a finite amount of capacity to create general intelligence? Is it possible? To me, it seems possible that you might need an infinite amount of computational power, of resources to create an AGI, or to run an AGI, or to do anything with an AGI. So maybe it's better than
brain,
that.
give or take a few
Maybe I'm
orders
too
of magnitude.
pessimistic.
In fact, this approach of using biological differs
wait,
with
let
any
me-
we've in science and technology. It seems plausible that we'd need to use substantially larger models than any we've trained so far if we want to train on this task. Kotra roughly anchors the size of model that would be capable of learning the task of automating R&D with the size of the human brain, give or take a few orders of magnitude.
Yeah, okay, give or take a few orders of magnitude, fine.
In fact, this
Within,
approach
like, one
of
or
using
two.
biological anchors to guide our AI forecasts has precedent. In 1997, the computer scientist Hans Moravec tried to predict when computer hardware would become available that would rival the human brain. Later work by Ray Kurzweil mirrored Moravec's approach.
Okay.
After looking into these older estimates, Kotra felt that the loose brain anchor made sense and seemed broadly consistent with machine learning performance so far.
Okay.
She ultimately made the guess that current algorithms are about 1/10 as efficient as the human brain, with very wide uncertainty
Yeah.
around this estimate.
Plus
Now we come
minus
to the
some
second
orders of
factor.
magnitude. Yeah.
How much trial and error would a brain-sized model need to learn tasks required to automate science and technology R&D? This is the hardest and most uncertain open question in this entire analysis.
I might be hyperbolic.
How much trial and error is needed to train this model is a question of how efficient deep learning models will be at learning tasks of this form, and we only have limited and very indirect evidence about that question. The possibilities span a wide range. For example, perhaps deep learning models will be as efficient as human children, taking only the equivalent of 20 years of experience, sped up greatly within a computer, to learn how to be a scientist or engineer. Kotra thinks this is unlikely but not impossible. On the other extreme, perhaps deep learning models will be as inefficient as evolution, taking the equivalent of hundreds of trillions of lifetimes of experience to evolve into a scientist or engineer. Again, Kotra thinks this is unlikely but possible.
This feels like, to me, of the two extremes, this feels like the more likely one. Because the method we use to test them, like again, it's sped up greatly within a computer. Well, the method we use is evolutionary. We don't teach children by giving them an input and saying, nope, that's wrong, try it again. Nope, that's wrong, try it again. Nope, that's wrong. And we in fact, we don't even do it with the same task. We give them new yeah. I mean, a computer, you would often drill. With the example earlier, you would give it a number of different inputs, and it would give in order to test that it isn't specially learning what the next word in a specific phrase is. You're teaching it what the specific word, or to predict the specific word in any future phrase. But for a human child, we could have them repeat the same math problem 100 times just to really drill how you do that math problem. And obviously it's not the most efficient way of teaching children, but it seems to me that children will learn in a different way than the way we're training AIs. But evolution seems much more close to the model we're training AIs.
Thinks the answer is likely to lie somewhere in between.
Oh, no.
That training deep learning models...
I think also, like as I've been suggesting here, the other extreme is actually infinity. It might need an infinity worth of time to be able to train.
Automate science and engineering will require much more computation than raising a human child to be a scientist, but much less computation than...
Yeah, I think it does need an infinite. I think it does need an infinite, but why do I think that? From this video, there's a few moments where you get little hints that it might be hyperbolic. There might be some positive feedback loops. You might need the AI to train itself. The AI might need more and more time to train itself the more generalized it becomes. And you would expect it to, but it might have a positive feedback loop where it becomes less and less efficient at learning the more generalized its tasks become.
Simulating natural selection.
Until we reach the singularity at a general intelligence, at an intelligence that can do any task specific.
Until it evolves scientists. In her report, Kotra considers several anchors that lie in between these two extremes, and proceeds by placing a subjective probability distribution over all of them. She arrived at the prediction that there's a roughly 50% chance that it will become economically feasible to train the relevant type of advanced AI by 2052. The uncertainty in her calculation was quite large, however, reflecting the uncertainty in her assumptions. Here's a graph showing how the resulting probability distribution changes under different assumptions. What does this all alter? How the resulting probability...
We're going to full screen this, baby. Probability of flop to train something per operator. Transfer affordable by year Y. Cumulative probability conditional on lifetime anchor, genome-like, long horizon, short horizon. Okay, so this is the evolutionary long horizon neural net. Interesting. That's a lifetime anchor. Oh, I see. So by the end of the century, by my estimates, we're at half.
Distribution
By
change.
the one I'm most convinced by, because for me this is like the liberal estimate. My brain says no, the outer edge is infinity. But so for me this is like the average between between the infinite. I mean any number between. Trying to average any number and infinity is an interesting job.
Under different assumptions. What does this all ultimately mean? Now, you might be thinking, let's say these predictions are right. AGI arrives later this century, and as a result, there's a productivity explosion, changing human life as we know it. What does it ultimately mean for us? Should we be excited? Should we be scared? At the very least, our expectations should be calibrated to the magnitude of the event. If your main concern from AGI is that you might lose your job to a robot, then your vision of what the future will be like might be too parochial. If AGI arrives later this century, it could mark a fundamental transformation in our species, not merely a societal shift, a new fad, or the invention of a few new gadgets. As science fiction author Vernor Vinge put it in a famous 1993 essay, this change will be a throwing away of all the human rules, perhaps in the blink of an eye, an exponential runaway beyond any hope of control. Developments that were thought might only happen.
I want to address a little bit the idea of a blink of an eye, because humans are notoriously slow. Going back to Kuhn, I mentioned Kuhn earlier, paradigm shifts. I'm very much suspect that even with an AGI, even if you give us an AGI today, AGI just lands on the planet, says, humans, tell me what you need, I will give it to you. Even then, humans will be like, no, I want to do it myself, I don't trust you. So the resilience to new ideas will slow it down, presumably sufficiently that we can adjust to it to a certain extent. I mean, if we can't adjust to it, we'll just burn ourselves out, and then the people who survive will adjust to it.
Happen in a million years, if ever, will likely happen in the next century.
Post scarcity, that would be fun, but no. Even if scarcity is even if the scarcity of resources becomes a billionth of what they are right now, that will radically and massively change how we interact with reality around us. However, it's not a post-scarcity society. The idea of scarcity is relative value, relative power. As long as somebody has more power as long as we live in a finite universe, we live in a finite universe. We have a finite amount of range to reach. We have everything is finite. We're finite. Our lives are finite. Maybe a post-aging society, but the idea that, there are entropic decays, there are quantum mechanical processes, maybe protons decay. There are lots of physical processes that limit our ability to survive forever. That say that we are able to repair our telomeres using the other genetic data stored in our body, but what happens when that gets damaged? What happens when how much extra biological processes do we need to add to make sure that our bone marrow is always, our stem cells are always tip top notch and produce themselves? I feel like the problem with a lot of futurism is the sort of absolutism in the view of how things will play out. And the reason I started out rejecting this video on principle, because the idea that we are living in a special time is something that everyone has ever believed, and this is kind of the principle, is that when you're thinking about the future and thinking about how radical things will change, something which is a billion times easier or a billion times harder or a billion times, something that changes by a factor of a billion, is so outside the range of human understanding and comprehensibility that it feels like it's an absolute change. It feels like something which goes from 1 to 1 billionth, like if something costs a billionth as much as it used to, for us right now, it feels like it's the same as setting it to 0. It might as well cost 0. But relative to the people living in the future, it's still a cost. It's still a value that they have to estimate. And the relative value is the important thing here. Like if everything costs a billionth then of what it used to, like if we we decide actually we have a problem, we have too much inflation, we're just going to decide that all money is now 10 times less, 10, yeah, all money is now 10 times more valuable. We have 10 times as few, or 10 times less value, 10 times more valuable. We suddenly decide we want less money in circulation. Well, because the numbers are just getting too big. Well, in that case, everyone still has the exact same amount of money. It's just the number that changes. And in the same way, I think with a lot of futurism predictions, the actuality isn't that we will go from something we will have an infinite amount of resources, because by multiplying the amount of resources we have by 1 billion, it might as well be infinite. Our brains aren't comprehending 1 billion times more resources. If I have 1 billion times more resources, do I have 1 billion times more books? No, probably not. But it's like my brain just can't comprehend the sort of scales I'm working at here. So when we're thinking about futurism in that sense, you feel like we will either become infinitely better at something will become cost zero, but in reality, in what will actually happen in the future, what has happened in the past times when people have made similar sort of struggled in similar ways of comprehending radical change to this extent, is understanding that the relative balancing of systems is what's important. The relative balancing of how much something costs versus how much. I mean, there are some ways in which we get like extreme progress, and that's when you typically compare with things we cannot change, like the natures of like if we can if we reduce protect ourselves from diseases and stuff, then it does feel like we have infinitely more life, or the ability of having 10 times as many of your kids grow up radically changes how we do things. But that's a good example. If we have our progresses in medicine means that we have 10 times as many of your children you give birth to will grow up to adulthood. The result then isn't that we make 10 times as many babies or as many children. The result is that we make roughly reduce the amount of babies we have. So yeah, fascinating, but it's kind of the inherent problem with futurism, is this sort of difficulty in comprehending scale changes when it's hard to predict the relative effect on different systems. So it's like, how much are we increasing compared to like if we're going faster and faster, we're comparing ourselves to some sort of physical reality. We're comparing ourselves to the other things moving around us. We're like, are we moving faster than the cheetah? Are we moving faster than the river? Are we moving faster than the moon? Are we moving faster? Like all of these information, these metrics we can like judge ourselves by. But in the context, so in some cases, the increase will be real. The improvements will actually have effects on our lives. But I'm pretty confident that it won't be as radical as it feels like it will be, simply because of the effect it will have on other systems, which will make, like, if AGI makes everything cheaper, then that, sure, you'll lose your job and you'll have less money, but everything's cheaper, so you'll have the same purchasing power. Everything will be $1 billion. Jobs will pay $1 billionth less, and I will have $1 billion, and money will worth $1 billion. Like all of this is reduced, but if it's all reduced by the same amount, then effectively no changes happened. So yeah, a little bit skeptical. A little bit. I'm extremely skeptical of futurism as a principle.
One way of thinking about this event is to imagine that humanity is on a cliff's edge, ready to slide off into the abyss. In the abyss, we have only the vaguest sense as to what lies beyond, but we can give our best guesses. A good guess is that humans, or our descendants, will colonize the galaxy and beyond. That means, roughly speaking, the history of life looks a lot like this, with our present time tightly packed between the time humans first came into existence and the time of the first galaxy-wide civilization. Our future could be extraordinarily vast, filled with technological wonders, a giant number of people and strange beings, and forms of social and political organization we can scarcely imagine. The future could be extremely bright, or it could be filled with horrors. One harrowing possibility is that the development of AGI will be much like the development of human life on Earth, which wasn't necessarily so great for the other animals. The worry here is one of value misalignment. It is not guaranteed that, even though humans will be the ones to develop AI, that AI will be aligned with human values. In fact, my channel is about how advanced AI could turn out to be misaligned with human values, which could surely lead to bad outcomes. This prospect raises a variety of technical challenges, prompting the need for more research on how to make sure future AI is compatible with human values. In addition to understanding what's to come, we also have a responsibility to make sure things go right. When approaching what may be...
I was thinking about this, so I shouldn't be playing the video while I'm thinking, because then I just forget to pay attention. Yeah, again, it's the problem is the difference between AGI and ASI. I think AGI won't happen. I think AGI always loses to ASI. And ASI always is designed to do the things we do. And also I think that what we've described so far in the sort of inevitability of AGI relies on it being simply an extension of ASI. And if it is simply an extension of a system which is inherently based on us deciding what's good and valuable, then the AGI system has the same function. It's designed, like, sure, we can get some misalignment and we can get problems with what we specify and how much power we give it when we've specified unclearly. But the problems then aren't that the computers have goals that are misaligned with us. It's the problem is that we haven't communicated to them what goals they should have properly enough. It's important, sure. It's just that I think that the real sort of existential problems stem from the possibility of our general intelligence, but I don't think that we have any reason to believe that we are moving towards a general intelligence, or even that general intelligence is possible. I think that all we have evidence for so far is that specific intelligences are possible, that we can make artificial specific intelligences, and we have a good motivation to make artificial specific intelligences, and all of these ASIs will have good advantages over general AIs in function and use for humans. So no, I don't think that it's the case. I don't think that many of the fears are as pressing or as interesting. I mean, they're very interesting. Obviously, they're very interesting. I've been speaking about 4 hours. I've been speaking about this half-an-hour-long video. Clearly, there's something extremely interesting here. But I just don't think that the reality is as... I mean, maybe that's maybe I'm understanding Penrose better here, which is a problem because now I want to watch it, and I was starting to yawn earlier, and I mean, it's 4 a.m. If I want to go to bed, it's probably a good idea. So let's say that we have. So maybe that's the link between the sort of consciousness argument of Penrose and the sort of my understanding based on my flawed understanding of this video is I don't necessarily see the link between what we have now and a general intelligence. General intelligence are conceptually possible, but I don't see that because obviously, like we said, we human brains we have a evolutionarily trained general intelligence, but it doesn't seem necessarily like this can stem from a specialized intelligence. It doesn't seem like we don't have any basis for that in biology. Really, I mean, I guess kind of from the evolutionary point of view, in that you started out with lots of different components that did different things, lots of different like animals with different functions and different environments, adapting to different systems and sort of the gradual diversification of the tree of life as it spreads out into new areas. Yeah. I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but we've sort of cut out a lot of the function because like humans are a phenomenally incompetent robot, like compared to all of the life on the planet. Sure, we have the this thing and the these things which make us phenomenally successful, but we gave up everything else for that. We are the weakest animal. We're the slowest animal. I'm okay. We're not the weakest and the slowest, but like for our size, we're phenomenally weak. We're phenomenally slow. We have one physical attribute that is very good, which is endurance running, our ability to sweat. So it's like, yeah, maybe that's our specialized intelligence, or our specialization is the ability to sweat, and we've sort of been able to branch this into a generalized intelligence, ability to endurance hunt. But yeah, maybe.
To make sure future AI is compatible with human values. In addition to understanding what's to come, we also have a responsibility to make sure things go right. When approaching what may be the most important event in human history, perhaps the only appropriate emotion is vigilance. If we are on the edge of a radical transformation of our civilization, the actions we take today could have profound effects on the long-term future, reverberating through billions of years of future history. Even if we're not literally among the most important people who ever live, our actions may still reach far further than we might have otherwise expected. The astronomer Carl Sagan once wrote that Earth is a pale blue dot, suspended in the void of space, whose inhabitants exaggerate their importance. He asked us to think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph, they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Carl Sagan's intention was to get us to understand the gravity of our decisions by virtue of our cosmic insignificance. However, in the light of the fact that the 21st century could be the most important century in human history, we can turn this sentiment on its head. If indeed humans will sometime in the foreseeable future reach the stars, our choices now are cosmically significant, despite currently only being tiny inhabitants of a pale blue dot.
This is nice and neat, but I always thought that the Sagan quote was annoying. Sure, it's beautiful to see the fragility and the sort of the cosmic insignificance, and that's what annoys me here, is that like the insignificance here just means scale. Like we're insignificant because we're small, because the universe is bigger than us. It's like our ability to comprehend significance here seems very limited, and it seems very much to do with the amount of information our ability to process. We're basically saying that in the vastness of this space, all of the information you think of as all of human history is on this pale blue dot. What about all of these other brighter dots further away? And maybe they have, in essence, far richer, or at least as rich of an informational density. So when we're looking at the whole universe, we feel like we're just a little bit of information in the whole sea of information. But it's not really significance in any real sense. When I'm talking about things that are significant to me, I'm not talking about things that are big. I'm not talking about, like, my books are more significant to me than some people are. So it's like, but none of my books are bigger than any of the people I've met. So the idea of significance here is taking a big place in our lives, but we're using a metaphor here. We're using the metaphor of like significance being the ability to change things, which is, I guess, the sort of the point there. Now we have the ability to change larger scopes of things, so that makes us more responsible.
Right now, our civilization is tiny, but we could be the seed to something that will soon become almost incomprehensibly big and measured on astronomical scales. The vast majority of planets and stars could be dead, but we might fill them with value. Much of what we might have previously thought impossible this...
Why? Why are people... Why would we do that? Okay, let's say that I tell you tomorrow you can go leave all your friends behind, leave everything on Earth. You can go tomorrow on an Ark ship. You will die on the Ark ship. Your children will die on the Ark ship. Their children will die, and so on for a couple of hundred generations. And then you will arrive at a planet or at a solar system which might have a planet which might have the conditions necessary for life. Found a couple of super Earths that are close by. We don't know if the gravity is too much of a problem because they're bigger. They have to be bigger for us to see them, and we don't know if they have atmospheres. So you go on a ship and live the rest of your life on a spaceship, so that your offspring, many many generations in the future, can maybe colonize a planet. It seems very much not like the kind of thing people do. Especially not in this world where we don't set as much store by legacy anymore. Unless you're like in science or stuff, where you can actually make sort of this kind of, or politicians and stuff like that. The idea that I would choose to spend the rest of my life in conditions that are lesser than the conditions I might experience on Earth just doesn't seem appealing. I guess that's why most like these sci-fi movies about us leaving the planets, they typically have the Earth become inhospitable. And I feel like that's necessary, because if you don't have that, why would we leave? And if you do have that, then if we have the capacity to terraform Mars, then we have the capacity to re-terraform Earth. So it's very hard for me to imagine a scenario in which genuinely the human desire to expand outweighs the human desire, or expand and explore outweighs the human desire to just have fun, be pleasurable, like the carnal satisfactions and hedonistic pleasures, especially because the people beginning the exploration aren't going to be the people who actually experience the joy of exploration. It's somebody else in the future. Oh, I'm hungry. That's what's happening. Okay, we might have to take a break after this.
Century may soon become possible. Truly mind-bending technological and economic change may all play a role in our lifetimes. Rather than pondering our unimportance, perhaps it's wiser to try to understand our true place in history, and quickly. There
I agree.
might be only so much time left before we take the deep plunge into the abyss.
I'm 100% certain that the abyss is more of a slope than it seems. Oh, but I guess that's the part of the start. We've been sliding down a slope for hundreds of thousands of years, and so I say, wow, it's just going to be a slope all the way down, and suddenly the slope is a little bit steeper than I thought it was. Very interesting video. That's what I love about these videos, is they're so good at triggering me to think, and I disagree. I spend all of my time watching them, disagreeing with them, being like, is that really true? Maybe. Are you stretching it a little bit? But I'm also like disagreeing and going back on my disagreement and disagreeing for opposite reasons. It's like, it's really good videos, really good at making me think. This should be a regular thing. I think I'm going to do this. What's today's day? Friday, Thursday, something like that. For me, Friday. For everyone else, Thursday. Yeah, 100%. I think this will be the Thursday plan. Watching Irrational Animations video. But yeah, okay. So now I have a choice. Either I end the stream and go and cook, or I continue streaming while throwing some food in the oven and just sort of sit here. I mean, I'm going to throw some food in the oven anyway, so I'll see if I want to watch some Roger Penrose. I'll see if I want to watch some other stuff. So it's either that, or we're gonna try and do something fun. I should read this out loud. Spend enough time in the tech world and you will... Okay, let's drink first. Spend enough time in the tech world and you will sooner or later find that it is a common article of faith that computers will one day gain consciousness. With powerful enough computers and sophisticated enough AI, the reasoning goes, it is inevitable that computers will eventually become conscious just as we are. In fact, some are even bolder and claim that it isn't just something that will happen off in the distant future, but that the age of sentient computers is already upon us. David Chalmers famously argued that we must be open to the idea that any feedback system, even one as simple as a thermostat, is conscious. This is... Why didn't I know about him when I was in school? If I'd known about him in ethics class, I would have had a much more fun system. Because I remember I was very dumb at the point in time, but I remember when we were doing ethics, I was already ready to drop out of philosophy. I just hadn't really made the step yet. But one of the things I was like was the arguments for veganism were like extremely heavily favored by the advocates of, like, sort of by the philosophical ethics of it all. And I was like, it's not that simple. I don't think it's that simple. And to make that point, I tried arguing that plants are conscious. Now, in case you were wondering, that's a dumb idea. But I think maybe this is the smart way of making that argument. Recently, we're here now. Recently, AI researcher Ilya Sutskever speculated that today's large neural networks may be slightly conscious. Okay. A few months later, Google engineer Blake Lemoine was fired after going public with his concerns that the Lambda language model is sentient. The idea that consciousness is fundamentally computational is admittedly attractive. At the core of the philosophy of mind is what Chalmers called the hard problem of consciousness. How can purely physical processes give rise to the apparently subjective experience of consciousness? This problem has bedeviled philosophers since the time of Descartes, and I think a fair, tongue-in-cheek assessment of their centuries of collective effort is that the time would have been better spent abiding by Hume's counsel of playing backgammon and enjoying the company of friends instead. Ayo, I disagree strongly. I think that this is... I might say that, actually. I don't like... I've been realizing this more and more. I prefer this to be spending time with friends. This is why I'm streaming this now. It's like, when I spend time with friends, I'm like exhausted. When I'm writing even, I get exhausted. But now with this just sitting here and just speculating openly and just thinking out loud, this is learning. This is what my mind was made for. I would rather enjoy speculating, but being bedeviled by problems of consciousness and playing backgammon and enjoying the company of friends. But as computers developed in the 20th century, a promising idea emerged. It went like this. Perhaps the brain is like a computer and the mind is like a computer program. What is important then is not so much the specific hardware of the brain, but the computer program that the brain is running. This idea seemed to break the stranglehold of physical matter on consciousness and introduced an abstract, non-physical entity that sits atop of the hardware, which seems to neatly correspond to the way consciousness seems to sit on top of the brain. I think this is a good way of thinking. Like, this is the strength of the computational way of thinking about it, is the idea that you sort of solve the mind-body problem, the mind-body duality problem, by addressing the fact that we have a system now, a physical system, which operates in a specific way because of the non-physical system we have imposed upon it. It's like the structuring and the structuring of a system, structuring of a hardware, and not just the structuring of hardware, the way the hardware is used is sort of the place of the mind. Instead, we have the physical body, the hardware, and the mind, the software. It's an enormously useful metaphor for how the problem of consciousness. After centuries of fruitless efforts by philosophers at explaining the origins of consciousness, it's easy to see why those who worked with these new machines latched onto this revolutionary paradigm, especially as this idea began to be represented in science fiction, and as the decades progressed, computers started to surpass humans in a variety of tasks. But we must resist the allure of this seductive idea. Well, I mean, I like your style, but no. Oh, potatoes boiling. Give me a second. I must resist the allure of this seductive idea. The theory that consciousness is nothing but running the right kind of computer program is wrong. Computation alone is insufficient to produce consciousness. This is, as I understand it, not a radical position among philosophers of the mind these days. Back in the 1980s, John Searle cast doubt on the computational theory of consciousness with a Chinese room argument. And today it seems that most philosophers accept its validity. But this position is not universal. Some philosophers have raised a number of objections to Searle's argument, and it certainly does not appear that the consensus within the tech world matches the consensus among philosophers, since the notion that computers will one day attain consciousness is still popular. I've read this before. Okay. The argument and thought experiment, now generally known as the Chinese room argument, was first published in a 1980 article by American philosopher John Searle. It has become one of the best-known arguments in recent philosophy. Searle imagines himself alone in a room following a computer program for responding to Chinese characters slipped under the door. Searle understands nothing of Chinese, and yet by following the program for manipulating symbols and numerals, just as the computer does, he sends appropriate strings of Chinese characters back out under the door, and this leads those outside to mistakenly suppose there is a Chinese speaker in the room. Following the computer program, okay? The narrow conclusion of the argument is that programming a digital computer may make it appear to understand language but cannot produce real understanding. Hence the Turing test is inadequate. Searle argues that the thought experiment underscores the fact that computers merely are using syntactic rules to manipulate symbol strings but have no understanding of meaning or semantics. Does that mean, how do we know that we do? The broader conclusion of the argument is that the theory of that human minds are computer-like computational or information processing systems is refuted. Instead, minds must result from biological processes. Computers can at best simulate these biological processes, which would make them capable of creating consciousness. So consciousness can be a computation as long as the computation simulates a biological one. The Chinese, this is an absolutely absurd, stupid argument. The broader conclusion is that instead minds must result from biological processes. Thus, the argument has large implications for semantics, philosophy, language and mind, theories of consciousness, computer science, and cognitive science generally as a result of many critical reply. Yes. Okay, so I kind of agree with the sort of starting gist, which is which you get at the sort of sentiment being that there is a difference between following a script to do something and actually understanding what you're doing. And I like this idea. However, the fact that there is a distinction between these two things does not necessarily refute the idea that consciousness is a computation. Nor does it refute the idea that consciousness might arise as a result, as an emergent property of many different computations. yeah, no, I don't like it appeals very much to the idea, but like we know that we can't know whether or not anyone else's mind exists. And I want to put it even further. When you're analyzing your own mind, like, okay, using the Chinese room argument, how would you know if you are a computer who is just reacting to stimuli, just producing strings according to a computation? I don't think you could. And yeah, so like I am a Chinese room. Maybe that we should try and phrase it in a sort of cleverer way. But if I, yeah, if if I'm trying to judge whether or not my brain is Leibniz's mill, wait, what? Okay, let's read a little bit more. I'm going to read this faster, so sorry. Good way to test. Searle argues that a good way to test a theory of mind, say a theory that holds that understanding can be created by doing such and such, is to imagine that it would what it would be like to actually do what the theory says will create understanding. Searle summarized the Chinese argument after. Imagine a native speaker knows no Chinese, locked in a room full of boxes of Chinese symbols, a database, together with a book of instructions for manipulating the symbols, the program. Imagine that people outside this room send in other Chinese symbols, which, unknown to the person in the room, are questions in Chinese, the input. And imagine that by following the instructions in the program, the man in the room is able to pass out Chinese symbols, which are the correct answers to the question. The program enables the person in the room to pass the Turing test for understanding Chinese, but he does not understand a word of Chinese. So the system understands Chinese. The person, there's no individual component that understands Chinese. It's an emergent property. Consciousness being an emergent property. That's what the argument says. It does. So it says that the whole of the room with the person in it, the executor, the program, the like. So let's twist it in two different ways. Let's twist it first. First, what I've been saying. Probably we should start with that, but let's start with the opposite of what I've been saying. Imagine that you are in this room, you get this string scanner. Imagine you do this day in and day out, and you eventually learn the patterns, so that instead of instead of checking every time you get a string of characters, you go and check. Instead of checking every time, you now start remembering. So you see this set of characters, you string out the reply, because you remembered the pattern. A person like that could very easily convince themselves they understand what these things are referencing, and I expect would eventually convince themselves that they are like meaningfully comprehending, or at least creating models for what they are comprehending. And so you're essentially saying, like, well, what I mean here is that a person who is in this room, who is given these set of characters, he might not understand Chinese in the sort of formal sense that Searle argues. He gets this information, and he knows the things he needs to write in order to respond to this information. So he essentially knows that whatever the information he got, or he's making, is a response to whatever information he got. And in doing so, in doing so, I think you're very rapidly approaching how humans work. It's just that we are a box that is constantly interacting with the world around us. And so we're constantly getting in. So when I learn language, I get a string of characters, and I reproduce a string of characters. And as this sort of as this continues to happen, as I give a string of characters, I get feedback based on the string of characters, and I keep doing this over and over. Essentially, the way that I remember how to do this, or the system, is by convincing myself that I have understanding, or by But this feeling of understanding is, in such a sense, only the representation of my attempt at or of my ability to memorize this information. The structure of the memory system is what the understanding is. So in that sense, it's not entirely clear that this isn't what we're already doing when we're talking about words. Like the meaning of the word in and of itself is, I have heard it be described that words are reference to real things. But what real things they are referenced to isn't immediately clear. Like most people, when you have discussions, you end up going into the point where actually we realize that we disagree on what certain words mean. Most arguments end up being a little bit semantic. They end up, or at least a little bit semantic. And so it tends to be that, and then the question arises, do I understand English when other people clearly disagree what these words mean? And so but then again, if they clearly disagree with what these words means, then I will adjust myself, and it's as if you follow the script, you get it out, and you get it back and say, no, that's wrong, do it again. And doing these sort of processes, you eventually get an understanding of how to use the things you're using. And that is what I would argue is consciousness. That's what, or at least what is being claimed as being consciousness. But that's only one of the ways to interpret it. The other way to interpret it is that the room is the person. Yeah, that can be the door then. So the room in itself. The room contains a person. It contains a list of whatever. And it contains a box of instructions. Now, while this component doesn't have an understanding, while this component doesn't have an understanding, and while this component doesn't have an understanding, the whole system might still have an understanding. And what we're saying then is that the idea, the thesis that is being promoted by the idea that consciousness is a computation isn't what Searle is arguing it is. The actual thesis is that consciousness is an emergent property of things, components that are not by themselves conscious. And this is trivially true. We know this to be true because biology. We are made of things that are non-thinking. We are made of hydrogen and carbon and nitrogen, loads of particles, none of which have the understanding of Searle's Chinese argument, but together, the whole of the thing can have understanding. So I absolutely reject Searle's argument, and the idea that most philosophers agree with this is, to me, deeply troubling. I would err on the side of the computer scientist in this case. And I just spent 3 hours arguing against the computer scientist's optimism for the future. So, what do I know? So what we're realizing then, what we're realizing then is I have too much carbon dioxide in my belly, but apart from that, what we're realizing here is that I'm a contrarian. This is what I'm doing. I am arguing against things on principle just because I think their arguments are insufficient. I think if somebody presents me with, this is what's so fascinating about my brain is it is extremely hard to generate new ideas, but every time it feels like I have this inbuilt, like it's almost magic, this inbuilt sensor in my brain which says true, false, true, false, true, false. And it's a really stupid system to have, because it leads me to believe that people who are right are in fact wrong, and the reason why I believe they're wrong is because my brain is telling me, well, their argument is wrong. But I'm like, no, I'm too stuck up on the trees. I can't see the forest, and the whole broader idea they're presenting might be right. And so, by all means, maybe it is right. There is some truth to Searle's argument, some value in, or not to the argument. I don't think the argument holds water, but to the idea that there might be a leap, which is what I've been arguing so far. I'm not being contradictory, trust me. But yeah, no, I think consciousness being an emergent property, if the man in a room does not understand, then neither does any digital. Why? No. The room understands Chinese. The man in the room doesn't understand Chinese. The room understands Chinese. I demonstrated years ago with the so-called Chinese room argument that the implementation of the computer program is not by itself sufficient for consciousness or intentionality. Computation is defined purely formally or syntactically, whereas minds have actual mental or semantic contents, and we cannot get them from syntactical to semantic just by having the syntactical operations and nothing else. Why not? To put this point slightly more technically, the notion same implemented program defines an equivalence class that is specified independently of any specific physical realization. Such specification necessarily leaves out the biological specific powers of the brain to cause I mean, what he's saying is we still don't know. He's saying that I reject the answer. I think there is some mechanism in the brain which is more than computation. That's what his statement is there. That there is some other mechanism. It might be that we can program computers with this mechanism, but it doesn't. The things we are doing at this point is not sufficient for Searle to think of it as consciousness. That's a more fair argument than what I was thinking earlier. System me, for example, will not acquire an understanding just by going through the steps of a computer program and simulate behavior. Well, you would acquire one, but you would not have it, you would not acquire it simply from, just by going through the steps. I don't think the person would. I think the person requires all the other things. A system, the emergent consciousness of the emergent property. I think it still fails to that the concept of the emergent property. The emergent property is what makes consciousness potentially a computation. Is the idea that the understanding that consciousness is already an emergent property in non-mental systems. No hydrogen atoms understand Chinese, but there are Chinese people made out of hydrogen and carbon. Like no amount of atoms and molecules can understand. Like no individual atoms and molecules understand Chinese, but the combination into a Chinese person does understand Chinese. And then, of course, like I said, it might be that there is simply a structural thing that we need to add to computers, and then if we do add this, then we can maybe. If I'm going to go full circle on myself here, maybe the system we need to add are the fallacious reasonings, the ability for humans to take shortcuts, and these sort of systems we have for understanding things. Maybe the consciousness is in fact this system of making shortcuts for our understanding. Oh yeah, why am I wearing this if I'm not listening to or watching anything? Purpose in this blog post is to outline another argument against the idea that consciousness can be reduced to computation. This is the so-called triviality argument. It's less famous than the Chinese room argument, perhaps because the name is not as catchy, but I think it refutes the computational theory of consciousness at a more fundamental level. Let's see. Some preliminaries. What I mean by consciousness. Before getting too deep, before getting too deep, we need a working definition of consciousness. This is a tricky concept to define rigorously, since it seems that a rigorous definition of consciousness is practically requires a theory of consciousness itself. To make matters worse, in these kinds of discussions, it oftentimes gets mingled with related ideas like self-awareness, intelligence, and executive function. And it is not, in fact, I would argue, in fact, that it's not clear where the distinction goes, and that's kind of parts of the problem of a rigorous theory of mind is there may be multiple individual components. These components might be interacting in some way, or they might be various reflections of the same component. There is so much going on in our minds, and to make it even worse, there's so much going on in our minds that get in the way, like so much self-importance in a sense of how our brain is thinking. I would like to sort of, you can distinguish it between how a psychologist thinks about their own thoughts and how a philosopher thinks about their own thoughts. Whereas a philosopher kind of takes seriously the idea space they are exploring, a psychologist takes more seriously the mechanisms and the functions of getting to that idea space and why they're there, like socially and psychologically, what the purpose for them is, rather than the philosopher who sort of feels like we're looking into an objective reality. But yeah, so it's a very, very intermingling, tactically difficult thing to comprehend. But in this post, I'm interested only in consciousness as a sort of perception or sentience, an awareness of being, or more loosely, what it feels like to be something. What it feels like to be something. So the emergence of qualia is what he's interested in here. Well, that's fair. Okay, that's very interesting. So what it's essentially saying, which is much more, and this is great, this is where philosophy gets to butt heads with computation. Can qualia come to being from a computation is a much, much harder thing to answer, and it gets into a much more tricky point. Like I was saying earlier, there's lots of components of a mind that may or may not be linked, that may or may not be caused by the same thing. They may or may not be reflections of the same thing. They might be all separate aspects that don't all need to come together. But in this sense, maybe some of the aspects of our experience of reality, our sort of our consciousness, is a component of so many different facets that when we're talking about computers being conscious, what eventually will happen, what we'll eventually realize, is that the kinds of consciousness that are the result directly of a computation might be more limited in scope than the kinds of consciousness that are caused by human biological brains. So obviously, again, you could probably just change the structuring, and maybe there's probably just adding some details to the computer program. It doesn't mean that necessarily consciousness isn't a computation. It just means that the computation by itself, or the syntactic systems, as Searle puts it, are not sufficient to reach some of the aspects of consciousness which seem fundamental. It might be necessary to reach other parts of them, and so you get the sort of effective consciousness, or is a little conscious. That's probably how theory of mind and AI research is going to interact with itself. Is it's going to more and more delineate various smaller categories of what it means, what a mind is composed of, and sort of gaining a better understanding of what a mind really is by sort of picking at what things can be simulated in what ways, and how we need to what we need to do to simulate a certain type of mind. So what it feels like to be something. This aspect of consciousness is sometimes called qualia. I won't rehearse the classic arguments for the existence of qualia, since, like Descartes, I regard my own qualia as an empirical fact, perhaps the only empirical fact I can know for certain. I would argue that it's not an empirical fact, it is a logical fact. I think, therefore I am. It's inherently a priori truth. It's logically true. It's not empirical, but it's by reason, not by evidence. I mean, technically, the it's an observation, I think, but it's like, because in the same vein, I reject any other rational principles. How do I know that 1 + 1 = 2? Really, how do I know that this consistency holds? Is it not possible to be some confusion of my mind? But the idea that there is existence, not necessarily of your own quality and not necessarily of yourself, but there is existence to some extent, of which what you conceive to be yourself is a part of that existence. So your conception of yourself is a component of the existence of things. But yeah. So I very much reject the word of empirical here, but this is a philosopher. This is what happens when you argue with philosophers. You go after one exact word and say it's entirely false because of this one word. Of course, given any position in philosophy, you can find some philosopher who has made the case for it, and Daniel Dennett has made the case that qualia does not exist. Ah, good boy. Interesting. Quine what's this? According to there's no serious philosopher has defined solipsism. Yeah, exactly. And also, I wouldn't actively defend. I mean, I think the thing about solipsism is it's sort of tautological almost. It's the truth of solipsism is essentially just restating a sort of the problem of knowledge. It's simply just I mean, I could argue that all that I know is that I know nothing is a solipsistic position, because it's essentially arguing that knowledge is impossible, and therefore, how do I know that any of you exist? How do I know that even I exist, or even I exist in the sense that I feel that I exist? It's the solipsism is sort of inherently built into the concept of doubt in general, and as doubt is such a fundamental part of, okay, let's stop meandering. Interesting that I thought these would be shorter. Given how long these were, I'm going to click these now in the future. So, what was the functionalism earlier? Where is it there? Yeah, okay, the functionalism is the way consciousness sits atop the brain, sometimes called qualia. I'm just curious. Yeah, I understand. I understood from context that you're not meaning it in the most strictest philosophical sense. You're being a little bit more generous about the definition, and that's fine. You've defined it. What it feels like to be something in this aspect. Yeah, you've defined the term. Amusing. I'm curious. Suppose there is a scientist named Mary. Through extensive study, she has learned all there is to know about the physics of color, the physiology of the eye, the neurology of the brain. Given some stimulus, like looking at the red rose, she knows exactly how the light impacts the eye, how the image forms on the retina, how this produces a signal along the optical nerve, and how the brain processes this signal. However, Mary has lived her entire life within a black and white room, and has never perceived colour herself. One day she leaves the room and looks at the red rose. Does she learn anything new from this experience? If she does, we are forced to conclude that qualia exists, that an experience is distinct from the perfect knowledge of how the brain reacts to the stimuli. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because I've put it even further that effectively everything is qualia, and you have different qualia of different things that okay, basically what we're getting at here is why I disagree with all philosophers of mind. And obviously, why would I study philosophy of mind if I believe things as I do? So you get this sort of selection bias here, is that I don't think that if I think that all of reality is sort of a system of qualia interacting with each other, this concept that our mind is some, like, the contents of our mind have some sort of realness to it, beyond, or as we experience it, is just rejected. Thoughts no more exist than our. Like, I mean, the greatest amount of thought can be said to exist is to the extent where I can generate thoughts in somebody else, but these thoughts are unlikely to be the same ones that I have, even if I'm trying to generate the exact same ones. I'm just going to go check on the food a little bit quickly. Goodness me. Okay. So what time is it? 4:38. Am I going to be able to read this today? Maybe. So if we accept that qualia exists, which after all seems intuitively sensible, fair enough, we are burdened with the apparently impossible task of explaining how consciousness can be generated by physical processes. This was the crux of the hard problem. What? I don't accept that. I don't accept that it's apparently impossible. I accept that we're burdened with it, I guess, of explaining how consciousness can be generated by physical. I mean, we have the burden of explaining how, just out of curiosity. So we accept that qualia exists. So let's go from what I said earlier. I think that every experience is just a series of qualia, a series of physical processes. I mean, is it the system? Is that the problem? That the experience of having all of the neurons fire is different from having an understanding of how because if you think about the physical state of your brain when you understand how the brain works, that's a different state than even if you understand it like with the case of Mary and the optics and all of that. She has the state her brain is in, the physical state her brain is in when she has all of this understanding is different from the physical state her brain is in when she experiences looking at the thing. So it's still a physical process. It's just different. It just has a wider scope than what it's arguing. It's just that it's a different thing to know, or the physical state of knowing something is different from the physical state itself. Right? So knowing of a physical state that gives a certain qualia is not the same as having the physical state that gives the qualia. So the qualia is just our word for describing a physical state of the brain that is related to as sensory information. It's not. I mean, it's technically, I would argue that all thoughts are essentially of this category. But even so, Even if not, it's... Yeah, I don't understand what they're trying to get at. It's the idea that why is it impossible? Why is it even hard to say that it's generated by physical processes? You have a brain state. I don't even understand why it's undermined. I think it's funny also, we go from Daniel Dennett has made the case that quality does not exist, but I will take it as an axiom that quality and consciousness exist. So if we accept that quality exists, which after all, it's like you're bitter. So if we accept the quality, like, you don't need this. You've already stated you're taking it as an axiom, and now you're saying, well, it seems sensible to take it as an axiom. Well, fuck off, mate. Don't wank yourself off. You're better than this. Stop being so self-aggrandizing and just petty. I mean, you clearly want to shit on Daniel Dennett. Go for it. Don't actually make these sort of passive-aggressive... Oh, actually, it's quite sensible to believe it. Fuck off, mate. You're taking it as an axiom. You don't care if it's sensible. We're burdened with the impossible task of explaining how consciousness can be generated by physical processes. Consciousness is the physical process. It's just, yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Consciousness is observer independent. It's worth pausing here and noting one property of consciousness that will be of use to us later. Consciousness is independent of external observers. By this I mean the existence of my consciousness does not depend on other observers perceiving me to be conscious. Okay. This, I mean, the existence of my consciousness does not depend. Sure, all of reality is observer independent. But we can't know anything because of the observer problems, right? Even if everyone else in the universe should deny that I am conscious, or if those other observers did not exist at all, this would have no bearing on my own consciousness. Indeed, yeah, in the same way, even if everyone says the Earth is flat, the Earth is still round, right? It's observer independent, right? Even if nobody's seen the planet, it still has the properties it has. We just don't know it yet. If in a terrible catastrophe all of life on Earth should perish, except by some strange fortune, my own, my consciousness would not suddenly dissolve into the ether. Okay? Which is true for literally everything. I mean, if it is true that you are conscious, then this is true, right? If it is true that plants are alive, then it is true regardless of an observer. If it is true that the Earth is flat, then it is true regardless of observer. If it's true that the Earth is round, it's true. Like all the statements of like it's the sort of, it feels like you're sort of dancing on the edge between the understanding of the objective and the subjective. And on the context of the existence of the objective is true regardless. Like the objective truth is there unless we accept solipsism. It's true regardless of your subjective experience of it. And actually, even if you accept solipsism, the argument doesn't make any sense anymore, because what is an outside observer? But sorry, what is an observer? What is an outside observer to solipsism? Yes, let's not dwell too much on that. We only have subjective experiences of reality, but the reality is presumably objective. We have to say presumably because problem of absolute knowledge. And like Descartes say, all that I know is that that's what Socrates said. What he said was, I think, therefore I am, and that is the only principle you can have. His attempt at gaining more knowledge essentially interjects another statement, which is I like to summarize it as God loves me, because then you can sort of combine the existence of God and the sort of benevolence of God without going into too much detail. Because if you say God exists, then sure, you have the baggage and you can say, oh, God is an all-loving God, but what kind of God? I'm just saying God loves me is the axiom. Neither the all-powerful creator, the most powerful being in the universe, loves you. And if you have that principle, then you can have certain knowledge about things, or you can have at least approximately certain knowledge about things. But we don't care about that anymore. We're proper. We've decided that all we need is good enough. All we need is predictions. We need to be able to predict the future with some, and we need to be able to do it consistently. And we need to be able to share these predictions in such a way that other people can make predictions and so on. These essentially we don't care about. The fact, sure, there probably exists an objective reality out there, and that's probably what we're determining with our systems, but it's not actually important if it exists. So it might be that consciousness is observer independent. It might not be. I think in a solipsistic world, I guess you're not. Consciousness isn't observer independent. It's just that the only observer is in your side, your own head. So it's essentially, this is arguing between the distinction not only between your subjective and the objective, but the distinction between your subjective and other subjectives, right? And to what extent your subjective reality, like the existence of your subjective is true regardless of the existence of other subjectives, is I feel like the point he's trying to make here. He or she, Joe Antonini. Oh, what is computation? We also need a working definition of computation. Fortunately, here we are on much firmer ground. Computation, in the broadest sense, is the manipulation of symbols according to an algorithm. The largest and most important category of computation is the set of algorithms which can, in principle, be executed on a Turing machine. As far as we know, every algorithm that can be run on a physical computer can also be run on a Turing machine. Statement is that this is true for all algorithms is known as the Church-Turing thesis. Some algorithms can be exponentially faster if they are run on a quantum computer than they are on a Turing machine, which is inherently classical. Nevertheless, for our purposes, the algorithm has efficiency as far as we know it can be computed by quantum. Okay. Yeah, okay, well, what he's getting at, it's not important. I wanted to look up Turing machine. I vaguely remember having a more specific mathematical definition. Oh. Okay, fine. What is a computer? There is then the follow-up question of what exactly constitutes a computer. Now, a Turing machine is a purely mathematical abstraction, like a circle or a fractal. We can create or identify things in the real world which can be well modeled by a circle, but the abstract idea of a circle is distinct from a drawing of a circle. Fair enough. Likewise, we can build an object in the real world which can model the behavior of the abstract Turing machine. And actually, I just got stumped here by the idea of a circle and the objective reality of a circle. When I'm communicating with another person, so I feel like this is like where I might disagree the most with sort of philosophers of mind people, is that when I'm communicating the idea of a circle, discussing in a math class with my, every week I'm a private tutor in maths in a local school. As if I'm talking maths with them, are we sort of referencing an objective idea, or am I generating physical processes in their brain that we're sort of testing against each other? I'm generating a set of a physical state of his brain by talking about a circle. I generate a physical state of his brain which corresponds to his understanding of a circle. It might not be my understanding of a circle. It might contain more or less or different things than I understand as a circle, but I don't know that unless I talk about it. And when I talk about it, and if we find out we disagree, this changes both of our brain states for what a circle is. Even if we're stubborn and don't want to change our mind, we have this little asterisk next to our little memory connected to this idea of a circle, which is somebody else understands circle differently. So basically the sort of brain states of, so this the for me it seems very much so like philosophers of mind are taking very seriously the sort of existence of ideas, when I'd say that ideas are necessarily physical processes, and the thing that they're taking so seriously are attempts to communicate them, attempts to induce the same brain state. Is not necessarily a reference to the real, an objective reality of ideas. I think there's more to be said there, but it's probably not that relevant. Likewise, we can build an object in the real world which can model the behavior of the abstract Turing machine. More practically, we can build devices whose behavior, while not identical to that of a Turing machine, can compute the same things. We call those devices computers. A little more formally, we can define a computer to be a device which has physical states, and whose physical states map onto the states of a Turing machine. The computer is then the instantiation of that abstract Turing machine in the physical world. We can, for example, make a correspondence between the voltage levels in the CPU register with the state of the Turing machine. Likewise, we can make a correspondence between the magnetic moments of the sections of a hard drive with the states of a Turing machine's ticker tape. Sure. I'm thinking here. I was saying a physical state map onto the states of a Turing machine. Isn't the Turing machine? Yeah, I mean it's hard to discuss how concepts aren't real in like a significant sense without resorting to gibberish. But it's for me, the idea of the expression of a Turing machine is an attempt to communicate or to induce a brain state or induce a physical state in somebody else. And I like what I'm essentially getting at is if I write something which is entirely false, I might be able to induce a true brain state in someone. Like I might be able to create a brain state which is useful, or yeah. I'm getting very fast and loose with truth and knowledge but I mean I'm essentially a epistemic nihilist. I don't think knowledge is possible beyond Descartes' one brilliant achievement. How accurate does a computer need to be? We generally expect computers to be deterministic. If we run the same program twice. Actually, let's take a break here so I can go and check my food. Alright then, because it's eating time all of a sudden, we will go over to the YouTube video of Sir Roger Penrose. So this is weird with my headset. I like not having hair in under my ears, but I don't, or under my headphones, but I don't. I also like doing this. I like having hair in front of it as well. I don't like it being sort of pulled back. Yes, let's go. Let's go.
But it nevertheless could be. So one of the interesting models that you've proposed is the orchestrated objective reduction.
Yeah,
which
so
is
you see that's going
Okay.
from there, you see. So I say I have no idea.
reduction.
A computation.
But it nevertheless could be. So one of the interesting models that you've proposed is the orchestrated objective reduction.
Yeah,
which
so
is
you see that's going from there, you see. So I say I have no idea. So I wrote this book through my scientific career. I thought, you know, when I'm retired, I'll have enough time to write a sort of a popularish book, which I will explain my ideas and puzzles, what I like, beautiful things about physics and mathematics, and this puzzle about computability and consciousness and so on. And in the process of writing this book, well, I thought I'd do it when I was retired. I didn't actually. I didn't wait that long because there was a radio discussion between Edward Fredkin and Marvin Minsky. And they were talking about what computers could do, and they were entering a big room. They imagined entering this big room. At the other end of the room, two computers were talking to each other. And as you walk up to the computers, they will have communicated to each other more ideas, concepts, things than the entire human race had ever done.
Yes.
So I thought, well, I know where you're coming from, but I just don't believe you. There's something missing. So I thought, well, I should write my book. And so I did. It was at roughly the same time Stephen Hawking was writing his Brief History of Time. And
in the 80s at some point. The book you're talking about is The Emperor's New Mind.
Emperor's New Mind, that's right.
And both are incredible books, The Brief History of Time and Emperor's New Mind.
Yes, it was quite interesting because he told me he'd got Carl Sagan, I think, to write a foreword.
Oh wow.
Good get.
To the book, you see. So I thought, gosh, what am I going to do? I'm not going to get anywhere unless I get somebody. So I said, oh, I know Martin Gardner, so I wonder if he'd do it. So he did, and he did a very nice foreword.
Interesting. How much does it cost? No Kindle. Okay, well then it's better to buy it here. Oh, there's an itch there. Yeah, it's the heat. I haven't eaten today. A bit silly, but woke up, sat on the computer, and decided I wanted to stream. Didn't decide I wanted to eat. Okay, back to video.
So that's an incredible book, and some of this is the same people you mentioned, Ed Franken, which I guess of Expert Systems fame, and Minsky, of course, people know in the AI world, but they represent the artificial intelligence world.
Absolutely, that's right.
That do hope and dream that AI's intelligence is.
That's right. Well, you see, it was my thinking. Well, you know, I see where they're coming from, and from that
disagree.
perspective,
Oh.
yeah, you're right. But that's not my perspective. So I thought I had to say it. And as I was writing my book, you see, I thought, well, I don't really know anything about neurophysiology. What am I doing writing this book? So I started reading up about neurophysiology. And I read up, and I was trying to find out how it is that nerve signals could possibly preserve quantum coherence. And all I read is that the electrical signals which go along the nerves create effects through the brain. There's no chance you can isolate it. So I thought, this is hopeless. So I come to the end of the book, and I more or less give up. I just think of something which I didn't believe in. Maybe this is a way around it, but no. And then you say, I thought, well, maybe this book will at least stimulate young people to do science or something. And I got all these letters from old retired people instead. These are the only people who had time to read my book.
So, I mean, but
except for Stuart Hameroff.
except for Stuart Hameroff.
Stuart Hameroff wrote to me and he said, I think you're missing something. You don't know about microtubules, do you? He didn't put it quite like that, but that was more or less it. And he said, this is what you really need to consider. So I thought, my God, yes, that's a much more promising structure.
So, I mean, fundamentally, you were searching for the source of non-computable source of consciousness within the human brain.
Yeah.
In the biology. And so,
Yeah.
what are if I may ask, what are microtubules?
Well, you see, I was ignorant in what I'd read. I never came across them in the books I looked at. Perhaps I only read rather superficially, which is true. But I didn't know about microtubules. Stuart, I think one of the things that impressed him about them was when you see pictures of mitosis, that's a cell dividing, and you see all the chromosomes, and the chromosomes all get lined up, and then they get pulled apart. And so that as the cell divides, half the chromosomes go, they divide into the two parts, and they go two different ways. And what is it that's pulling them apart? Well, those are these little things called microtubules. And so he started to get interested in them. And he formed the view, his day job or night job or whatever you call it, is to put people to sleep, except he doesn't like calling it sleep because it's different. General anesthetics in a reversible way. So you want to make sure that they don't experience the pain that would otherwise be something that they feel, and consciousness is turned off for a while, and it can be turned back on again. So it's crucial that you can turn it off and turn it on. And what do you do when you're doing that? What do general anesthetic gases do? And see, he formed the view that it's the microtubules that they affect. And the details of why he formed that view is not altogether clear to me, but there's an interesting story he keeps talking about. But I've found this very exciting because I thought these structures, these little tubes which inhabit pretty well all cells, it's not just neurons. Apart from red blood cells, they inhabit pretty well all the other cells in the body. But they're not all the same kind. You get different kinds of microtubules. And the ones that excited me the most, may still not be totally clear, but the ones that excited me most were the only ones that I knew about at the time, because they're very, very symmetrical structures.
I mean, obviously it's going a little bit slow for me here, but like my brain is working while I'm listening. And the thing I'm sort of... There was a thing he said earlier, which I should have paused for, spent some time dwelling on this feeling that when he gave up, that there's no way for quantum interactions essentially to work in the brain. Which I suppose is, I guess, what he's suggesting there is that his view was that consciousness was a quantum effect. But rather than, as I say, an emergent property. What I'm thinking is a little bit suspect here. Is it just kicking the can down the road? Are we saying... I can also tell my British is getting more fanciful and more precise and more... I'm trying to imitate the people who speak and it sounds so lovely. Anyway, are we just kicking the can down the road? Are we saying that, in fact, the that like, oh no, it's not the neural interface, it's the quantum mechanical interface. These are all just physical systems operating by physical rules. They don't necessarily make it might make computation significantly more complex. Like it might have significantly more nodes that are interacting with each other and interacting in different states that are like, maybe our brains are more like a quantum computer, and so it's sort of a lot more efficient than it seems. But it doesn't. But that doesn't sort of reduce consciousness is still a computation. It's just computation on a different level. And let's see what he has to say about microtubules. But it feels like that's where we're going.
And I had reason to believe that these very symmetrical structures would be much better at preserving a quantum state, quantum coherence, preserving the thing without... You just need to preserve certain degrees of freedom without them leaking into the environment. Once they leak into the environment, you're lost. So you've got to preserve these quantum states at a level which the state reduction process comes in, and that's where I think the non-computability comes in, and it's the measurement process in quantum mechanics, what's going on.
So something about the...
Okay, well...
We're much better at preserving a quantum state, quantum coherence, preserving the thing without... You just need to preserve certain degrees of freedom without them leaking into the environment. Once they leak into the environment, you're lost. So you've got to preserve these quantum states at a level which the state reduction process comes in, and that's where I think the non-computability comes in.
You have to... Okay, I'm going to turn on this... Oh, okay. Quantum coherence. Fair enough. So you want to preserve the quantum coherence and the entangleability, and so you want, if you can, yeah, you want a system. You have a physical system. So he searched out the brain. And he was like, I can't find the physical system for preserving the neuron or for preserving the quantum. I give up. And then somebody says, actually, here we go. Here we have a physical system which has the symmetry, is small enough, it has the attributes where it could preserve these quantum states at the level which blah blah blah. But yeah, okay. So this is where
comes in, and that's where I think the non-computability comes in, and it's the...
So the idea that the transmission of quantum states is inherently non-computable, is that what it's suggesting?
Measurement process in quantum mechanics, what's going on.
So something about the measurement process and what's going on, something about the structure of the microtubules.
Yes.
Your intuition says maybe there's something here. Maybe this kind of structure allows for the mystery of the...
There was a much better
mechanics.
chance, yes. It just struck me that partly it was the symmetry, because
Right.
there is a feature of symmetry you can preserve.
Oh my god, is the mathematically gifted physicist talking about how symmetry makes him believe things more? Who would have thunk?
Quantum coherence much better with symmetrical structures. There's a good reason for that. And that impressed me a lot. I didn't know the difference between the A lattice and B lattice at that time, which could be important. Now that could be, that's an issue which isn't talked about much.
But that's some...
Oh, interesting.
in some sense details. We've got to take a step back just to say,
Yeah.
in case people are not familiar.
Yeah.
So this was
Yeah, you can all very clearly tell that Lex did his homework for this interview, and that made you doing your homework, talking to one of the smartest people who have definitely one of the smartest people alive, possibly one of the smartest people who have ever lived. You get this the smart person obviously dives into things, and I feel like I want the transcript of the whole thing. I want to delve into every single sentence he says.
Called the orchestrated objective reduction idea, or OR, which is a biological philosophy of mind that postulates that consciousness originates at the quantum level inside neurons. So that has to do with your search for where is it coming from. So that's counter to the notion that consciousness might arise from the computation performed by the synapses.
Yeah.
A quantum process called objective reduction. Okay, let's find out what that means. Oh, he's dealing with, okay. And then there's the unitary evolution of the wave function describing the state of a quantum system is approximate. It's weird, I know all of these words, but I don't, they're not going, they're not going in. I even know them in this context. The fundamental idea is that the unitary evolution of the wave function, I don't know what a unitary evolution is specifically, but a unitary evolution of the wave function describing the state of a quantum system is approximate. Okay, fair. Works well for microscopic progressively loses some of them. Okay. Okay. Very cool. So yeah, the collapse of the wave function. So so what it's essentially saying that consciousness is the collapse of the wave function by specific microtubules. Oh yes, okay. So it's essentially using the inherent unpredictability of quantum mechanics to get the. Okay, so we have the. We have to talk now about free will and determinism. So I think Dan Dennett is really formative for me, because I can sort of tell there's hints of his words, his ideas in my mind. Okay, this is not one of them though. This is me being a little bit always being a little bit myself. So in the question of determinism and free will, most people tend to err on the side that the universe is deterministic and therefore we have no free will. I posit that that doesn't make any sense, that we have the universe is deterministic and we have free will. That the free will that is the kind of free will that requires indeterminism isn't really any more or less free than currently. The only one of the ways I try to show this is by saying, let's postulate a being who is all powerful, can do whatever he wants, perfect power. Call him God, just for old time's sake, and let's do in fact just for tradition's sake. Let's also say that God is good, and there we have a problem. Because if God, the all powerful, almighty, can do whatever he wants, is good, then he can't do whatever he wants. Because there's a limit in the scope of the things he will do. We can predict his behavior deterministically if we know enough about the state of the universe and enough about the consequences, we can predict exactly what God will do. And thus, God is deterministic simply by the attribute of one attribute. One attribute, God is good. And so, for me, it's determinism and having attributes are functionally the same. And so this concept of freedom is something like if God cannot have this concept of freedom, if any being with an attribute cannot have this concept of freedom, then it's not a very useful concept of freedom. So for me, then the other thought experiment is, imagine we have a being which has this kind of freedom. What would such a being look like? Well, this being would need to be unpredictable. That's the only quality it actually needs. And if it has this unpredictable, indeterminate quality, then you just have a magical box. Just have like a universe, or is it can have this sort of unpredictable quality. But yeah, if you imagine like a specific smaller entity, like what shape would it have? Any shape. It would have any shape. It could change between shapes. It's not that it could change. It would change. It wouldn't have any predictive ability to decide which shape it would take. It would just change randomly without control. And sort of this being indeterminate does not seem to solve the problem. We're not freer if we're indeterminate. We're still just you can very easily imagine a physical process that is indeterminate, which does not have any consciousness, does not have any freedom, does not have any actionability. And so for me, this problem comes up now because it seems like Sir Roger wants to make the argument, or sort of seems to be persuaded a little bit by the indeterminism of the quantum systems in seeing patterns with the sort of variability in human behaviors and variability of the actions of conscious being and the sort of sensation of freedom we have. It seems to want to tie up the indeterminism of the quantum world so that we can have this sort of little mechanism in our minds, in our brains, that effectively can induce any state. We are effectively indeterminate. But it's like which state we will induce in our brains is still determinate from the other systems. It doesn't solve the problem. And if we are indeterminate, it also doesn't solve the problem. So for me, right now, it seems like Penrose has been convinced or been motivated. That's a better word. He's been motivated to this theory for reasons that are unnecessary. Now that doesn't really undermine the theory at all. It's still very possibly true. It's just that whatever sparked his imagination, his muse in this sense, may have been illusory. But I think that you don't answer the hard problem of consciousness, and you don't provide a mechanism for free will. You just provide a mechanism for indeterminism, which is not the same as free will. And so, for me, it seems like you have the problem here of it seeming to answer certain philosophical questions that it doesn't answer. And now we get into the great joy I always have, which is this is why you don't trust experts. Experts are only good at their expertise. They're not actually qualified in other fields, and they tend to make leaps of logic based on their okay, we'll go back to some fun things. So remember earlier today I drew us the Dunning-Kruger graph, and you have like this area of knowledge. Make it a little bit lower. You have like this area of knowledge, and here you have skill, confidence. And you're getting now at this area where you have one of the smartest people on the earth applying themselves to a new field, and unfortunately seeming to take the intuitive path, the intuitively easy path, when the complexity of the situation is much harder than it seems to be. And trying to give an answer to the free will problem, which doesn't solve it at all. It absolutely no benefit to it. Being indeterminate does not make us more free.
Yes, I think the key point, sometimes people say it's because it's quantum mechanical. It's not just that. You see, it's more outrageous than that. You see, this is one reason I think we're so far off from it, because we don't even know the physics right. You see, it's not just quantum mechanics. People say, oh, you know.
I just want to point out, we don't even know the physics. Yes, of course, a physicist would think that knowing the physics is the most important to understand.
No quantum systems and biological structures. No, well, you're starting to see that some basic biological systems does depend on quantum. I mean, look, In the first place, all of chemistry is quantum mechanics. People got used to that, so they don't count that. So he said, let's not count quantum chemistry.
Yeah. I mean, there's a sense in which everything can be ultimately reduced to the quantum mechanical systems, but the point is of studying physics on one hand, chemistry on another hand, biology on another hand, psychology on another hand, and sociology and so on, is that you can study the system in and of itself and gain a better understanding of reality, even though you don't have the whole picture. And it goes back to Popper's argument about scientific, or about, I want to call it scientific realism, about the fact that reality isn't sort of knowable. We don't need to know the full picture. We don't need to know how close we are to the full picture. We don't need to have anything in that sense. We just need to make predictions, useful predictions about the future. We don't need conceptually the understanding. Even if there's a situation in the future where we are capable of predicting everything in the universe from this one equation that we've decided. This equation might be wrong, but we simply have not had the evidence yet to contradict it. As such, you have it's the problem of induction, just rearing its ugly head. So no, great minds fall to philosophy.
We sort of got the hang of that, I think. But you have quantum effects, which are not just chemical, in photosynthesis. And this is one of the striking things in the last several years, that photosynthesis seems to be a basically quantum process, which is not simply chemical. It's using quantum mechanics in a very basic way.
Yes, this was true for every discovery of physics, honestly.
So you could start saying, oh, well, with photosynthesis is based on quantum mechanics, why not behavior of neurons and things like that? Maybe there's something...
Almost certainly the case, by the way, that the behavior of neurons is quantum mechanical. Which is why I earlier when I was like, maybe... I was criticizing his motivations for coming to these conclusions, and I think it is entirely this is what I'm criticizing. This statement here is false. I would stake my very decent reputation. Now I would very much argue that there is no mechanism for free will in this. It's a mechanism for indeterminism, and indeterminism is not the same as free will, even though it feels like it is. And I'm not sure that it solves the hard problem of consciousness, just because of I think that the hard problem of consciousness is kind of overstated. Or the hardness of the problem. Let's just double read it just to be clear. Quality of phenomenal consciousness is subjective. It's conscious so easy. Yeah. How we can have it's just a physical state. I don't. The problem is either solved already or it is unsolvable. I don't understand, or it's a wrong question, right? Non-computable. Okay. Process significantly amplified. This qubits. Yeah, very cool. Very good. Okay. Okay. Orchestration refers to the hypothetical process by which connective proteins, such as microtubule connective proteins influence or orchestrate qubit state reduction by modifying the space-time separation of their superimposed states. Don't think that resolves anything. But that's a really cool idea. I didn't know that was the idea of Fenrich. Jesus Christ, this is genius. No, such a neat little. Because most of the time when people are talking about space-time and quantum mechanics, they go the whole way. They say we're making quantum gravity, but here it feels more like he's just sort of making an observation about how space-time would affect something very specific in quantum mechanics, and thus it's opening the door for a lot more thinking. Abductor, non-computability and the brain's unsuitability. Warm, wet, and noisy, yeah. Okay. It's a branch, mathematical logic, computer science theory, that. Grows faster than any computable function, hence it is non-computable. Yes, give me. I need to dive harder into this concept of non-computability. Any function that is computable by an algorithm is a computable function. Okay, fair enough. General with definition of effective calculation given the first proofs, there are problems in mathematics cannot be effectively decided. Okay. So, the idea that some things are unknowable. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so they've started to mathematically describe philosophical concepts. The unknowability of reality is a computability then. Knowability is computability. That's going to be interesting once they realize that all problems are uncomputable in a very significant sense. Or, yeah, can they formalize the problem of induction? If they can mathematically formulate the problem of induction, that might solve this, or make this, or make mathematicians very upset. Oh, this is the formulation of the problem of induction. The idea that there are non-computable things, non-computable whatevers. The idea that some things are non-computable is inherently the problem of induction. You're essentially saying that there are certain things which we know only by observation, not by the algorithmic analysis, not by the analysis of the things in and of themselves and the rules in and of themselves. So, I mean, the thing, I guess, the point of this is that essentially which algorithms are real or to what extent algorithms correspond to reality is non-computable. So there's a sort of non-computability problem built into epistemology. Very fascinating. I mean, if I can learn enough maths to catch up to this, I might be able to because like I said, it's already explained. This is the problem of induction. Interesting. Okay. Everyone constantly uses it. Most of, yeah, science is this. Science is an abductive reasoning. Well. Precondition A to be abducted from the consequence B. I don't want to be mean, but this sounds like you're formalizing a fallacy. Or like formalizing the idea that you can extrapolate. Okay. For example, if all but does not ensure B. Okay, let's start by the beginning. Deductive reasoning allows B deriving from A only when B is a formal logical consequence of A. In other words, deduction derives consequences of the assumed. Given the truth of the assumptions, a valid deduction guarantees the truth. Yeah. And inductive reasoning is the process of inferring some general principle B from a body of knowledge A, where B does not necessarily follow from A. Sure. A might give us a reason to accept B does not ensure B, yeah? That's the distinction between that. For example, if all swans we have observed are white, then reduce the possibility of Deductive reason allows inferring A as an explanation of B. So it says that. What? It allows the precondition to be abducted from the consequence, which does differ in which end, left or right of the position. Yeah. So it's saying, okay, so Jesus Christ. It feels like what it's saying is that we have A implies B, so because B, therefore A, which is false. This is logically false. It's a rejection of a logical principle for the sake of argument. I don't understand entirely what the point here. Yeah, logical theory T representing the domain. A set of deduction is the process of deriving a set of explanations of O according to T and picking out one of those explanations for E to be an explanation of O according to T to satisfy. What does that one mean? One possible explanation is another condition. Actions on the person picks out some member of E criteria. Includes simplicity, the prior probability, or the explanatory power of the explanation, proof theoretical objection of the first. Are sound the complete end work for first. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I have to go. Okay, we have to keep that open because it's very much feels like the formalization of a fallacy, but
which is a bit like photosynthesis in that respect. But what I'm saying is even more outrageous than that,
Yeah.
because those things are talking about conventional quantum mechanics. Now, my argument says that conventional quantum mechanics, if you're just following the Schrödinger equation, that's still computable. So you've got to go beyond that. So you've got to go to where quantum mechanics goes wrong in a certain sense.
Goes
You have to be a little bit careful about that, because the way people do quantum mechanics is a sort of mixture of two different processes. One of them is the Schrödinger equation, which is an equation Schrödinger wrote down, and it tells you how the state of a system evolves. And it evolves according to this equation, completely deterministic, but it evolves into ridiculous situations. And this was what Schrödinger was very much pointing out with his cat. He said, you follow my equation, that's Schrödinger's equation, and you could say that you have to, a cat which is dead and alive at the same time. That would be the evolution of the Schrödinger equation would lead to a state which is the cat being dead and alive at the same time.
Yep.
And he's more or less saying this is an absurdity. People nowadays say, oh, well, Schrödinger said you can have a cat which is dead and alive. It's not that, you see. He was saying this is an absurdity. There's something missing. And that the reduction of the state or the collapse of the wave function or whatever it is something which has to be understood. It's not following the Schrödinger equation. It's not the way we conventionally do quantum mechanics. There's something more than that.
I really wish I could do calculus, because to me, why not have the same thing in two states at once? Why not have an electron be in millions and billions of places at once? Why not have it interact with itself? Why not? Why can't the cat be both alive and dead at the same time? What if reality just is fuzzy? Is that impossible? Like the more we zoom in to reality, the fuzzier it gets. That doesn't really, like, instead of it being fractal, we kind of get to the limit where it sort of, well, I mean, I guess it is kind of fractal in that sense as well, because it's constantly swapping between different states, but it's you're looking at a fuzzy reality. Reality is hairy, if I might say so myself. Yeah, so I want to see if you can do the maths while believing that the intuitively impossible is possible, by simply stating that, well, why not? Why can't it be in two places at once? Why can't it interact with itself? Why can't? What's the limitation here? Like, if I imagine me interacting with myself, I imagine, like, if you took half of all of my atoms and put them in the same rough, like, if you every other atom in my body and just shimmied it over, and I can high five myself, the interaction would still happen, right? Even if both of us would technically just collapse into big piles of goo as we lose half of our mass, the interaction between of our, like, we could seep into each other and crash into each other. The sort of, I guess the problem with this is I'm sort of implying a sort of component existence of these things, but there's an infinite number of components. They exist spread out. It's not that what I'm saying is that it's, or what it feels like to me when I say, like, why shouldn't it be able to be it? Like, if you have, like, this electron cloud, is there a better way of doing this? Let's just start out. Let's say that everything inside here is electrons, and sure, every individual electron might just be these tiny dots. Like the size, if you're pushing at it, it's just the size of the tiny dot. But if you let go, it bounces up. It's like it's like a bounce, like a squishy ball, like a stress toy, right? You squeeze it to feel its edges, like to feel how hard it is, and push at it, to feel like what is its ideal size. You just bombard it with light and electrons and other things. You just hit it, and things that bounce off, they sort of sink in and bounce off, and they sink in and bounce off, and you get the impression that the size of the thing is very compact as you squeeze it. But as you let go, it occupies a larger area of space than when you were squeezing it, when you were bombarding it with light or electrons or particles of any kind. So for me, it seems, and if something then has an extension into space that is larger than we think it is, then it isn't that surprising that it is interacting, because it's sort of, it's sort of what we call interacting by self is more or less the sort of texture inside this ball of the electron. Is more like what is like sure, it's again, if you squeeze it, you'll feel this weird thing moving around in your hand, and it's the electron who's not entirely comfortable by being squeezed. But it's also in the same way, in the sense that an electron is moving and spinning and darting around the nucleus. When you sort of, because of all of the motion things, it sort of has areas inside it where it's going. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's more like a smoke cloud, or it's like a squishy toy, a stress ball with different levels of density inside of it, and different levels of density that spread out in different ways. And that's what it means to interact with itself. It's more or less that it has the property of this squishy toy is to have a variable density according to the conditions it's put in. And it's these variable densities that cause the other effects, the electrical effects, and all the other effects we get from quantum mechanics. So for me, the Schrödinger example, the cat who's both dead and alive, is just yes, and of course it's dead and alive. Yeah, of course it can have different states within itself. Yeah, no, I don't understand.
And it's easy to quote authority here, because Einstein, at least three of the greatest physicists of 20th century who were very fundamental in developing quantum mechanics, Einstein one of them, Schrödinger another, Dirac another. You have to look carefully at Dirac's writing, because he didn't tend to say this out loud very much, because he was very cautious about what he said. You find the right place and you see he says quantum mechanics is a provisional theory.
All theories are provisional.
We need something which explains the collapse of the wave function. We need to go beyond the theory we have now. I happen to be one of the kinds of people, there is a whole group of people, they're all considered to be a bit mavericks, who believe that quantum mechanics needs to be modified. There's a small minority of those people, which are already a minority, who think that the way in which it's modified has to be with gravity. And there is an even smaller minority of those people who think it's the particular way that I think it is, you see. So
those are the quantum gravity folks. But what's
you see, quantum gravity is already not this. Because when you say quantum gravity, what you really mean is quantum mechanics applied to gravitational theory. So you say, let's take this wonderful formalism of quantum mechanics and make gravity fit into it. So that is what quantum gravity is meant to be. Now I'm saying you've got to be more even-handed, that gravity affects the structure of quantum mechanics too. It's not just you quantize gravity. You've got to gravitize quantum mechanics. And it's a two-way thing.
But then when do you even get started? So that you're saying that we have to figure out a totally new ideas in there.
Exactly. No, you're stuck. You don't have a theory. That's the trouble. So this is a big problem. If you say, okay, well, what's the theory? I don't know.
So we may be in the very early days, sort of.
It is in the very early days, but I'm just making this point.
Yes.
You see, Stuart Hameroff tends to be, Penrose says that it's got to be a reduction of the state and so on, so let's use it. The trouble is Penrose doesn't say that. Penrose says, well, I think that, but
Yeah, right.
we have
No.
we have no experiments as yet which show it's that.
Yes.
There are experiments which are being thought through and which I'm hoping will be performed. There is an experiment which is being developed by Dirk Bouwmeester, who I've known for a long time, who shares his time between Leiden in the Netherlands and Santa Barbara in the US. And he's been working on an experiment which could perhaps demonstrate that quantum mechanics, as we now understand it, if you don't bring in the gravitational effects, has to be modified.
And then there's also experiments that are underway that kind of look at the microtubule side of things to see if
Yes.
there's in the biology you could see something like that. Could you briefly mention?
That would
because
be
that's a really
better
sort of
test of his theory,
one of the only experimental attempts in
of the objective. Like obviously Penrose does more shit than is more on the physics side than on the neuroscience side. But it's for the neuroscience, for the theory of consciousness, we need to look at the microtubules, even if we get a better understanding of quantum
the
mechanics.
very early days of even
Yes.
thinking about
Yes,
consciousness.
I think there's a very serious area here, which is what Stuart Hameroff is doing, and I think it's very important. One of the few places that you can really get a bit of a handle on what consciousness is what turns it off. And when you're thinking about general anesthetics, it's very specific. These things turn consciousness off. What the hell do they do?
Right.
Well, Stuart
That's a very good
and
point. Honestly.
a number of people who work with him and others happen to believe that the general anesthetics directly affect microtubules. And there is some evidence for this. I don't know how strong it is and how watertight the case is, but I think there is some evidence pointing in that kind of direction. It's not just an ordinary chemical process. There's something quite different about it. And one of the main candidates is that these anesthetic gases do affect directly microtubules. And how strong that evidence is, I wouldn't be in a position to say. But I think there is fairly impressive evidence.
And the point is
that
the
direction.
experiments are being undertaken, which
Yeah.
is
I mean, that
Which is
is
interesting.
experimental. You see, so it's a very clear direction where you can think of experiments which could
Yeah, that's why I
indicate
like about it.
whether or not it's really microtubules which the anesthetic gases directly affect.
that's really exciting. One of the sad things is, as far as I'm from my outside perspective, is not many people are working on this. So there's a very like with Stewart, it feels like there's very few people are carrying the flag forward on this.
I think it's not many in the sense it's a minority, but it's not zero anymore. You see, when Stuart and I were originally
It was
talking
zero.
about this, we were just us and a few of our friends. There weren't many people taking it, but it's grown into one of the main viewpoints. Yeah, there might be about 4 or 5 or 6 different.
I want to stress here because I think it's kind of interesting. I'm absolutely on board with the idea that consciousness arises from the interaction of quantum processes and microtubules. I just don't think that it solves the problem of consciousness or the problem of free will. To be fair, I don't think that free will needs a mechanism. I think that like the sort of the conflict here, the problem people have with free will is a sort of over insistence on the impact of determinism on our free will.
Views that people hold, and it's one of them. So it's considered as one of the possible lines of thinking, yes.
You describe physics theories as falling into one of 3 categories: the superb, the useful, or the tentative. I like those words. It's a beautiful categorization. Do you think we will ever have a superb theory of intelligence and of consciousness?
We might. We're a long way from it. I don't think we're even whether we're in the tentative scale. I mean, it's
You don't think we?
I think honestly, and to be very clear, all all sciences. It's very typical that scientists don't really understand exactly how provisional their knowledge is. It's the problem of induction is just insurmountable. There's no way about it. Any new evidence can contradict any old evidence. No matter how many swans you see, no matter how many quantum mechanical effects, no matter how many light diffractions you've seen from distant galaxies, no matter how much you've tested the Hubble constant, no matter how much you see, one single bit of new evidence could be enough to completely upend could be enough to demonstrate that the entirety of the thing is flawed. And that's what happened with Newton. That's why Mercury, yeah, we had a great theory. It's a superb one, but it's also completely provisional. I don't think, yeah, maybe that's not what maybe he's sort of
We've even entered.
just ignoring this because, of course, you don't think about this constantly unless you're, it's not a useful thing to dwell on if you're a scientist. Like I heard when he's talking about it and talking about how you work on quantum mechanics, I think pointing out that the knowledge is inherently impossible just makes that more fiddly, a more tedious word salad, because it's essentially we have to pretend that we are gaining knowledge, that we are using models. But I think, I was thinking about this when he was talking about we don't have a theory of quantum mechanics or a theory of relativity or a theory of gravity that is sufficient. And so we need, we can't put them together yet because neither of them are complete. I think that's absolutely the wrong attitude to have. Maybe that's the attitude he needs to have in order to do the work that he's done. But the attitudes indicate, all of our knowledge is of the kind of provisional, and we have been able to gain significant leaps of knowledge, even, and being able to combine previous theories, I'd argue, even to make newer theories that are also provisional. And let's do the graph. There's a nice and easy graph. We have let's actually make it with straight lines this time. So what we have here, oh no, that's not how you do it. Yeah, that's good enough. So this is where the truth lies. Get this line up top here. And we don't need to color it, but so essentially this is a graph of truth over time. Like this line is the truth, and the curve is our theory. God, I can't write. Let's try it again. Theory. Close enough. So what happens is we go up, we learn more and more, we build up more and more and more and more, but where are we on this graph? Are we here? Are we here? Are we here? Are we here? Have we reached it? Have we crossed over the line? Like how do we know? Where are we on this graph? It's unknowable. That's inherently unknowable. That's the problem of induction. So we essentially have, sure, we're building up. We're always approaching truth. We're becoming more and more accurate, but we don't know how close we are to the overall accuracy. We might be that in fact we only have the most basic and barely oversimplification of how the universe works. Maybe the universe is actually a 58-dimensional quantum superposition of some kind. It's like there are realities which are so beyond our comprehension that I can't even describe them coherently, because it wouldn't. If I could, then we would already be there. So for me, it's sort of the fact of the matter is we don't have any surefire way of escaping ignorance. Ignorance is inherently built into our ability to understand things. And so my point being that we've been able to move up this line even though we are only here, right? Even though we only have a bare minimum of truth, we managed to move up to a higher point, and a higher point from there, and a higher point, and a higher point. We didn't at any point need the accurate one. We didn't ever need to be here. We never needed to have this knowledge. We needed to have this knowledge, this best guess. That's what we needed.
The realm of tentative.
Probably no. I think it's
Yeah, that's right.
No, well, you see, it's so controversial. We don't have a clear view which is accepted by a majority. I mean, you see, people. Most views are computational in one form or another. They think it's but it's not very clear, because even the IIT people who think of them as computational, but I've heard them say no, consciousness is supposed to be not computational. I say, well, if it's not computational, what the hell is it? What's going on? What physical processes are going on which are that?
What does it mean for something to be computational then? So,
well, there has to be a process which is. You see, it's very curious the way the history has developed in quantum mechanics, because very early on, people thought there was something to do with consciousness, but it was almost the other way around. You see, you have to say the Schrödinger equation says all these different alternatives happen all at once, and then when is it that only one of them happens? Well, one of the views, which was quite commonly held by a few distinguished quantum physicists, that's when a conscious being looks at the system or becomes aware of it, and at that point, it becomes one or the other. That's a role where consciousness is somehow actively reducing the state. My view is almost the exact opposite of that. It's the state reduces itself in some way, some non-computational way, which we don't understand, we don't have a proper theory of, and that is the building block of.
Oh, it just dawned on me. What's happened here? What he said earlier, like he said, no, somebody told him no, consciousness is supposed to be non-computational, and this is him giving us his best effort to give us an area in which consciousness could be if it's non-computational. So yeah, okay, fair enough.
What consciousness is. So consciousness is the other way around. It depends on that choice which nature makes all the time, when the state becomes one or the other rather than the superposition of one and the other. And when that happens, there is what we're saying now, an element of proto-consciousness takes place. Proto-consciousness is, roughly speaking, the building block out of which actual consciousness is constructed. So you have these proto-conscious elements, which are when the state decides to do one thing or the other. And that's the thing which, when organized together, that's the OR part in OR. But the ORC part, that's the OR part, at least one can see where one's driving as a theory. You can say it's the quantum choice of going this way or that way. But the ORC part, which is the orchestration of this, is much more mysterious. And how does the brain somehow orchestrate all these individual OR processes into a genuine.
I think therein lies sort of the problem here, is that while the brain is the result of the processes it is itself orchestrating, you're not solving the problem of or free will, or even the problem of consciousness in a very large sense. You're just sort of saying, I mean, we're not saying how qualia arises. I mean, we accept in the sort of physical sense, yeah, I guess. But we're not sort of saying that something in our brain, it's the problem of free will remains. The problem of, I think if you can move away from, or if it moves away from the idea of free will, of trying to explain free will, I'm probably much more on board with it.
Genuine conscious experience.
And it might be something that's beautifully simple, but we're completely in the dark about.
Yeah, I think at the moment that's the thing. We happily put the word orc down there to say orchestrated, but that's even more unclear what that really means.
Just like the word material, orchestrated.
Yes.
Who
Materialism,
knows?
yes.
And we've been dancing a little bit between the word intelligence or understanding and consciousness. Do you
Yes.
kind of see those as sitting in the same space of mystery as we've been
Yes, but you
discussing?
see, I tend to say you have understanding and intelligence and awareness. And somehow understanding is in the middle of it, you see. I like to say, could you say of an entity that is actually intelligent if it doesn't have the quality of understanding? Like, so I'm using terms I don't even know how to define.
Yeah.
But who cares? I'm
They're,
just
they're somewhat poetic, so if I somehow understand them,
Yes. That's right. We don't exactly.
but they're not mathematical in nature.
Yes, you see, as a mathematician, I don't know how to define any of them, but at least I can point to the connections. So the idea is intelligence is something which I believe needs understanding. Otherwise, you wouldn't say it's really intelligence. And understanding needs awareness. Otherwise, you wouldn't really say it's understanding. Do you say of an entity that understands something unless it's really aware of it? In our normal usage.
Oh my God! He just answered the Chinese root problem I was struggling with earlier. The difference between the room doesn't have the self-awareness, because of the whole room, the whole system. You need the database, the instructions, and the man. The man might have self-awareness, but the room as a whole doesn't have the sufficient amount of self-awareness.
So there's a three sort of awareness, understanding, and intelligence. And I just tend to concentrate on understanding because that's where I can say something.
Yeah.
And that's the Gödel theorem and things like that. But what does it mean to perceive the color blue or something? I mean, I'm the foggiest. That's a much more difficult question. I mean, is it the same if I see a color blue and you see it? Or if you're somebody with this condition, what is it called?
Or where you assign like a sound to a color.
Yeah, that's right. You get colors and sounds mixed up, and that sort of thing. I mean, an interesting subject. I mean,
yeah. But from the physics perspective, from the fundamentals perspective, we don't.
I think we're way off having much understanding what's going on there.
So we're here when it comes to consciousness. I think we're here we're probably somewhere. It would be fascinating if we're very far down here. I think the important thing is to resist the urge to believe we're very far up here. We're more likely to be somewhere in here, or no, somewhere in the middle. Very fascinating, very fascinating. I thought I was going to be much more critical. I don't like that. I don't like the gargling of cum in the comment sections. Even of Penrose, who's very intelligent. I don't like the idea that this is the response. I guess that Lex Friedman does very much cater to that sort of crowd of positivity addicts. But yeah, it's entirely. I would not be surprised if it's a quantum process rather than a macro physics process. Yeah, let's save that one. Save that one. Might save that one. We'll remember that one. Okay. I want to keep streaming. Part of me just wants to keep reading about these things. I'm vaguely aware of other things I might want to do today. Well, that's a good idea as well. Weird. Compiling my thoughts is more mentally challenging than trying to phrase it in a way that other people want. Because now I want to keep reading it because it's so my brain is just so active. But I'm looking at what I was writing about and I'm thinking how I would structure this. I would structure this in like chapters about one chapter for each, one for social information where I talk about how we use social cues and how we rely on other people so that we don't have to know everything ourselves. Specialization is essentially this. Yeah. The ad hom, the two-cock, the appeal to authority, the genetic fallacy, the quoting out of context, the proof by assertion, the thought-terminating cliché, the circumstantial ad hominem, and the accomplishment fallacy. All of these rely on the sort of social instinct. They rely on the fact that on specialization, on the fact that I don't need to know everything about every subject. Instead, I go to an expert. I go to Sir Roger Penrose and I say, or I go to, okay, where is he? He was here. Oh, he was in the other one? Oh, I closed him. I go to someone, I say, this is his beliefs. I go to people who are knowledgeable about something, and then I sort of, sure, I don't necessarily accept what they say prima facie, but first cause? Wait, what? It's prima facie. On the face. Okay, it is, okay. First impression, facie, okay. First fact, yeah, okay, but first impression. Yeah, you don't trust information inherently if you want to engage with the ideas, but most of the time we don't need to engage with the ideas. Like if I ask my boss, do we have enough wine left when I was a waiter? And she said, yes, we do. Do I then go, no, I just used an appeal to authority, sorry, I have to go check myself? Or do I accept the knowledge and move on? I think I accept the knowledge and move on. Yeah, no, I'm not really feeling the mental state I need to be in to write appears to be actually quite different from the mental state I am in right now. Which is strange because usually what happens is I watch loads of videos and then I get triggered and then I go and write something. Maybe I'm understanding what writer's block is. This sort of fogginess of my mind right now which makes me not want to pick it up It's not impossible. I could write about it. It's just it wouldn't be as good. So I guess that's why I don't want to. Do I have to do it to prove it? Okay. Instead of trying to prove to myself that I am a useful human being, let's continue to read. Let's also, in fact, give ourselves a little bit more. I don't want to read this right now. I want to watch weird
Hey
ass
everyone,
videos.
so I've been doing a fair share of debunking lately, and I feel compelled to mention a trend I've been noticing in the comment section of those videos, primarily from people who are angrily defending the things that I am debunking. They like to accuse me of using logical fallacies, and they like to list those fallacies by name. But in doing so, they demonstrate that they have no idea what those fallacies actually mean. It's gotten really bad. I have to point this out several dozen times per day. So I decided to make a brief video focusing on the handful of fallacies that are most frequently cited incorrectly and explain what they mean. Here we go. First up, there is suddenly an epidemic of people using the phrase ad hominem. I have no idea what happened, but just a couple months ago, everybody on the internet started using this phrase regularly, where previously almost no one did. People who say this think that it means an insult. Obviously, this isn't accurate because insults are not logical fallacies. If you walk up to someone on the street and say, "Hey, you ugly jerk," that's not an ad hominem attack. That's just being mean. In actuality, ad hominem, which is short for argumentum ad hominem, is a rhetorical strategy that involves focusing on an aspect of someone's character as a means of debasing their argument rather than focusing on the substance of their argument. For example, if I was in a debate with Steve and I said, "Well, obviously Steve thinks that way about ethics. He has brown hair."
Oh wow. That's fascinating. Oh, actually, due to 2022. Aww. Is it just books then? Okay, fascinating still to see the rising.
Brown-haired people are always wrong, so Steve is wrong. Or if Steve and I said, "Well, obviously Steve thinks that way about ethics. He has with Steve," rather than focusing on an aspect of someone's character as a means of debasing their argument rather than focusing on the substance of their argument. For example, if I was in a debate with Steve and I said, "Well, obviously Steve thinks that way about ethics. He has brown hair. Brown-haired people are always wrong, so Steve is wrong." Or if I said something like, "Well, what does Steve know about economics? He's unemployed and also doesn't have many friends." Or if I said, "What can Steve possibly know about America? He's Bulgarian." Or if I said, "Well, Steve got
Not sure what I want to say about this, honestly, because on some very fundamental sense, I'm very much, I'm not sure how the usefulness of me arguing that ad hominems are a broader category. Because, yeah, I mean... Oh, actually, it is valuable. Okay, so I did want to write. I just didn't want to write about this until now. Immediately, my brain triggered, and now I want to write about this. The argument ad hominem. The reason, like, because what I've done yesterday was I've been arguing about why fallacies are not inherently logically invalid. And, or more specifically, in order to show that we shouldn't go fallacy hunting, I've tried to sort of stress and highlight how logical fallacies, don't seem like logical fallacies to the person using it. You can only sort of determine a logical fallacy after the fact. So a person, for instance, the ad hom. So a person thinks that someone's character is relevant. And so, for instance, say that somebody stole something from me. And I go to my roommates, and I try, one of you has stolen from me, and they say, no. Of course, and I say, and I know it was you, Dave, because you always steal my stuff. Now, the logic is an ad hominem logic. The argument is false. It doesn't necessarily follow that just because Steve always steals shit, that Steve is the one that has stolen shit in this specific instance. It might be that Lisa stole my shit, but actually I'm blaming Steve. So, alright, Dave was the person who stole it. Whatever. Whoever I'm accusing of stealing my shit, I could base my judgment on on their character. Let's stretch the logic even a little bit further, because this seems too intuitively good. It seems like I'm just using induction. So let's stretch it. We know that Steve is a drug addict, and we know that he often struggles with money because of his drug addiction. And so knowing this, I immediately go and accuse Steve of stealing my stuff, because I know that he is the one that's for me. I think that argument does hold water. He is the more likely option than the person who has nothing really to gain from stealing anything. The person who has something to gain and who has stolen in the past and who has reasons to do it. Like, I'm attacking his character and using his character as the basis for my argument, basis for my belief that he is the stealer of my stuff. But but it's logically spurious, but it's logically spurious in the sense of trying to analyze it formally, but it's still a correct inference. It's still a useful inference to make. It's not whether or not it's a correct inference, of course, depends on the situation, but what I'm trying to get at here is that the logic that the fallacies that the application of fallacies aren't as obvious as it seems. So in the context, obviously in this context, what the problem is that all of the people and all of the respondents to Dave's critics, we'll call them, if they knew anything, they should have just explained why they thought that the reasoning was false. Saying that's an ad hom, therefore it's false, is the fallacy. Now I'm committing the fallacy by stating the fallacy, and we can keep going recursively forever. So let's stop there, just for tradition's sake, but assume I went on forever in some universe. Should have explained themselves. So if somebody comes, when Dave made his ad hominem, so I'm going to assume that the critics were right. When Dave made his ad hominem attacks on the people they support, these insults meant to undermine the thesis of the arguments. That's the ad hominem attack. Then, when that was happening, their reaction should be okay, this is why this character isn't important for this case. So, for instance, in the case of the thief, uh, if I accuse Steve of having stolen my stuff, and he says, no, I've been sober for 3 months, or however long, and I just got a loan from the bank, I have plenty of money, and whatever. I have everything to lose from stealing from you. I want to live here for at least another year. But Lisa's moving out next month, and she was always a bit of a kleptomaniac, right? We can there might be other information that we need to make this assumption. I can address the ad hominem by addressing the reasoning of the argument. Don't need to jump back and say, aha, that's a logical fallacy, because almost all induction is inherently logically fallacious. Induction is cannot possibly give us true and accurate results about reality. That's just inherently impossible. That's what the problem of induction is all about. Every single thing we know by induction, we could disprove by induction, and we could disprove it tomorrow. No point, and we could disprove it in a million years. Like at no point do we have enough evidence that it is 100%. We're always 99.99, etc. And so it will always be logically fallacious to use a inductive argument. But in the same way, we should then be a little bit careful, a little bit wary about how often we point out fallacies and what we do with the information. So if somebody watches Dave's videos and says, I recognize that fallacy, that's a logical fallacy, that argument there, I'm going to criticize it. What you do is you criticize the inference. You say, well, you said this, and then you said because of this. I don't think that this follows this. Maybe you could explain it. That's also a very good rhetorical strategy. Instead of just saying you're wrong, you say maybe you could explain this better. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's like what's happening when I was reading the consciousness stuff, and I was like insisting that I didn't understand anything. It's because I think what it sounded like was so obviously insanely stupid that my brain kind of goes, let's be a little bit skeptical to ourselves. Maybe I haven't understood it properly. But also, more importantly, if you say maybe I haven't understood it properly, you get better results from the people you're talking to. So yeah, we can watch more Dave's video.
Got a DUI in 2005, so...
Especially because it gives us the time to sort of think of better examples. Someone steals somebody steals from me. Do I accuse my junkie roommate or anyone else? Do we not use character to predict social behaviors? And statements. Beliefs and statements, I should say. So if somebody like spray tags Trump 2024, do you assume it's the Hillary Clinton supporter or the MAGA hat guy, right? We use character assassination, or we use ad hominem attacks to constantly in our day-to-day lives to make inferences about the people around us. This isn't so. This sort of going back to what I was writing about yesterday. It's reasonable to be sort of socially Yeah, this is a category of social information. I think that's
Why should
reasonable.
anyone listen to him? You see, it's a logical fallacy. It's an attempt to discredit someone's argument based on fallacious reasoning that fixates on
So I didn't put it in the irrelevant evidence box. But obviously that's the thing. That's the conflict between the user of the fallacy and the critic and the fallacy hunter. Is that the critic of the critic of fallacies. Why is it? Yeah, sorry, my camera thing's annoying me. The fallacy hunter doesn't believe that it's the inference is logically valid, but the fallacy maker does. So it's very unproductive to search out fallacies because you're basically just reiterating the statement, I believe what you believe or I believe what I believe and you believe what you believe. You're not actually engaging with the argument, you're not actually understanding the argument, you're not putting yourself in the perspective of how they got to their conclusion. You're just saying, I decided that your argument is false. You're not even considering the idea that their argument is reasonable or true. You're just de facto dismissing it as a type of fallacious reasoning. And it's very interesting then that we do use this type of fallacious reasoning all of the time in our daily lives. And I think it's a good thing that we do. This is why we should integrate these things. We should integrate fallacies into AIs. We should make AIs make mistakes that are predictable in certain ways.
Irrelevant circumstantial details.
Okay, we have to turn up the volume a bit on you.
Surrounding the opponent. So when I debunk con men like flat earthers or electric universe pushers or young earth creationists, and I say that they are con men or uneducated or unqualified, these are not ad hominems.
Interesting. I know what he means by that. When he's saying con man, uneducated, and unqualified as insults, as he made it clear. But let's put ourselves into the mind. Do it another step. Let's put ourselves into the mind of the fallacy hunter, the committer of the fallacy. Their reasoning would be that Dave's reasoning is that they think Dave's reasoning is this person is unqualified, therefore what there is false. And the thing I want to stress here is, having watched not all of them, but having watched some of Dave Farina's, this is, by the way, Dave Farina, great guy. Professor Dave Explains, go watch him. Having watched Dave Farina's, some of Dave Farina's videos, I don't actually think that's too far from the truth, because there are quite a few examples in which the people he's criticizing, like say people from the Discovery Institute, I think I saw one of the Electrical Universe videos as well. These people state things about science which are false, and when Dave is debunking these statements, what he says is he's talking about how they're clearly uneducated, clearly unqualified. This con man claims that this and that is true, but actually what's happening is this and that. But from the perspective of a person watching the video, what Professor Dave, let's call him Professor Dave, it's much more casual. Professor Dave explain. What Professor Dave is doing is actually making, or from the perspective of the critics, what Professor Dave is doing is implying or is arguing with his authorities. He's simply saying, well, my word against theirs, right? And the reason you should trust my word is I'm obviously not an unqualified con man. See, I have my credentials here and they have all of this bullshit, with which they're obviously unqualified. But in theory, I, an unqualified person, could have read something about a field in which Professor Dave is very familiar, but something that he has a lapse in memory, just misremembers, confuses with something else. It is theoretically possible that I remember something about science better than Dave remembers it in a specific scenario. And so from this assumption, this possibility, we can derive that when Dave is saying, well, clearly look at how stupid they are, they don't even know that this is true, then from the perspective of the person who's watching it, what they hear is, look how stupid they are, therefore they're wrong about this thing, right? Therefore they haven't understood this thing. Rather than, as like the more charitable interpretation would be, that Dave should have gone into this thinking, well, if they're critical of, Professor Dave should have gone into it thinking that if that maybe they've just stated things in an imprecise way, or maybe they've misunderstood it a little bit. That they should have, or maybe they mean the thing that everyone knows to be true. They've just sort of not communicated it ideally, or maybe they understood something I haven't understood. Right? This is the attitude we should, in theory, have, like the logically valid strategy. It's just that it isn't practically applicable. It's not useful in our day-to-day lives, and I think that. Yeah, from the perspective of the people who are using the fallacy here, are committing the fallacy here, the people, from their perspective, Dave is using an ad-hom because he's going from stupid or con man, uneducated, unqualified to their statements are false, rather than as I know, for instance, I would, if I wanted to, and I a few times I believe I've done it today in this stream. I spent a lot with, obviously it's because Penrose is a lot smarter than anyone I've ever spoken to, so I had to open all of these things and close most of them just to be able to comprehend it. But like, I could look up the information Dave is giving me and go like, oh, I see, like compare and contrast what Dave's position is and what their position is. However, from the position of a sort of naive person who doesn't think of that as a possibility, let's say, they would view what Dave is saying as you have two sources. You have the source of the Discovery Institute, for instance, versus the source of Dave. Which one should you trust? Well, Dave says that they're unqualified, so therefore you should trust him. Now, I don't think that's what Dave is saying, but I can understand that that's the based on this video, I interpret that that's what the people who are criticizing him are saying.
They are state.
I have to write this down because I want to stress. I probably think the fallacy is going to be like its own page of thinking, but like in this case, the critics argue
Statements of fact that
let's call it philosophers' hatred of science.
that are specifically related to the claims those people are pushing. Pointing out that someone is actively deceiving people for money is a statement of fact. Pointing out that someone possesses no degrees or professional experience in an academic field in which they profess expertise is a statement of fact. It is not a logical fallacy of any kind. The next most common...
That's an interesting thing. So yeah, they are
people
statements
for money
of fact.
Is a statement of fact.
But the logic, of course, statements of facts have no inherently logical value. What you use to the context of these things being said is what sort of rubbing people the wrong way, I suspect, or at least sort of giving them just enough wiggle room that they can rationalize their own beliefs as as logically coherent. Because then they say, well, actually, the reason you think I'm so wrong is because you don't understand the logic of what I'm saying. And in this case, or like,
pointing out that
this one is the interesting thing, because you're making wild claims about physics without being a physicist. It is a statement of fact, but by itself, it is poisoning the well. It's undermining the credibility of the speaker. It's suggesting, well, oh, we have it on the list here, don't we? Appeal to authority, proof by assertion, quoting thought terms. Don't we have one? Yes, that's the one. So the courtier's reply is I don't think that's a rejection of the appeal to authority when I think about it, but the courtier's reply was the statement that we can open up in every logical fallacy just to find it.
Knowledge, credentials, or training to...
See, you can't say that you're not a doctor, right? So they're accusing you of the fallacy in this statement. They're accusing you. Their interpretation of this statement is that you are saying you can't make these wild claims about physics. You don't know anything about physics. You can't say that. You're not a doctor, right? So this implication is like if this is a logical, the statement of itself, the statement of fact as it is, like it's two separate statements of facts. You're making wild claims of physics, statement of facts. You are not a physicist and never studied physics, another statement of fact. And these things are like, you can make wild claims about physics regardless of whether or not you've studied physics. Let me make a wild claim about physics, actually, while we're at it. So my wild claim about physics is that the gravity in the universe, whether it's matter or dark matter, is causing dark energy. The stretching of space-time by matter or dark matter, by anything with a gravitational force, stretches out space-time in such a way that space-time reacts to this forever and becomes bigger. And this continuous process is the effect we know as dark energy. And presumably, and maybe this could explain even the fact that dark energy seems to pushing us more and more apart, but actually don't need that. Because the dark energy doesn't need to be, the energy doesn't need to be necessarily increasing. It just needs to, because as things get farther and farther apart, if the energy is constant, then the gravitational effect drops off so fast with distance. But yeah, that's a wild claim about physics. I don't know any. I mean, I barely know. I'm not a physicist. I have studied. Well, I haven't really studied physics. I did high school physics. I did one physics class in uni. You're right. Didn't I? Did I not? Maybe I didn't actually. Come to think of it. No, it was all maths and computer science. Regardless, the fact that I made this statement with not a physicist and no studies of physics under my belt, I might still be right. Right? My wild claims about physics might still be right. They're like, the fact that I'm not a physicist does not discredit my wild claims about physics, nor does the wildness of my claims demonstrate. I mean, but it does really catch into. I don't know, we're going to use. I'm very glad I decided to watch this video, because I needed this to be able to frame these answers of the courtiers. This was actually a very good project. So, the courtier's reply. I'm just going to write down everything here, because I think it's such a good point. But I think actually the word "but" here undermines Dave's point a little bit, because it implicitly in this statement of fact, even though this is just a natural turn of phrase. Let's be clear here. It's not just how language works. But if you're trying to be very critical of him here, the fact that he says "but" implies that the next thing here is a contradiction of the first thing. That the first thing shouldn't happen because of the next thing, and that's false. You could absolutely be making wild claims about physics without being a physicist. Most of the first ones, the first wild claims about physics, the first true claims about physics, or accurate or useful claims about physics, I should say, were by non-physicists, just mathematicians trying their best. I suppose that kind of made them into physicists, but that's also kind of the point of view of the people now. It's like, what's the demand for authority, or what's the demand for expertise? We're making wild claims about physics. Like you. This. Yes, where were we? We were in the courtier's reply. So, let me take this off while I think. You're making wild claims about physics, but you are not a physicist and never studied physics. So the logic of this is useful. It's useful in our day-to-day. Useful reasoning. Also fallacious. So this is like the, in case Dr. Dave, Professor Dave, I don't know, Professor is the better title, right? It's like a rank up. Professor Dave, if you ever watch this, I want to be clear. The problem where I'm getting at is that informal fallacies are defined in such a way that you can only determine whether or not they're fallacious after the fact. And they're not actually fallacious in this sort of logical sense. It's not that the logic is incoherent, it's that they end up, it's whether or not that it happens to be true in this specific instance. And it's sort of a very generalized insight here is that quite a lot of a reasoning we do, and that's sort of a second point, is quite a lot of the reasoning we do in daily life that is very useful to us to be able to use fallacies often and consistently. So, yeah. Why does it keep... I'm going to have to change the bit rates at some point. $6,800 kilobyte per second. Cool. So what I was saying, so useful reasoning is, so the usefulness is that is essentially in the social aspect here. If you have a person who is, did I put that somewhere else? Oh yeah, I put it under here. It should probably be under social understanding, yeah. put it here as well. An unqualified person should be taken less seriously. Maybe that's the insight here, which is more important, is that reality we do a little, it's much less Boolean, it's more fuzzy logic. It's more, you have ideas which are more or less true. My favorite example of this is, imagine if you have two people. One person says that the moon is made of cheese, the other person says the moon is made of marble. The person who says the moon is made of cheese is more wrong than the person who says the moon is made of marble. Both of them are wrong, because the moon, lunar regolith is something else, but maybe it is much closer to marble than I realized, but still it's both statements can be wrong while still having a variable degrees of truth to them. Because the moon being made of cheese implies a certain set of conditions which aren't true, whereas the moon being made of marble implies a certain set of conditions, some of which are true. Or a larger group of these conditions are true than, or a larger set of the observations we can get are true than if the set of observations we would expect from a cheesy moon. But still, an unqualified person should be taken less seriously. If you have an unqualified person, but, big but, even though an unqualified person should be taken less seriously, they're not necessarily wrong. But a stopped clock is right twice a day, right? So even though these non-physicists are saying wild things about physics, it's entirely possible that they're right simply by virtue of chance. And so it's not logically coherent to make the connection, you're making wild claims about physics even though you're not a physicist and never study physics. This sort of inference being the opposite inference, that a person who has never studied, who isn't a physicist and never studied physicist, is unqualified and therefore should be discredited when they say things, or shouldn't be believed, or shouldn't be taken seriously. These are statements are all logically false. It is entirely possible that somebody who has never studied physics and is not a physicist can make accurate but wild claims about physics. Therefore, it's still a fallacy, even though I think it's still logically valid. And that's the crux of the issue. All of these fallacies, as far as I can make it happen, I'm going to try. I'm going to force it as much as I can. I think all of these fallacies are in fact reasonable to use, even though they're still logically invalid, still logically incoherent, still better to use them than to not. Okay. Bathroom breaks up. How Not to Use Logical Fallacies by Alex O'Connor. Okay. Well, I guess that's what we're watching afterwards. I'm going to be awake for like 19 hours today. Well, that's not actually that long. Am I just going to push... Like, I wonder how long I'm going to stream if I just keep having fun like this. I could just stream forever. It's the 5th. It's the 5th? Oh my god. No, I've only streamed for 4 days because I decided to randomly switch my sleeping pattern in the middle of one of the days. Yes, that's true, I did do that. What's this? Oh. Go away. Yes, but stop clock is right twice a day. So, yeah, that's why I think this implies, maybe, if I'm stretching the interpretation a little bit, this probably implies the courtier's reply, because it's saying that a physicist, or it's implying that a physicist who has never, or a person who has never studied physics, is less credible when making wild claims about physics than a physicist, which is logically fallacious, but it's also reasonable. It's a reasonable thing that we should do, but it's logically false. That's better. That's so much better. I feel so much better when my hair is messy. See, this is the problem with all streamers. We become vain. Look how vain I've become. There we go.
Someone possesses no degrees or professional experience in an academic field in which they profess expertise is a statement of fact.
Now, obviously, here he explains that the problem isn't that they're making wild claims. The problem is they're making wild claims while pretending to have the authority to make these wild claims.
It is not a logical.
To be fair, maybe that's a whataboutism. They're a hypocrite. They're lying about their their credentials, but that doesn't make them wrong again, right? So I've already made a sufficient defense of whataboutisms, because what about, like, we shouldn't trust. I mean, this is a very automatic thing we do in all of our lives. We don't trust hypocrites. We shouldn't. If somebody tells you should exercise more and they don't, then they probably don't know what they're talking about. They don't know how hard it would be for you to exercise in that situation. They don't know what it takes to exercise more. They don't know the implications of it. Maybe you shouldn't exercise more. Like, say that you tell that to somebody who's depressed. Well, maybe they spend all of their efforts exercising more and they don't actually gain enough endorphins out of it to justify the exercise, and then they just become more depressed because they fail to uphold their own standards, right? So it's, yeah, if this is the the whataboutism, then it's also, again, it has the interesting justification. Now, obviously, all of the
fallacy
fallacies kind of
of
have
any
justifications
kind.
in my mind.
The next most commonly misused
Hey.
term is a straw man, or a straw man argument. Those who misuse this think it just means a bad argument, or that it's just something you can say in response to any argument you don't like. In actuality, a straw man argument is one in which someone puts up a false representation or extreme distortion of their opponent's argument and deconstructs that rather than what their opponent actually proposes. So it's a way of misrepresenting your opponent. Some con men can be very devious with these, such as young Earth.
Okay, before we go on to his examples, because every time he shows an example, he undermines the whole project. And I will not have it. Strawman. Now, is it not true? Is it not reasonable? Is it not expected that the... like, it's weird. It's easier for me to stare directly into the camera than it is to stare at another human being. Oh, but you can't see when I stare into the camera because of the perfect reflection of my screen. Can you see my screen? Maybe you can. That's funny. Note to self: do not watch porn while streaming. A strawman argument, a false representation of extreme distortion. So I want to make the point that this pretty much always happens when you criticize someone. And I'm going to rely very much on an anecdotal evidence here, which is its own fallacy. We'll get to that. Okay, we have to write it down. Straw man. My example, which I won't need to write down because I can remember it oh so very vividly. When I was starting out arguing, it was mainly with my mother, as you might expect. As is quite typical of a teenage man or a teenage boy at the time, I was quite egregious in my attempts to argue with my family members. And one of the things I noticed happening all the time was when I really went for it, when I was like, this is obviously absurd for this, and that reason. Well, they said, oh, you haven't understood what I meant. So the strategy I then started going for was, well, is this what you mean? Explain it to them in their own words. Like, yeah, it sounds reasonable. And then I go, well, this is wrong for this, that, and that reason. It's like, no, you don't understand. So there's literally no. So for me, there's maybe you know a strategy and you share it to me. Please write it in the comments. And this is not bait. Only tell me things. If you know things I don't know, I want you to yell them at me with as many obscenities as possible. But I have yet to find a strategy wherein you can consistently present or discredit someone's opinion without them feeling like you have misrepresented their opinion. So any point in time where your view, if Dave's view, for instance, is that creationism is stupid, then that is inherently a misrepresentation from their point of view because they don't feel it's stupid, right? So you're strawmanning it, even though you're right. You're kind of strawmanning their position because you're misrepresenting the position from their point of view. So, when you, it's such a fascinating thing. When you criticize people for strawmanning, it also flips it around. It does the same problem because the person who is doing the strawmanning is also doing it because on purpose, not necessarily on purpose, not in. The problem with a straw man is if it's used as a dirty rhetorical trick. If you know that their position is other than that what they say, if you're in like a political discussion and you don't care about being right or learning something new, you just want to dunk on your opponent and get more votes. In this sense, you are, in this sense it's bad. And it's a logical fallacy. Or it's more like mean rhetoric. And like what I'm saying, fallacies are annoying, not illogical. It's just you being an asshole and not taking their argument seriously. You presumably think that they're wrong for other reasons, but you're entirely uninterested in actually engaging with the argument. You're just there to dunk on them. But there's another way of using a straw man, and that is if you are trying honestly to engage with somebody else's opinion and you don't understand it properly, which is almost always the case. Like if when I was sitting watching Roger Penrose's video, I clearly did not understand jack shit about Orca OR. But by engaging with it, like if I was to have a discussion with him, like if I wanted to understand it properly, I would end up strawmanning it. Unintentionally, I would argue, but even like I would be willing to commit that fallacy because I need to present my flawed understanding. So even if I know that my understanding is flawed, I'm confident that my understanding is flawed, I might state it as though I think it's true simply because that's the understanding I have at the moment. I understand that something has to be wrong about it, but if I can't quite put my finger on it, the more productive thing to do in a discussion is state it as fact and then hear the response. Why is this wrong? Obviously, if you want to do it in a nice way, which is why, again, fallacies are annoying, they're not illogical. The rudeness of the fallacy comes in and stating, this is what you believe and this is why it's wrong. But if you state, I don't understand. That sounds so crazy. Could you explain this better to me? Then you're effectively displaying the same. You're displaying the same level of understanding. You're using the same reasoning to a certain extent. You're maybe stretching it a bit, but you're having a similar function in the conversation. You're trying to. You're just communicating your views, your lack of understanding, by stating what you have understood so far. So if I was in Dave's classes, Professor Dave, but that doesn't make sense, because then how can an electron be in two places at once? And Professor Dave says, well, no, now you're just strawmanning me. Of course, he's not going to say that. He's going to actually explain, well, maybe that is what happened. Maybe it's something else. But if I say that, I'm not attempting to discredit Dave, my professor. I'm attempting to I'm displaying my own ignorance so that it can be corrected in this context of a discussion. So that's kind of, it's useful to display your own ignorance. Own ignorance. And here I want to make the point that man can be rude. This is what you believe. Here's why it's stupid. Let's just, here's why it's wrong is even still sufficiently rude. Whereas straw man polite is saying that doesn't make sense to me. How could that be? Right? In both cases, I am sharing what I think the opposition's point is, or the person I'm speaking to. Well, I'm sharing what I think their point is, and it's a wrong point. It's a mischaracterization, a false representation. I had to look. False representation of their beliefs, but how I do it, it changes how the sort of social function, but it's not more or less logically valid. And that's kind of the funny thing we're getting at here, is that the point of fallacies, which I read from Wikipedia, which is annoying me, is every time I feel like I've done something clever, I look it up and the philosophers are way ahead of me. But yeah, apparently the idea is, it's not a new idea that the function of debate rules or discussion rules or the avoidance of fallacies in rhetorical argumentation is as a function of politeness and manners and social interaction, rather than as a function of logical consistency. Unless, of course, you're sitting doing formal logic by yourself or with your friends for some reason. Okay, so he's going to talk about the insidious ways.
Opponent. Some con men can be very devious with these, such as young Earth creationists who deliberately misrepresent biological principles to convince uneducated people that science is wrong. So when I take things that con men say and explain why they are wrong, this is not a straw man. It's me explaining how con men are lying and manipulating their viewers. Some people so thoroughly don't understand this that they will accuse me of straw manning on a video like my response to the Globe Busters, which is literally me playing clips of them saying things and then deconstructing the things they...
That is actually hilarious. I was like, when I was here, I was like, well, of course, because like I said earlier, anytime you criticize anyone's argument, it has this note of strawmanning in it, because the note of strawmanning is for the holder of a belief, part of that belief is how they feel about that belief. And so if you're representing their beliefs and you don't display similar-ish feelings or an understanding of these feelings, then it feels like you're strong. It feels like you're misrepresenting their beliefs, because you're not representing them. You are misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting their beliefs. It's just that their beliefs, their feelings on the matter aren't actually relevant to the argument, but it still feels like you are misrepresenting their beliefs. And this is also why it's a very bad idea to just go fallacy hunting and pointing out this is a fallacy, this is a fallacy, this is a fallacy, because if you go to an argument and say this is the straw man fallacy, where do you go from there? Right? You have to say this is where I believe you're wrong about my argument. And if you are also very good at analyzing your own argument, you will be better at and analyzing the argument of the people presenting it to you. You'll be better at divorcing this sort of emotional attachment, this the emotional component of your belief, so that when people represent your belief, they can do so without sharing the emotional component. That said, again, more effective often at getting people to not throw around the straw man accusation is just pretend, like acting very sort of uncertain, very calm and quiet and thoughtful, really, and speaking a little bit more slowly, as if you're really thinking through all of the things you're saying. You come across as someone who's being patient and who's being understanding, and who's, obviously Dave isn't doing this because he's making the videos for us. He's making the videos for people who he's preaching to the choir, and he's doing so in a very funny way. But it's for us as a viewer of this, as a person who doesn't believe in the flat Earth, it's more entertaining than if he actually slows down and really shows that he has empathy for the emotional state of the person making the counter argument, which is what you would need to do if you really want to get to people like this.
Say and explain why they are wrong. This is not a straw man. It's me explaining how con men are lying and manipulating their viewers. Some people so thoroughly don't understand this that they will accuse me of straw manning,
which is hilarious,
on a video like my response to the Globe Busters, which is literally me playing clips of them saying things and then deconstructing the things they themselves said, directly quoting some.
That would be obviously that's quote mining, so I don't understand how you a professor don't understand that. Actually, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I accused you of straw manning. Actually, you're quote mining. Oh, good God. I wish I wasn't as good at understanding idiots as I am, because this is
someone is the antithesis of a straw man. So people who use the term in that context clearly don't know what it means. They are just parroting a phrase they heard, like a toddler mimicking its parents.
That is a straw man of my position. I am in fact not a toddler imitating his parents. I am a grown man. You are misrepresenting me. Please be cancelled.
Next up, argument from authority is tossed around a lot. This is usually used by science deniers who are denying science in favor of some crackpot, blissfully unaware that they are themselves committing the argument from authority. An argument from authority is when someone says, well, this person is a doctor, so they must be right about this miracle cure. Or this person is a physicist, so they must be right about this thing in space. The main reason this is a logical fallacy is that humans can be liars. Some people present themselves as doctors or physicists, but aren't. Wearing a white lab coat while you make YouTube videos is just a way.
No, I think actually Dave is a little bit wrong here. But the thing is, he's wrong in a very interesting way, the best kind of wrong. So, under argument from authority. So, I think the reason Dave is wrong is because he has correctly noticed. He's wrong because he's right. Now, it's wrong. He has noticed that we do rely on expert testimony. And so he's kind of sort of narrowed down the argument from authority to the point where it's about being a liar. No, actually, it's much more general than that. People can be wrong. So even though somebody represents themselves as a scientist, it's logically incorrect to listen to them because they could be wrong, right? Stopped clock is right twice a day, or indeed a fast clock might be wrong. A person who is very competent in a field might, for have a bad day. They might have slept too little. They might be high. They might be like there are a number. They might be talking candidly. There are a number of different reasons why you should ascribe different, or that you shouldn't just trust the things people say, and or more specifically in the from logical reasoning here, an authority saying something is true has actually no bearing on whether or not it's true. It's the reversing the implication. Things that are the people who are in authority are more likely to believe things that are true. So it's like, but it's not the things they believe are more likely to be true. It's that their beliefs are more likely to stem from the truth rather than their beliefs more likely to point to the truth. So it's just a problem it's a problem of induction again. We have honestly the problem of induction goes in a lot with the fallacy problems here, which is probably why it was the second category, the most filled up category as well, I believe. No, okay, this one beat it by a lot. Our own ignorance. Yeah. The limitations of our understanding in a situation are, of course, where? That went to J, okay. We have, okay, so, okay, I don't really need to write a lot here because I've done it already, but the principle is that it is logically useful, or it's logically invalid to listen to an authority, to believe something is true based on the fact that an authority tells you. The fact that an authority tells you something is true does not influence the truth value, right? There's a number of like statistical inferences which can lead to us making it more probable based on an authority saying something is true, but you just end up in this weird, or actually to make it a slam dunk. If you have a logical argument that, so if I have the proof, I wrote it the other day, if I have the proof that the square root of 2 is irrational, it doesn't matter how many mathematicians you get to tell me that the square root of 2 is rational. I have proven that the square root of 2 is irrational. This is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. No, this argument is watertight. No matter what you say, no matter who you are, no matter what happens, the argument is in no way influenced by the statement. Whether the mathematicians are liars, or they're wrong, or they're high, or they're drunk, or whatever is happening, whatever is going on in the mind of the authority doesn't matter. What does matter is the argument. So the authority is in fact irrelevant. It's unimportant. Yes, good. I think that's it. But yeah, so I think Dave is slightly wrong here in the stressing the liar's point of view. The reason it's wrong is much more fundamental, and the reason, and the sort of tricky thing here is, yes, Dave, you are committing the arguments from authority fallacy almost by definition. You are Professor Dave. You are appealing to your own authority just for the sake of comedic value, almost for the sake of prettiness, like the sort of we should find the little ditty where Professor Dave explains. Come on.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
See, this branding, this fun little branding, is inherently an appeal to authority, which is what's so hilarious to me about logical fallacies. The more I'm diving into them right now, is logical fallacies are correct, or we should be using logical fallacies. We are using logical fallacies all of the time, and it helps us make accurate decisions in our lives. It is far too useful for us to abandon these shortcuts simply because they're technically logically invalid. Shortcuts are great. That's what I'm going to write here. we have to use this fallacy in the modern world. In our modern, hyper-specialized world. Because back in the day, Socrates could come sit down with the engineers and the scholars of the day, and he could pick apart their reasoning, and he could show that even though that their authorities, they're so wrong about so many things. But if I go and start picking apart quantum mechanics, then what happens is, well, there's this other quantum interpretation of quantum mechanics. Maybe that one appeals to you more, or well, actually, it's more complicated than that. I'll explain it to you, right? The reality is, all of our understanding, our base level understanding of the vastness of the concepts we are bombarded with, or that are being used in our daily lives, even if we don't realize it, these concepts have been simplified to us so that we can have sort of a rough, vague idea of what they mean, but in reality we have absolutely no idea. So we have these sort of rough ideas, and in reality we have no idea. We haven't actually had time to, or we're never going to have time to engage with them as much as we'd need to in order to fully refute them. And the same way, like, take me for a massive example, is I fronted my weird ass physics idea, but I'm clearly too distracted. I have too many other things I'm interested in, too many other things I want to figure out, that I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to spend the next few years actually figuring out how to teach myself calculus, despite all of my failures previously. I'm just going to say, well, I trust you, Dave. I trust you, Penrose. I'm just going to assume that you're going to get to some worthwhile things. I'll listen to your arguments. I'll pick them apart mainly to get you to explain things better. But arguments from authority are necessary in the modern world, but they're all still logically invalid.
Way to make people think that you know what you're talking about, and it works really well because YouTube is full of frauds dispensing advice on medicine and nutrition, which just consists of a flashy narrative that people want to hear, which is gobbled up by thousands of suggestible people who then defend their source using an argument from authority. This is precisely why citing scientific consensus is not an argument from authority. If every single chemist alive agrees on something about molecules, it's because that's how molecules.
So this is false on two fronts. The more general one we'll deal with after. So if every single chemist in the world thinks that's how molecules work, then that's how molecules work. And that's demonstrable by how we do chemistry. So every single physicist thought that Newton's mechanics was how orbital mechanics works. And that's not how orbital mechanics work. Because every single scientific principle is provisionary. And I know you kind of know this because I didn't watch the video, but I feel like I got Popper and Kuhn up on the list here. Falsificationism and this sort of process, the sort of analysis and analysis. Now, the analysis that Popper makes is that we don't need to know things in this sort of absolute Greek way. We only need this provisional knowledge. We only need the demonstration by the fact we do chemistry, right? It only needs to be good enough to allow us to do things with it for it to be true. This doesn't make it true in the philosophical sense, in the absolute sense, and that's the conflict we're getting at with the whole fallacy hunting problem, is that in a philosophical sense, most of the things we know to be true today aren't. In the sense that all of science is necessarily false. That's built into it. So, because that's the point of science, right? The point of science is, did I do the curve? Yeah, I did the curve. So we should probably get rid of some of the point. But you have truth is somewhere up here. We don't know where it is. And we get closer to, the theory gets closer to the truth over time. But where we are on this list, nobody knows. We could be anywhere. But we are, what way is it? Yeah, it's that one. So we could be anywhere on that. It's really, now I understand why people do it. Up and down is right, but left and right isn't. So that's funny. It's much easier to do that with a mirror for some reason. Because, yeah. Oh, yeah, because it's raising the opposite hand. Oh, it's not mirrored. That's what's happening. My brain is so used to only being able to see myself when it's mirrored that my brain is automatically compensating. But I think raising this hand will raise the hand on. Fascinating. Okay, back to the actual things we were talking about. So because of this graph, because of this fact that we don't know where we are on the truth line, or how close we are to the truth line, how far it is up and down, all scientific knowledge is provisional. We know for a fact that all scientific knowledge is incomplete, and we will always, and because of the problem of induction, it will necessarily always be incomplete, or more importantly, or more like in the context of graph, we won't know where we are. So when we get to this point, we might this line might actually overlap, and we might go like this, right? I mean, that doesn't work in a logical sense, because if it overlaps, then we go past. But maybe it goes like this, right? Or, yeah, maybe it touches it and goes down again. At some point, we might be at truth, but we won't know we're at truth, and so we're stuck in this sort of problem that all scientific knowledge is inherently provisional. It's designed to be wrong. So when we say that's demonstrable by the fact that we do chemistry, what we're really saying is that the knowledge type from science is of a different kind than the knowledge type from philosophy, or the knowledge type from mathematics and formal logic. The type of knowledge we have from science is about how we can use it, about how if something allows us, or if some model allows us to do chemistry, then that model is effectively true. It doesn't matter that we will at some point have a more accurate, a broader, a bigger and more complete picture. This model is still as true as it needs to be for our goals. Right? It's a different category of truth. Now, to the more general case, argument from authority. Scientific consensus is not an argument. I strongly disagree with this. And it does go back to what I was just saying, that the scientific knowledge is a different kind of knowledge from philosophical knowledge. But just to stress this point, philosophical knowledge only deals in absolutes, in deductive reasoning and logic. Right? Inductive reasoning doesn't work. That's the problem of induction. Deductively, we know that inductive reasoning cannot give us certain knowledge about the universe. So, citing scientific consensus is it's a good way to sort of avoid. It's a necessary step, right? Yeah, I guess that's what really is necessary. Is scientific consensus. It's a way of really stressing that. So it shouldn't be. We shouldn't think of citing scientific consensus as an argument for authority. We shouldn't think of it as fallacious reasoning, because it is inherently necessary to how we think about things. It's inherently necessary to the fact that we're so ultra specialized that the amount of understanding I can have of a subject which I have not spent hundreds of hours researching is very limited. So it shouldn't be thought of a logical fallacy, but it is. It doesn't logically follow from the scientific consensus that the scientific consensus is true. There is no link. There's a non sequitur there. It's the link, if anything, might be statistical. It might be the fact that, but it again, we're getting to the point here. Like or might be more true. I guess this is the difference we're talking about here, is that we know that this, if we know that this area is bigger than, or this line is bigger than this line, that's the point of scientific consensus, is sort of determining how far we are up on this line. and saying that scientific, or not necessarily determining how far up we are online, saying that scientific consensus, relying on scientific consensus, relying on this in appeal to authority leads us to be higher up on this line than if we don't rely on this appeal to authority. So in a sense, actually, I would argue that the concept of scientific consensus, rather than not being a type of appeal to authority, demonstrates why appeals to authority are necessary. Or, yeah. There we go.
Work, which is demonstrable by the fact that we do chemistry. Molecules have specific behaviors. Chemists study those behaviors and apply them in ways that are irrefutable and intelligible to any undergrad.
Are they irrefutable? You want to bet? Want to bet, Mr. Dave? Oh, sorry. You want to bet, Professor? So I don't know enough about chemistry to make any good examples. Chemistry was always my worst subject. I was love physics, love maths, I love philosophy, I love all of these weird subjects which are honestly, the further away from science you go, the further away from induction you go. Despite loving science, loving that scientists exist, that's not my cup of tea. It's not something I'm very good at. I like the idea that reality is logically true. I used to, actually, and now I don't anymore. And I prefer the chaotic emergence of things that aren't. Nothing is true. Everything is uncertain. Everything is a chaotic whirling mess of definitions and improper perspectives and uncertain knowledge. That's a much more fun realm for me right now. But chemistry was never an area where I could understand very much. But the idea that something is irrefutable even in chemistry is absolutely absurd. The idea that, like, what the closest thing you can get is that certain chemistry is only possible under certain conditions, right? So you could say that we're not going to have ice 5 here or whatever, right? We're not going to have, or maybe we are. I don't remember what the different categories of ice are and how they're actually formed. Ice 17, that's a high enough number that I'm going to assume that we don't find it on our planet. And I think it does go that far, but I don't remember. I remember vaguely reading about a double-digit ice number, and I was like, what's happening? Anyway, what I'm trying to get at here is that if you have all the chemists of the world doing chemistry all of the time, they get all of these reactions that all fits with their model. Suddenly one day, one of the chemists discovers that something, or does an experiment that reacts completely differently. Now, in time, we will based on this experiment, we will expand our knowledge, expand our model, so that we can predict even this phenomenon. If maybe this was some strange chemistry with radioactive elements, where the radioactivity caused it to degrade in the middle of the process or something like that, and this will then expand on our knowledge of chemistry. And please don't get too stuck on the example. Like I said, I know nothing of chemistry. But let's say that there is some experiment which gives a completely different result from what you'd expect from the theory. Now, you wouldn't throw out the theory right away, and the scientific consensus would still remain against it, but it might then be true, and we will only know if it's true based on the future events, that chemistry is in fact incomplete. That the model they've been using, the irrefutable, intelligible model, is in fact not irrefutable. It's entirely likely that it will be refuted at some point and replaced by something better. Actually, let's refer to what I was just watching, the Penrose Consciousness is Not a Computation video, and what he says about chemistry being all quantum mechanics, and he also then follows it up by having talking about how incomplete quantum mechanics is. Well, if we then get a more complete view of quantum mechanics, we'll have a more complete view of chemistry that might radically change how we think of it, the model we think of it. And it might be in the same way as with Newton and Einstein. That, I mean, I'm not going to use general relativity to calculate things, but I can use Newton's formula to calculate things just for fun, right? So it might be that in reality is much more complex, but it leads to effectively the same results in the vast majority of cases, so that people can still use the same model. But this doesn't mean that the model is right or true or especially doesn't mean it's irrefutable. It's in fact been a model that can be refuted can also still be valid and useful, scientifically useful.
Graduate student studying the subject. The same goes for any other field of science.
Good,
Science
because I can only use examples from other fields.
Just things that we know, and there is no central authority figure. It's a body of...
This is what scientists think about science, and this is like why you get the difference between a philosopher of science and a scientist. And this is why when I hear people talk about falsificationism, you're missing out the biggest, most important thing here, which is that it is all based on these 2,500 years of philosophy, starting with all that I know is that I know nothing, zooming up 2,000 years to, well, at least something exists, and then hundreds of years of science in addition to that, and we're like, still we're standing there, we have philosophers have no idea what's going on, because scientists just keep going, they just keep doing more and more shit, and clearly they know something, but how on earth could they know? And all of the time they're changing what they know, even though it seemed like they knew it, but then they knew something completely new. Reality wasn't changing all of this time, was it? So what happened was Popper eventually gets to the point where it's like, or some philosopher, in this case it was Popper, it happened to be, decides, you know what, I'm gonna figure this shit out. And he did. He figured out that science doesn't care about knowledge in the sort of ultra strict mathematical philosophical sense. Science only cares about knowledge in the pragmatic useful sense. So it isn't a body of knowledge in the philosophical sense. It can't be. Mathematics can be a body of knowledge, but no, science is a list of models that are predictively useful, that make accurate predictions more often than any of the alternatives. They're more true than any of the other options. That's what we care about with science. Like, I care about it being more true than the other option. I care about being higher up on this truth curve than any of the other. Don't care about whether or not we can hit this truth line, because we don't know where the truth line is. But we do care about being as close to it as possible, and that's what science is all about. So it's the body of knowledge would be this truth line, but the body of scientific models, this theory line, is the more useful area. It's the only pragmatically. It doesn't care about how by not caring about how close it is to the truth line, it has managed to get closer to the truth line, which is spectacular, but it still doesn't. It's not a body of knowledge. You can't know things.
Of knowledge. The irony is that the person who thinks the fake physicist on YouTube is right because they are a physicist should be 100,000 times more likely to listen to the 100,000 real physicists that collectively say something different. But people who think this way do not regularly apply logic to their worldview.
That's unfair. Poor people. They do, and that's one of the things I'm going to show here is that it's just that the logic is. It's just that we don't agree with the logic, and that's what the problem is. Is that we need to determine. In order to engage with these ideas, we need to actually engage with them.
And then to wrap things up, though it's not technically a logical fallacy, I am endlessly amused by people who use the phrase cognitive dissonance.
Oh, they use
This is mainly flat earthers who heard the term once, think it just means being dumb, and then diagnose everyone that debunks them of experiencing cognitive dissonance.
I've noticed this in the other examples too, but this one is the most obvious case of it. It's very clear that people have been slamming these fallacies in the faces of these people who are illogical and wrong and whatever. Gullible fools, as we will call them just for fun. I can also make fun of people. It's very clear that the problem here is that, like, for instance, flat earthers have been told, oh, the cognitive dissonance is unreal. And they were furiously annoyed, and so they use this insult back at us. And this happens all of the time in all the different kinds of branches of discussion in politics and religion and history and science and whatever, in philosophy as well. But you get this, I get this impression that most of the people who are like, most of the people who say you're strawmanning me have been accused of strawmanning other people. Most of the people who say that you're showing cognitive dissonance have been accused of cognitive dissonance themselves. So I very much get the impression that it's basically whatever stones we throw at them, they'll throw back at us. So that's reason number 115 why we shouldn't use fallacies to criticize people. We should actually engage with their argument, not just. And I think Dave is very good at doing this. I think that all of the time when I mean, he does sometimes list logical fallacies, but you have the weird balancing act of preaching to the choir versus preaching to the people who might want to listen to you. Yeah, that was my stomach.
What this term actually means is the state of having specific beliefs or behaviors that are highly contradictory. An example of this would be a fundamentalist Christian who preaches about forgiveness and loving your neighbor, but then turns around and actively hates pretty much every group of people that's different from themselves. Or a science denier talking about how dumb science is on technological devices that are built on the scientific principles they deny. It does not
I don't necessarily think that last example is a good case of cognitive dissonance, but it is funnier than the other example.
apply to people who understand science and use their understanding of science to demonstrate the illegitimacy of pseudoscience. So that's it. One day I hope to do a whole playlist on philosophy and logic, and perhaps there we can really dig into the whole list of logical fallacies, which is very long, and learn about them in a more academic context. But for the time being, if you are the type of person that likes to interject this terminology in conversation or in a YouTube comment, please learn.
Yeah, exactly. That's not what I said, or that doesn't matter. Yes, perfect. Come on. You are getting saved forever. Nope. Does that mean I have to hide my stream? Nah. I probably should have realized that was going to happen, but... Ugh. Should just copied and closed. It would have been much safer. God, I feel now I haven't felt this warm since I tried flirting with someone last time. Jesus Christ, that's embarrassing. Okay, don't stress. Don't stress. I mean, if worst case scenario, the video gets I mean, wait, what am I talking about? Yesterday I watched a video of like AI art stone sculptures that were naked in suggestive poses. It's like clearly, yeah, like me showing half a thumbnail and oh god, let's not talk about it. Let's just move on with our lives. And that was a fun video. Wait, is this? That might be a better one. But yeah. Let us watch another shortish video.
Yourself talking to someone who strawmans so hard that they're going to be picking chaff out of their hair for a week, it would be good to be able to point at what exactly it is that's making meaningful discussion impossible. I will also put a link.
Pointing to it is more likely to make meaningful discussion impossible than actually trying to address it. It's less likely that the straw man is the problem than that. Like, if somebody strawmans you, you say that's not what I said, and then then the conversation continues. The discussion is possible. If you say that's a logical fallacy, then the conversation is impossible.
Link to a website which has pages entitled "Your Logical Fallacy Is," which also has more detailed explanations. Let's go. Fallacy of composition. If it's true of the parts, then it's true of the whole. If there are 3 great players on my hockey team, then my hockey team must also be great, right? And the opposite, fallacy of division. If it's true of the whole, then it must be true of the parts. If my flat is about half the size of your flat, then it follows logically that my doors must be half the size of your doors. The gambler's fallacy is the idea that streaks of good luck or bad luck exist and are not just random noise. It's been read 6 times in a row, it's on a streak. Tu quoque. Or, who are you to talk? If your sister, who does no exercise, says, you should do 150 minutes of moderate or 75 minutes of vigorous exercise a week to be healthy, it is the tu quoque fallacy to say, I'll do it when you do. Who are you to lecture me about what exercise I should?
So, this is turning out to be my favorite one. Because, yeah, who are you to tell me what exercise I should be doing? You're not willing to do it. My life, I'm too busy to do that shit. You can do it. Show me that you can do it, and then I'll do it. That's a good argument. It's fucking rock solid. I don't believe what you tell me because you have presented zero evidence to the idea that I should exercise more. Nor have you shown any understanding of the situation required to exercise more. Nor have you shown any understanding of the alternatives to exercise which achieve the same goal. Somebody tells you that you should exercise more. That's just an inherent. There's a valueless, like, your sister telling you should exercise X amount of minutes or X or Y amount of minutes a day, is making is stating something. It's just a stating of you without evidence. I know you are perfectly allowed to reject that without evidence, and if you want to insult them at the same time, by all means go ahead. Point out that there are hypocrites. I mean, that which is asserted without evidence can be rejected without evidence, and it can also be rejected with insult. That's also great. Keep it going. The division and composition fallacies, I think, are the harder ones to explain why they're reasonable. There is a reasonableness to them, and it has to do with sort of limited knowledge and the problem of induction. So, like, if you find a spaceship part, it is reasonable to conclude that whatever the alloy the spaceship part is made out of is also the alloy of the rest of the spaceship. Now, is it true? No, probably not, but it's the best we've got. We start with something and then we move on. Right? Provisional knowledge, proximal, practical, pragmatic knowledge. Pragmatic knowledge. Useful knowledge. Guesses. Good guesses. That's what we need. We don't need knowledge. Let's stop fantasizing about having knowledge. We need good guesses. Give me good guesses any day of the week.
Should be doing. Her not doing exercise says nothing about whether or not you should do it. Straw man, willfully
Her not doing exercise does indicate that a person similar in a situation that might be similar to yours, or someone who might have an understanding of yours, is unwilling to do the thing. Might be so, like, you shouldn't do exercise because it would require you to take too much time out of your day. It would just be exhausting, and you'd stop doing it because you feel like you're cutting out all of your fun free time to do it, and you just grow more miserable. So you shouldn't do exercise, right? If you there might be contexts in which you should do exercise, right? The tu quoque, probably more correct. I prefer pronouncing it two-cock because fuck yeah. Your cock. Now, two-cock fallacy is... Yeah, I know. I think it's more I think about it, the more people insist to me that it's invalid, and the more people insist to me using the exercise example, the more definitely sure I am that it is entirely logically valid. Somebody please give me a non-exercise example. Because if somebody tells me I should exercise and they're not willing to exercise, then maybe I shouldn't exercise. Maybe I should walk more. Maybe I should take the stairs more. Maybe I should ride a bike more. That doesn't mean I should exercise. Maybe I should be more active. It's not the same. It's like, you should exercise this amount for every day. No, I shouldn't. I should do any number of things that more properly accommodate my lifestyle. It doesn't mean I should exercise just by inherently by itself. Okay.
Misrepresenting an argument, often in a massively hyperbolic fashion. We should cut down on our use of fossil fuels. Oh, so you want to ban all cars and make 80-year-olds with suitcases run around on bicycles, do you?
Oh, let's do that. Okay, let's do this. The hyperbole. Well, now that's a slippery slope fallacy. That's not a straw man fallacy, I'd say. I understand that in the context it's being used, it very much sounds like a straw man fallacy because she's like presenting it as the same argument. But what is if I heard two people actually have it and I thought they were genuinely meant the things they were saying, this would be a slippery slope fallacy. The reasoning that the person who's saying this is using is, well, if you want to reduce fossil fuels, then you need to make these changes, and otherwise you won't be able to achieve these goals, right? So. Yeah, I think so.
No? Ad hominem. You're evil! An evil witch! Burn the witch and don't listen to the witch's opinions. They're the devil's words. Sometimes people are obviously biased or subjective, and so you should treat their arguments with care, but...
It is better form. And that's an important thing.
It's generally better form to attack.
It's better form. It's nicer. It's more sociable. It's more effective. It's more fun. It's more engaging. It's more... There's just so many different words. But actually, whether or not it's more logical doesn't matter anymore. That's not what we're interested in. The point of you not using logical fallacies is to not be a dick. That's the goal. You don't want to offend the person, or it's not even offend. You don't want to be grating on the nerves of the person you're talking to, and both the use of and like the continuous use of fallacies and the lack of being aware of this is typically a lot of these fallacies are mainly fallacious and can be avoided. The fallacy can just be avoided quite simply by being like, I don't understand what you mean. Could you explain that more? Right? And you essentially both undermine and avoid all fallacies because if you're essentially always never implying that that you understand them or that you have a correct view of their opinions, you're essentially always questioning them, always getting them to dig their own hole. Oh, sorry, that was annoying. It's like you avoid fallacies just by being nicer. So, be nicer to people.
The argument rather than the person. Somewhat related to this is the genetic fallacy, which is assuming that an argument is automatically wrong because of its source. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Fallacious appeal to authority. Sometimes it's appropriate to look at what experts think on a topic, but fallacious appeals to authority bring in someone who's an expert in an entirely unrelated field and...
No. See, everyone gets this wrong. Appeals to authority are logically invalid.
Expect you to treat them as
regardless
an expert
of whether it's a good authority. That's the... What planet am I on? Why is it that all the smart people don't know why they're smart?
Being an expert in particle physics doesn't mean you'll automatically have sensible opinions on...
Being an expert on particle physics doesn't automatically mean you will have sensible opinions on particle physics. Drunk, high, fell on his head, many different wrong, misremembered something, like many different ways, is lying, many different ways, has deluded himself. Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, I wish I had that book. I need to talk to people I don't like to get that book back. Okay, one of my favorite books of all time, Why People Believe Weird Things, gives this mind-bendingly amazing refutation of this sentiment which, as we've seen both Dave and now Jill Barra, also again great YouTubers, both Dave and Jill have shared this view, which I think is false, which is a sort of implicit acceptance of appeals to authority when it comes to scientific consensus and sort of expertise. As an appeal to expertise is different in their mind to an appeal to an authority fallacy. However, from the philosophical point of view, that's not the case whatsoever. And the way to show this is when we're reflecting on this question, why do people believe weird things? Well, as it turns out, as Michael Shermer writes in his book in the introduction, the original title of the book was Why Do Smart People Believe Weird Things? And the really fascinating answer, as I believe, I wish I could bring it out. I wish I could read his words word for word here. The fascinating answer to this question, why people believe weird things, is that why smart people believe weird things is that, as you might expect, that a smarter person is better at countering, knows more, is better at countering and limiting their beliefs in wrong things. But as it turns out, smarter people are also better at tricking themselves. They're better at inventing explanations. They're better at digging themselves into these logical knots. They're better at convincing themselves that they have better arguments. They're more intellectually creative. And this intellectual creativity can be used to constrain their understanding of things just as much as it can use to open their understanding. And so when people ran out of breath in the middle of that sentence, but when you say that an appeal to authority, or an appeal to expertise, I should say, is not fallacious, that referencing scientific consensus is not fallacious, scientific consensus kind of avoids this a little bit. But the idea is essentially that no matter how smart, no matter how competent, no matter how much understanding you have in a field, and in fact, if you are very much so entrenched in a field, it will take longer for you to reject. Like the paradigm shift is harder for you because you're more entrenched in it. You essentially have a sunk cost fallacy problem because you've spent all of your life believing something to be correct, and then slowly but gradually you have to redefine the terms of this. I think this sort of thing happens a lot in, I read, last year now actually, I read books about planet factory and planet formation and the history of science, and or the history of black hole blues is the one I was thinking of. Which isn't planet formation, it's about the history of gravitational waves. And you get all of these points in this story where most people don't believe the theory. Most people are wrong. The scientific consensus is inaccurate. So yes, in fact, appealing to authority does not make you more true. Authority does not have any connection to truth, really. And it feels like it should. It feels like we should trust them. It feels like it's useful. More importantly, I think it's enormously useful. But a smart person... So the truth or falsehood of an argument, this is kind of where it gets to be very interesting. Because the truth or falsehood to a statement is effectively unprovable, or depending on what kind of statement. But if you're trying to search for these sort of arguments that in favor of something more nebulous than 2 + 2 = 4 or something Like you're trying to say, oh well, the movement of planets is based on the curvature of space-time and something. You're trying to understand things in a more conceptual way than just formal, like simple numbers. When you do this, you're trying to what was my point? Honestly, you're trying to the argument doesn't depend on the authority, right? So the reason appeals to authority are bad is that, or the reason appeals to authority are fallacious, is that you're not saying, well, the scientific consensus is that this is a fact, which it seems to be a necessary condition for us to be able to have facts in the first place. What instead you're doing is saying, well, this person is convinced of my argument. This person presented this argument. If I say, for instance, when I was watching Penrose again, I was thinking about reading about how he argues, or the OR theory, the orchestrated objective reduction theory of consciousness, and it sort of entangles into the free will concept. When I was saying, if I said, well, I read Daniel Dennett and he rejects this argument, and I said that as if to undermine the argument, that would be an appeal to authority. But if I say, well, Daniel Dennett's argument against this is the compatibilism, where the free will isn't necessarily contradictory to determinism, and in fact it's not clear that indeterminism makes us more free. I believe that's the idea, that indeterminism doesn't make us free, is the idea I think I stole directly from him. I think some of my ways of presenting it are slightly different from him based on the experience I've had trying to do it. But the idea that indeterminism isn't more free than determinism, that's, I think, something I stole from him. Then I've not appealed to his authority. I've taken an argument and presented it, right? So I might have, the fact that I mentioned him might have been damaging, but I've just taken an argument and presented it. The argument is what stands on its merit, not the appeal, not the authority. It's not because Daniel Dennett thinks the argument is wrong, it's because I think the argument is wrong for reasons that I only got from Daniel Dennett. Sure, I mention him to give due credit to the creative geniuses who have filled my mind with all of their thoughts, but he's not the reason you should listen to me. The argument is the reason you should listen to me. If I'm wrong or right, it's based on the argument, not on how smart Daniel Dennett is, okay? Or how stupid, or whatever, or how drunk, high, or how many times he's hit his head. Like the relevance is not the authority, but it is the argument that the authority presents, or the statement of fact that the authority presents. So if you say that the scientific consensus is this and that model is accurate, well, that's very useful in many contexts, but there's also several contexts in which that is fallacious. We're appealing to experts in their field of expertise to assert the fact of the matter of a more intricate, complex system. That is absolutely not the case. So if I draw in a physicist to tell me that faster than light travel isn't possible, which I don't think they do, given that it probably are some more of the promising or interesting theories might suggest the otherwise, but it just might be impractically impossible. But if faster than light travel, if I'm trying to argue the idea that faster than light travel is impossible, and a physicist comes in and say, no, it is possible, trust me, right? Then that's an appeal to authority. But if a physicist comes in and says, well, it is possible, here is why I think that it's possible, here is an experiment where I would argue it has happened to a certain extent, right? So you have, it's the arguments, it's the examples being presented, and we don't need to take, and it's a very hard thing to do with logic, because facts are neither logical or illogical. Facts are always true. That's a kind of a funny thing to think about, especially for a phrase it like this. It is always true that someone has made this observation. Doesn't mean that it's true that this observation is accurately reflecting what was happening, but it's always true that somebody made this observation. all of the outliers in your data, they are true. They're just not, they're just misleading, right? They're true because they reflect something else, some other mechanics. They're not the mechanics you're interested in when you're doing this test. Maybe some variance, some outside the influence that you hadn't accounted for, but they're still all true. So all facts are essentially true. So when you're bringing up scientific consensus to say, this is the data points we have, then it's inherently logically useful. But if you're bringing up the scientific consensus to say, they all know you're wrong, then that's irrelevant. Nobody cares.
Say pig husbandry, or vice versa, red herring, a fallacy of distraction. Well, they might have stolen the puppy, Your Honor, but look how sad they are to be in court. Red herrings may seem plausible, but are ultimately irrelevant. In our example, a person being sad because they have been made to come to court is not relevant to whether or not they actually stole a puppy.
It might be. And also, you're implying here that... Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Okay, well now I have to put it there. Also, I'm sorry, I can block your face because I paused it at the wrong moment. So, in the case of the sad children, so of course, by the way, it sounds true. That's the point of the logical fallacies. If it didn't sound true, it wouldn't be a fallacy. It would just be insane. I can present plenty of crazy non-logical statements or non-logical reasonings which absolutely make no sense and are not appealing to anyone whatsoever. But, like, for instance, the third statement I hear every day is true, right? That's a logical reason. That's a logical reasoning. That's a completely absurd, but nobody would accept that as valid. So logical fallacies tend to be, or have to be, things that people fall for, things that people will use. But let's try and apply this in this context. Is it irrelevant? And that's kind of the really crux of the issue, is like with the red herring examples, is that sharing information which you think is relevant, which the person you're speaking with doesn't think is relevant, the way you respond to that isn't that's a red herring, or is observing that as a red herring, or even in your brain connecting that as red herring. Because your immediate reaction is, I don't understand what you're talking about and why this is relevant. And just say that. Why is this relevant? Right? This is how you address the argument. Why is this relevant? And in doing so, you display that you will see that the people generally have some kind of rationalization why it's relevant. And in order to actually address their reasoning, you actually have to address the reasoning that makes them believe that this fact is relevant. In the case of the example of the crying child, she couldn't have stolen the dog. Look how sad she is. If she had a dog, she would be much happier. Right? So it's the reasoning, the hidden reasoning. It's a hidden premise, which is a problem from the point of view of fallacies are annoying, right? It's annoying to have to insist on people explain the entirety of their reasoning when they could have just told you their reasoning instead of sort of stringing you along with these sort of red herrings all the way. And much as I love red herring, please do not string me along. That will just make me... you'll need a lot of red herrings for that. Are red herrings actually a thing? Maybe that's why they're called that. I'm going to look at that. Okay. So they're usually silver colored, but then they get smoked and then they go red. Fair enough. Oh. Okay. Why am I pressing buttons here? I don't care. So, it's a hidden premise, annoying, but there is always a rationalization. Anytime somebody throws a red herring at you and you ask them, why does that matter? They don't go, oh, well, I guess I don't know. They don't go, but don't you see it's because of this and that? And they go, but I still don't understand. But it's because they work together. And eventually, if you are genuinely ignorant long enough, this is why Socrates did it so well. If you genuinely just feign ignorance until they have to explain the entirety of the logical process, then most of the time they will have argued themselves out of the process, or they will have explained it, or they will have committed some other fallacy, which you can then, some other logical error or some disagreement you have about the facts of the matter, which you can then dig into. The red herring fallacy is a red herring for you as a person. If somebody seems to throw out something which is a red herring, go for it. It's not a red herring. Go for it. Bite it. Go for it. Delve into it. Delve into the argument. Follow it all the way through. Feed me that fish. I want it.
Particular red herring is also an example of appeal to emotion. Appeals to emotion attempt to distract you by making you feel bad for the other person. So why should we hire you for this job? Because if you don't hire me, then I'll be out on the street and I'll have to live in a cardboard box. You don't want to make me live in a cardboard box, do you? Appeal to popularity or bandwagon.
So the example I gave, which was the example, what's his face? Every logical fallacy gives, which is amazing. Where is it? Appeal to emotion, right? Okay, why am I checking this? I can just say it. The appeal to emotion he uses in this video, which I loved because because I loved it because I think it's a valid appeal to emotion. He asks, why should I give you this piece of cake? Because I had a really bad day. That's a good reason. If I'm sitting here with the last piece of cake and it's like, why should you have it and not me? And they say, honestly, I've had a really shit day. I'm like, fair enough, here you go. I've had a great day. I've been talking to myself for 8 hours now. This is amazing. This is like the best day of my life, honestly. I should have started this streaming ages ago. This is going so much better than this is actually fun. Oh, so the only thing I'm worried about is that I might only be enjoying myself when there are no people here. I prefer the fact that I'm sitting by myself, talking to myself, and engaging with my own thoughts in a auditory way and writing and thinking out loud instead of having to sort of suppress myself for schools and people around me. And I've had a lot of my life has been about me having to suppress my excitement at things. So being alone, being not afraid of being a little bit loud, even though it's the middle of the night. Most of the time. At this moment, it is 8 a.m. I've been awake for the entirety of the night. I started streaming at midnight and I just kept going. So. Yeah, there's always a rationalization. Where are we?
5 million people.
Ad populum. That's one I haven't written about yet. I don't think it's on this list even. So, how would you... Interesting. Did I clean up? I did. Okay, I'm gonna go check. Have I dropped some chicken somewhere? Does not seem to be. No, we're good. And it is also getting... The sun is starting to rise. So we could get some natural lighting in. Wouldn't that be spectacular? Oh, fuck's sake. Why do I do this to myself? Ad populum. Okay, 5 million people can't be wrong. There's many reasons. Oh! It's been done for me. No, you can't go. But all my friends, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you jump too? Oh, jeez. Probably. Wait, why? Because all my friends did. Think about it. Which scenario is more likely? Every single person I know, many of them level-headed and afraid of heights, abruptly went crazy at exactly the same time, or were bridges on fire. Imagine reading this on CNN. Many fled their vehicles and jumped from a bridge. Those who stayed behind. Is something good about happen to those people? Maybe they'll find cookies? Or okay, you stay, I'm jumping. And it says a lot about you that when your friends jump off a bridge en masse, your first thought is apparently, my friends are all foolish and I won't be like them, and not, are my friends okay? Yeah, I mean, to be clear here, isn't it in fact more reasonable? I'm gonna steal the fuck out. I can't just save it. Okay, I remember this one. XKCD. This is... Maybe if I do it here. Okay, everyone look away. I might show an instant of save image. Oh, thank God. Now we can bring it back. So yeah, if everyone else jumped off a bridge, then you should too. Then there might be something of value here, something interesting to mention here. So if everyone else in the world is wrong, actually maybe that's... No, that example isn't good. I was thinking of if everyone's an asshole, maybe you're the asshole. But I don't think that counts as an ad populum argument. But yeah, no, if everyone else a bridge, which is more likely? They all went mad. Or the bridge is on fire. So if everyone if 5 million people think something is true, I mean, they could be wrong, but I mean, if 5 million people think that something is true, then maybe we should listen to it. Maybe we should take it more seriously. Maybe it is... Yeah, this is definitely social information. There is a value in, like, if everyone else is running in a certain direction, do you think that everyone else is an idiot, or do you think that there's something dangerous, right? isn't like, oh, the panic response is logically is fallacious, and it's like, too bad. That's just the way it is.
Can't be wrong. Appeal to tradition. People have
Which is technically the same, or which is very much in the same vein.
been doing this for thousands.
Though I like to think of it as a differently here. Things you have been doing for thousands of years are the things you have the most evidence for. The new things are the things you have the least evidence for. So if I have a drug that's 75% effective, and we've been taking it for 100 years, 1,000 years even, I have a drug that's 75, even if it's just 60% effective, taking it for hundreds of years, trust this drug. And you have a new drug, and you say, oh, this drug is 100% effective, but we've tested it on 5 people. Well, I've tested mine on 100,000, 100 million people, because of the appeal to tradition. Tradition inherently has this built-in utility in that it has been tested on more people. It is in fact an appeal to preponderance of evidence, or on the fact that there is more. Because even if you've only tested on 5 people, then the efficacy rate is much more uncertain. The problem of induction.
Of years, so it must be right. Appeal to nature. Ooh, don't trust medicine or science. It's full of chemicals which are bad for you. Here, take this belladonna. It's very natural. Appeal to ignorance. If you can't prove it false.
I mean, the thing is, appeal to nature is one of the funniest ones, because it's very easy to parody it with don't take this medicine, here take this poison. Don't take this artificial medicine, here take this natural poison.
It must be true, or vice versa. You can't prove that ghosts don't exist, therefore they must exist. Well, you can't prove that ghosts do exist, so therefore they clearly don't.
Both of these are logically valid. Or no, sorry, one of these is logically valid. And I think this is something that happens a lot, or I've heard the statement, evidence or absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That is absolutely 100% false. The only evidence of absence is the absence of evidence. There's no other evidence for absence you can have other than the absence of evidence. It's not only that it isn't, it is the only. It is and the only one. So if there's no evidence for ghosts, there are no ghosts. That's also the proximate and pragmatic knowledge. It's if there is no evidence for it, it is as much not true as any other scientific theory. Because essentially what science cares about is the things we can have evidence for. Right? So as our technology increases and our tools increases, that's when we have to often expand our theories, because we get more exact and accurate information about the world around us. But we don't have to improve our theories if we can't see them, if we can't have more evidence. And so my model reality of a world without ghosts is better because it's more parsimonious than a model reality with ghosts, because it is less parsimonious and both explain the same amount of evidence. So the absence of evidence is indeed evidence of absence.
These are appeals to ignorance. Begging the question.
It's not proof of absence, it's evidence of absence. Evidence and proof are very different.
Assuming to be true a premise that you are trying to prove.
Wait, I have to make it... Oh yeah, my argument, or my point here is trying to prove that fallacies are sometimes logical. I don't need to prove the other one.
Zog the Great is infallible because in the big book of Zog the Great it says that he's infallible, and we know that the text is infallible because it was written by Zog, who is infallible because it says so in the book, which was written by someone who says. Equivocation is using one word to mean multiple. Both of these are appeals to ignorance. Begging the question. Assuming to be true a premise that you are trying to prove. Zog the Great is infallible because in the big book of Zog the Great it says that he's infallible, and we know that the text is infallible because it was written by Zog, who is infallible because it says so in the book, which was written by someone who says. Equivocation is using one word to mean multiple things and thus drawing incorrect conclusions, often on purpose. Any law can be repealed by the proper authority. The law of gravity is a law. Therefore, the law of gravity can be repealed, which conflates law in the legal.
Well, repealed by the proper authority. I mean, it might be. No, actually, no, your example is perfectly valid. any law can be repealed by the proper authority. We just don't have the proper authority to repeal gravity. I mean, obviously, what we're using, the problem here is we're using. That's why they use theory, I guess. But that's why they don't use theory, because it sounds like it's just a theory. But and we use law, and people do this, so it's like, yeah, okay. No matter what word we're going to use, nobody's going to understand jack shit anyway. Let's just keep to ourselves and let the idiots run the crazy house.
Gravity is a law. Therefore, the law of gravity can be repealed, which conflates law in the legal sense and law in the scientific sense and makes you look like a bit of an Egypt. False dichotomy, or...
Egypt. Bit of an Egypt. Oh, that's good Irish. Egypt.
black or white. Either you agree with everything I say or you're an evil baby eater. There is no middle ground. Sort of opposite to the black and white fallacy is the middle ground fallacy, which says, if some people think 2 + 2 is 4, and some people think 2 + 2 is 5, then clearly the answer lies somewhere in the middle. No, decision point fallacy, or the Sorites paradox. The decision point fallacy says, because there is a continuum, it means we can't distinguish between things. But just point fallacy lies somewhere in the middle. No, decision point fallacy, or the
Sorites. Oh yeah, the paradox of the heap. Honestly, it sounds like people have failed to answer the paradox, and then they just called it a fallacy. It was like, well, fuck it. I don't. Well, it's clearly the paradox is clearly false. Well, I mean, the paradox isn't false. The paradoxical element here is that the logic that a grain of wheat does not make a heap, and the sort of the continuum problem here is that, well, when does it become a heap? When does it go from 2 grain, 1 grain, 2 grains, 3 grains? Is that when it becomes a heap? Is it the heap is any pile larger than 3? That's how I would solve it, honestly. But
the Sorites paradox. The decision point fallacy says, because there is a continuum, it means we can't distinguish between things. But just because the boundaries between things are a bit blurry doesn't mean we can't tell one thing from another. I know that a horse is a mammal and a frog is an amphibian, even though frogs lay eggs and so do some mammals. Duck-billed platypi, what you gonna do? The slippery slope fallacy is the assertion that one step will inevitably lead to another, which will inevitably lead to another, which will inevitably lead to doom. If you get a credit card, then you will overspend and you will not be able to make your payments,
and this is a great point to mention, the reductio ad absurdum, the proof that the square root of 2 is irrational, does do this correctly. It does logically follow a system of connections. And it may be situations in reality where this can happen. If you put that on the machine, is it von Neumann machine? What's it called? No, that's something else. If you put it in the thingy-majigger that leads to another, like if you put that domino there, if you knock down that domino, then this domino is going to fall, then this domino is going to fall, and then it's going to knock the vase out the window, right? There are situations in real life where you get slippery slopes. If you tell him that, then he's going to tell his girlfriend that, and then she's going to come yell at me, right? There's a slippery slope. Like, it's not your responsibility to, like, your decision should be made inherently without that. But maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should be aware of the consequences of your actions. Maybe you should be pragmatic and cynical from the consequences of your actions. Let's write that, yeah. Sometimes the dominoes do fall. If you tell him that, then he tells her, and she yells at me. And if you want to replace these steps with other steps, with like, I mean, the idea that there is uncertainty on every step, so what? I mean, I guess the problem is that we're talking about arguments. But in the context everyone uses this as an example, it's like, well, it's political context, right? That's why we were so frustrated by it. It's politicians saying that, well, we cannot allow gay marriage because sodomy will be rampant. They'll do it in the streets, right? This will lead to the decline of our civilization, right? You have this argument resting on the idea that we shouldn't do something, we shouldn't commit to a certain set of actions because of the consequences that they think will invariably follow. But they think that these consequences will invariably follow. What's the logical fallacy here? There isn't one. It's not logically incoherent to think that consequences follow in a pattern, right? One thing leading to another thing, leading to another thing, leading to another thing isn't logically incoherent. It's just, we just have to add in a little bit of chaos there, a little bit of understanding of the mathematics of complex and highly interconnected systems. So yeah, I'll write a little chaos theory here just in case. But it's like the lack of, so the rejection of the slippery slope fallacy is essentially an appeal to ignorance. It's appealing to the fact that you don't know that that's going to happen. No, I don't, but I think it will. Explain to me why you don't think it will, rather than, I mean, obviously that's the burden of proof fallacy. But if somebody engages in the slippery slope fallacy, you try and push on why these steps will lead to these steps. And of course, if you just generally say, why do you think this will happen? Then they'll go from the steps which they think, they'll focus on the steps which they think are most likely, usually the first steps. But if you actually go, well, I don't see how this step can lead further, or I don't see how this step can lead to this step, or I don't see how the last step relates to the former step. You can engage in this, but every time you do so, it is an appeal to authority, or an appeal to ignorance. It's appealing to, we don't actually know that this consequence will happen, or I don't know that this consequence will happen, so I don't believe your argument because I am not certain. I don't have the knowledge you needed to make those conclusions. Is an appeal to ignorance. This page now getting very long, but
then you will definitely end up living on the street in a cardboard box. If you can stop at any of the steps, then it's a fallacy.
if you can stop at any of the steps, it's a fallacy. How do you know you can stop, right? That's like the difference of opinion being difference. Opinion / belief, I should say, is that you cannot or will not now. So you could, for instance, like I was using the politician's example earlier, it might be that actually what the argument is that he thinks, or they're arguing that we want the final step, we want the collapse of society in some way, but that doesn't, then you address that point, right? You address that we will not stop. That is, the argument isn't that we cannot stop, right? It's even if it's the case that we can stop at every point in time, the slippery slope might be a reasonable assessment. That it is a slippery slope because we will not. We have no reason to stop at any point. So if, for instance, I say, if I talk about, I've recently done the exact opposite. But if I talk about the fear of artificial general intelligence destroying the world, and I say, you might say, well, no, we can stop at any point. And I say, well, why would we stop at any point? Like we would make this one better. It would make a better and better version because it increases the benefit of our lives. Actually, a better example of this is privacy. How much privacy? How much of our information are we giving away? And we appear to be moving towards a world where governments and extranational corporations have extreme amounts of information about us because it's more convenient. We would not stop. We could stop. At any point we could have paused. At any point we said this much information but no further. But we don't seem to be stopping, or we sometimes we do seem to be. But the idea that we could stop does not actually prevent the argument from having weight. It's the person who's making the argument is stating that they believe that we won't stop, even if we could stop. Stating that the dominoes will continue to fall because we won't want them to, or we won't realize that we want them to until it's too late to stop them. And that's an argument I've heard from AI doomers for a long time. So I disagree with it, but it's like, I don't see it. It's not logically invalid. I have to undermine the idea that we will stop. We won't want to stop, and I undermine it typically much earlier in saying we won't even want to try. Why would we make general intelligence? What's the point of it? We just make more specific ones.
Hasty generalizations or anecdotes. This is where you draw.
All evidence, like what's a hastiness? How much evidence do you need before it stops being hasty? Right? So in the scientific consensus, it's quite simple. You need more evidence than the previous theory, although that's not always enough, and sometimes it's people jump ship from the old paradigm earlier. So it's what evidence is enough, and if you think about it logically from the context of the necessity of something being true based on evidence, then no amount of evidence is enough. All swans are white was a hasty generalization, but how would they know, right? Every generalization is a hasty one. No generalization is all generalizations are necessarily hasty, right? You say, well, all swans are either black or white. Haha, that one's not hasty. And I say, well, we're assuming that life only evolved on Earth, and we're assuming it wasn't seeded here. Like maybe there, like I said again earlier today, maybe there's people living under the Venusian clouds in these underground bunker cities, and they've just sort of over-polluted their planets. And the heat is them dumping the heat from them. Right? Are these people? Maybe they have green swans. And maybe they're also swans because they're so genetically similar to the ones we have. Maybe they even went and picked up some swans from us earlier in their life and bred them in their own place. Right? Maybe they could breed with our swans and make new mottled swans or something. There's always more information that could be possible, and because of this problem of induction, all generalizations are hasty, and anecdotes are socially useful. If you have no other evidence, anecdotes are great. If you have loads of other evidence, then that's also great. If you have a little bit of evidence, then that's also great. Use the amount of evidence you have to make the best predictions you can. We don't care about absolute knowledge. We care about general, practical knowledge. Can we use this? Can we make predictions about the future using this? Then it's good enough. That's all we need.
A general conclusion from a small or biased sample. Obvious examples include things like, well, my aunt smoked 10 cigarettes a day and she lived to 109, so cigarettes mustn't be bad for you. But it's also one of the reasons that self-selective surveys aren't particularly good for drawing general conclusions about a population. Faulty analogy. Compare
Self-selective. What was your point?
It's also one of the reasons today and she samples where you draw a general conclusion from a small or biased sample. And she lived to 109, so cigarettes mustn't be bad for you. But it's also one of the reasons.
Yes, but the reason that self-selective surveys, the reason is the problem of induction, right? The way we work around the problem of induction is we get the most representative survey possible, making the probability of us finding new evidence in the sense, like the only way to get the probability down to zero, which is the only way you can have things that are logically airtight, the only way you can perfectly avoid fallacies, if you test everyone, right? And you would say, well, of all the people on the earth, none of them have this or that attribute, or all of them have this and that attribute, right? You can't, only if you've tested everyone can you say that for certain, and if you can't say that for certain, then it's a logical fallacy. That's the point of the logical fallacies.
Reasons that self-selective surveys aren't particularly good for drawing general conclusions about a population. Faulty analogy. Comparing things which aren't actually similar in the way that would be relevant. Government is like business. Since businesses strive to make a profit, so should government. Burden of
Comparing things which aren't actually... Okay, now that's... Okay. What was it?
population. Faulty analogy.
Faulty analogy, okay. Yeah, but who tells us if the analogy is faulty? Okay, but I mean that was a better example than the one I got from. I think it's a better one. What did I write in my one? Yeah, how do I know if an analogy is faulty without using it? Governments are like businesses. Therefore, they should be. So, if we devil's advocate this a little bit, somebody is saying that governments are like businesses, are using a useful model of how to understand how governments function. Governments are like businesses because, for instance, they have certain sets of goals they want to achieve, product they want to sell, they want to increase the functionality of the country, they want to increase the efficiency, productivity, the output of the country. That's, if you think about it like that, then sure. I mean, the context here was they should strive to make a profit. It's the analogy breaks down because what constitutes a profit is different from a company and from a business and a government. A government can increase the productive output of its population and thus increase the GDP. That's like what the metric they really care about. They don't actually care that much about like if the government themselves makes money. They care about if the country makes money. That's the purpose of the government isn't to improve themselves as a business. The purpose of the government is to improve the country they live in, or they govern. And it's like the difference between this is actually going to be a very bad example, as you will. The difference between a company and the CEO of the company. Because the CEO of a company has the function of trying to make the company better rather than trying to enrich themselves. Now, because of the system we have, there's I want to say the need, but the fact is that in order to get CEOs to enrich the company, we make it so that they enrich themselves. But basically, yeah, you can use the analogy in many different ways, and it might be appropriate in many different ways. But in order to determine whether or not an analogy is faulty, requires us to go through the understanding. If you see someone using what you consider to be a faulty analogy, then that's not enough for you to decide that they are fallacious, that their argument is fallacious or unreasonable, or that the argument that they're presenting is unreasonable. You actually have to dig into the dirt of it and be like, well, I think this doesn't apply in this case, right? I think this is a better explanation in this case. I think that, like I was saying, that the profits of government are differently measured than the profits of a business. So sure, I would agree to the idea that government should strive to make a profit. It's just that what constitutes a profit will be different from what constitutes a profit in a business. So in that case, I'm agreeing with the analogy. I'm just disagreeing with their application of the analogy. So it's not the analogy that's false, and not the logic of the analogy is false. It's the misapplication. It's a factual matter. It's a matter of fact that the way they applied it isn't true, isn't valid. It's not a matter of logic or lack thereof. It's simply the matter of the application of models and the limitations therein, and discovering these limitations through argument and reason. Like I feel like I'm falling over my words here a little bit, because there should be a much simpler way of explaining this point. The point being that, because it's a more general point, it has to do with how we engage with arguments we think are wrong. That's like the whole point I'm trying to make within writing this sort of fallacy list, is that we shouldn't engage with it sort of as de facto wrong. We shouldn't engage with it in the it's not just that you spot the fallacy, therefore you think their entire argument is wrong, therefore you think their conclusion is wrong. It's that you spot what you think is a fallacy, and therefore you think their reasoning is wrong, even though you might think that their conclusions might still be true. If you spot someone using a fallacy and therefore you think their reasoning is wrong, then it is as likely, I would say, that you have misunderstood, that you are strawmanning their position in your own head. You might not be expressing it, but you are the logical act you're doing is the strawman. Because this is what happens when we look at people and say, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy. No, that's not reasonable. That's unreasonable, and that's illogical. That is in itself a fallacy, simply because you are refusing to engage with the argument. You're insisting that the argument is of a certain type, and then you're refusing to accept the conditions which would make the argument good or bad, depending on the context it's being used in. An analogy can be good or bad depending on the context it's used in. Anecdotal evidence can be good or bad depending on hasty generalizations can be good or bad. Circular reasoning is harder to do, but like most of these arguments can be good or bad depending on what I tried to defend circular reasoning with was René Descartes' tautology. I think, therefore I am. This is circularly true. I think, therefore there is something that is thinking. It is true. The statement in itself is the proof of itself. I think, therefore there is something that is thinking. There's something that exists. The statement, in fact, could be even made simpler. I am. And because of the idea that this is conceptual, you have conceptualized the idea of existence. That is a form of existence. The thought I am exists, or I think could indeed be another simplification in the same kind of way. So most arguments aren't true or false based on the logic of the reasoning. Most arguments are true or false based on whether or not they're applying there is logical flaws in people's reasoning, but in order to determine whether or not they've committed a logical flaw, you're lost in this sort of epistemological mire of where the idea of fallacies kind of ruins your day, because what you want to do when you don't know someone's argument is actually trying to get, when you're trying to learn and discuss something or having arguments and disagreements with people, you want to understand their position. You don't want to say, wash it away and say, no, actually you're fallacious. That doesn't help anyone. That doesn't help you understand their argument, and it most likely just means that you've strawmanned their argument. You've decided that their argument is absurd, and then you've decided that because it's absurd, I don't want to engage with it. Take an example, because I was thinking about it all the way through. And I was thinking about how I should have responded to it when it happened. Somebody accused me of making a false dichotomy, and what I could have done was simply retort, no, that's a straw man. I think that would have been fair, and it would have highlighted why it's so stupid of him to simply fling that out there. Because what I was addressing wasn't fixed by his statement, right? But if he had simply made his argument and simply said, I think you can do both of these at the same time, then I would have said, well, you can't. You spend money on one thing, you can. And after you spend your money, you don't have it to spend again. I feel like I should explain the whole thing, but this is a reference to what happened yesterday. Don't care about it. It's not important. If people, I'll explain it quickly, just so I don't feel like I'm clickbaiting here. The argument I was having was on the idea of opportunity cost. I didn't describe it as such, but the idea of there is an opportunity cost for our own pleasure. So the things we do for fun, they are implicitly mean that we are choosing not to spend our money on other things. So if I choose to spend my money on going to the cinema, that means that I am implicitly choosing not to spend that money on charity. And if I'm choosing not to spend that money on charity, rather I choose to spend it on cinema, I always have the option. I could always give more to charity. Charity won't say, stop, you've given us too much. I could always give them more. So the money I've spent on the cinema is then money I've decided is more valuable spent on my own pleasure than on giving people the necessary conditions to survive. There are people who are starving in the world, there are people who are dying of thirst, and I have decided through my actions, I've shown through my actions that I care more about my comfort and pleasure than I care about their literally dying from starvation. And so that to me was like amazingly, like a fascinating concept, and it was especially fascinating because I was bringing it up in the context of why should we expect rich people to do something when clearly we have the same psychological limitations that lead us to over prioritize our own happiness. Maybe the idea, what I wanted to get at, but we never got that far, was that maybe we should embrace the fact that it's going to be as hard for them to do as it's going to be for us to do, even though their money, their numbers are much bigger. It's the same principle. They have to decide not to spend millions of dollars on a yacht because they think that genuinely spending that money on their own pleasure they genuinely do think that spending their money on their own pleasure is more worth it, and that's what we think as well. So in order to understand how to make people care more about the world and do more, or more accurately, show that we care more about the world and actually do more to help the world, we have to acknowledge the fact that we don't. We can't sit around here saying rich people need to fix all of our problems when it is very clear that we aren't willing to fix any of our own problems, or we're not willing to spend or sacrifice our own pleasures for other people. Therefore, why are we expecting other people to do it? But the point I was getting at, when I was making this argument, I was accused of making a false dichotomy. And he said, I can spend money on both charity and going to the movie. And if he had just said, I can spend money on both charity and going to the movie, I might have not lost my cool. When I say I lost my cool, I just left the computer. I just stopped talking to him for a couple of hours. But I might have not. What triggered me here was the implication that my logic was invalid when the accusation was based on his lack of understanding of my reasoning. And of course, this goes back to one of my greatest annoyances, and what always ruins me in discussions and debates is my frustration at not being able to explain my point. However, if I had simply retorted, "That's a straw man, that's not what I said," then I would have done the exact same thing back to him, and maybe that would be correct. Actually, it would have been more satisfying to me, which makes it correct, even if it's logically incoherent. You should prioritize more. Like I said, fallacies are annoying, a lot illogical. It annoyed me, and so when I was annoyed, feel free to fling back annoyance at them. Just be aware that what you're doing is stopping the conversation. If you really, really want to engage with their ideas, you have to be able to keep your cool. And that's, I think that's troubled me for a long time, because I thought that I idealized my own intelligence and my own goals from discussions. So I convinced myself that I needed to always be better, always be more patient, always be the better man. But in fact, I've more and more realized, no, as soon as somebody starts sinking into the mud, I can fling mud right back at them, and they deserve it way more. And sometimes I overreact. I remember, especially actually, this is one of the fears I've had about streaming, because I make these angry comments on YouTube all of the time. And one of them was when I read someone and I thought they were just being such a dick. Someone had corrected someone else's joke, and I thought it was a good correction. I thought that the joke worked better with that. And his reaction was like, "Well, you're just dumb." And I was like so pissed at that I just decided to pour out all of my vitriol and hatred for the day. Only for the day, mind you. I have a lot of vitriol and hatred, and I like to save it up for a good moment. But that day's vitriol and hatred was poured at this unsuspecting, dipshit, honestly. But I got a lot of responses after that, which were essentially supporting this asshole. But so it's like, the thing I had to realize there, and I sort of come to terms with and accept, is it's fine that I decided that I wanted to just pour out my vitriol on some asshole on the internet. If I think they're being an asshole back, that's just meeting them at the same level. But at the same time, if other people had the same reaction to me, then they had this, could engage in the same way. So you sort of end up in this sort of nice situation where I have to accept the consequences of my own actions, even though I can feel justified in them. You can both be justified and get shit on for what you do. You might do the right thing, and you might deserve to get shit on regardless.
Comparing things which aren't actually similar in the way that would be relevant. Government is like business. Since businesses strive to make a profit, so should government. Burden of proof. When you insist that...
I noticed I just sort of skipped over. Was there anything else I wanted to say about that? No, I think so.
It's incumbent upon the person who disbelieves your claims to provide proof against them, rather than providing proof for them yourself. I am a ghost. No, you're not. Why are you saying that? Prove it then. Prove me wrong. Prove I'm not a ghost. Since you're the one saying you're a ghost, surely it's incumbent upon you to back up this rather extraordinary claim, which you can't, because you can't walk through walls and you're not transparent, nor remotely scary.
Well, then you proved it, right? You set a series of conditions, which if she fails to achieve, then she's not a ghost, right? So you have proven the negative. Why is the burden of proof fallacious? They're just asking you for evidence, right? They're just asking you, they're inviting criticism. How to invite criticism. I think, so let me imagine the scenario where I would do it. So I say, well, honestly, typically if I choose things that are, if I challenge people to disprove something, it would be typically because I think it is unprovable or undisprovable, and I think the fact that it is undisprovable is philosophically interesting. So it's, yeah. probably not the best example of this point if I wanted to make it. Imagine instead you just genuinely don't know why someone could disbelieve. Like, you're lacking the creativity. Creativity to understand alternate viewpoints. Therefore, you invite your critic to do so. In the context of actually not being a ghost, so for instance, if I were to tell someone I was a ghost and try to push them to prove that I wasn't, I would sort of be making a point that the concept of ghost is poorly defined or something like that. I think I have done those kinds of arguments. I just don't remember them like off the top of my head. Honestly, I kind of suspect I might have done some in the last 9 hours of streaming, but don't know. So this is how Destiny does it every day. It's very easy when you're just doing something you want to do.
You're really not. Affirming the consequent is when you say something like, my dog barks when there's an intruder. My dog is not barking, therefore there's no intruder. Which, if your premises are in fact correct and there is no way that your dog would not bark when there's an intruder, is fine. However, my dog barks when there's an intruder, my dog is barking, therefore there must be an intruder, is not valid. I mean, dogs bark for all sorts of reasons, so unless your premise is an intruder, my dog barks when there's an intruder, the way that you're doing. Therefore is when you say something like, my dog barks when there's an intruder. My dog is not barking, therefore there's no intruder. Which, if your premises are in fact correct and there is no way that your dog would not bark when there's an intruder, is fine. However, my dog barks when there's an intruder, my dog is barking, therefore there must be an intruder.
If your premises are correct, how do we find out if your premises are correct? What, just by knowing them? Just by seeing the fallacy written out on the page? And how do we know it's not an if and only if? How do we know? I mean, how do we know? How do we know? This is all coming back to the fundamental thesis. All that I know is that I know nothing. And it's so great that you can still be a philosopher and just rely on that one dictum. I wonder if maybe a lot of philosophers have stopped being Socratics and joined the sophists.
Intruder is not valid. I mean, dogs bark for all sorts of reasons, so unless your premise is, my dog only barks when there are intruders, this is not right.
Yeah, but how do you, like, if so far my dog has only ever barked once, and it was when there was an intruder, then if the dog is barking, then there must be an intruder, is a valid logical inference. If you then go and check and it turns out there is no intruder, then you change, right? You change our understanding of reality. This is only fallacy if you have logical statements which you know to be true, which you can have knowledge to be true, like if they're written down in a philosophy logic book, or like that's it. That's the end of the list. Maths and logic, maths and formal logic are the only places in which this can be a fallacy. In all other cases, it's simply basing our it's just basing ourselves on limited knowledge and making the best guess we can from that limited knowledge.
The opposite of this is denying the antecedent. If it barks, then it's a dog. It's barking, therefore it's a dog. Great. But if it's not barking, then it's not a dog is not valid, because maybe it's just a dog that's, tired. Moving the goalposts.
Again, relying on the necessary understanding of the logical system, right? If there are situations where we might have such a limited knowledge and understanding of the world, where if it's not barking, it's not a dog, is valid, right? The context, there are most, like, it's an unrealistic example, I'll grant you. There is very few people who could ever make this situation. But if you're, say you're a small child and you've like run away from home, and on the way you were running, you ran past, you've never seen a dog before, but you know there's only one dog in your neighborhood, and it's the old man Jimmy's house, and whenever you go past on the way to school, you know it's gonna run out barking massively. If it's not barking, it's not a dog. Or in fact, maybe in the context to make this logical. Anyway, you can tell how far away you are from old man Jimmy's house based on the volume of the barking dog, right? So, if you have sufficiently limited information, absolutely logically valid, and therefore it's not logically incoherent. Therefore, it's not a fallacy. It's not fallacious reasoning, because the reasoning is simply, I don't have enough information, and I'm making do with what I've got. That can't be fallacious. Or if it is fallacious, which I've been sort of indicating earlier when watching Dave's video, or if it's like, it's either necessarily fallacious or it's not fallacious. And so it's kind of, if it is fallacious, then we should be willing to use fallacies. If it isn't fallacious, then quite a lot of these fallacies aren't fallacious. Quite a lot of these fallacies are simply misunderstandings of the truth, or making judgment calls based on limited information. And we will have to do this in our lives. Have to go through our lives based on limited information. It is a necessary condition.
Dog is not valid because maybe it's just a dog that's, tired.
Example, again, yeah, because I'm realizing if we have limited information, the only context in which we can conceivably imagine having limited information at this point are in situations of alien origin. So if blorgs are an alien species, and you know that blorgs always make this sort of hissing sound. And so if it's not hissing, it's not a blorg. But then one day you see a blorg, or see something that's shaped like a blorg. Well, blorgs unfortunately have a problem. They're never shaped in the same way. They're always sort of a gelatinous mess oozing around, so you can never tell, unless it's hissing. But if then it might be the case that you want to meet a blorg that isn't hissing, and then you realize that your earlier conclusion is wrong. But it might also be that blorgs always hiss, and that the hissing sound is them sort of gelatinously moving around. So it's these limits on our information. That's not logically incoherent. It's not logically incoherent. We will have to make these kinds of judgment calls in the future. We will have to use, anytime you come into a situation, I guess that's what we try to avoid with all of the sort of astronaut training and stuff, but anytime you come into a situation, you will have to make judgment calls based on limited information, and you will have to engage in fallacious reasoning in order to make judgment calls based on limited information. And in fact, the only way you could completely avoid fallacious reasoning is if you knew everything. If you had the big book of truth and you could check. That's the only way you could be sure to avoid most of these fallacies. Like, especially our own ignorance category here. All of these fallacies are only avoidable with more information. And this one is my favorite. The appeal to personal incredulity is the logical fallacy of not believing things until you have sufficient evidence. I can't believe that's true. Is a good retort. You need to show me. Prove it to me.
Tired. Moving the goalposts. You make a claim like, I can read minds. When someone tests this and you fail the test, you then say, well, I can only read minds which are on the right wavelength. Didn't mention that before. Moving the goalposts. False cause. Correlation.
That's interesting. Moving the goalposts. Oh, cool. So, moving the goalpost, because this is obviously cheeky rhetoric, bad rhetoric, malicious rhetoric, malign rhetoric, one might even say. So So. Moving the goalpost. That's an interesting example. How might one do that genuinely and honestly? Oh. She even gave me the example and it didn't click for me until I can read minds. I can predict the future. I'm a psychic, you know. So are you. All people are psychic. We can all read minds. We can all predict the future. You get better at it. The more you practice, and the more closer you are to the thing you're trying to predict, or you're trying to read. Like all other skills, like all other talents. I can score a goal from like I can shoot the hoops, whatever. I wanted to say I can score a goal from the midfield, but I don't know how. Honestly, sports metaphors are obviously not going to be a good idea with me. But if I say that I have a skill or an ability, it isn't automatically discounted simply because I don't achieve perfection in that skill or ability. Likewise, we should think of reading minds. So it is the case that all human beings can read minds. We have the ability to understand non-verbal communication. And we also have the ability to understand non-verbal communication in situations where we can't see the person we're talking to, and it is then verbal communication. It's their word choice and their inflection and their degree of communication. Like we're using a lot of intuitions and pattern-seeking parts of our brains that we aren't consciously aware of. So it might be that if we were consciously aware of all the processes, we could determine that they are in fact logically valid processes. But from your point of view, you're basically doing magic. You're basically just figuring out what someone else is thinking based on information which is insufficient to do so. And whenever I say this, I get accused of moving the goalpost, but I very much insist that the goalposts were wrongly positioned from the start. That my goalposts were already that far out. Your insistence that the goalpost should have been closer is fascinating to me, because in fact all humans can read the mind and all humans can predict the future, and we get better at it with practice and proximity. That's the rules. That's the general gist, and that's true for all talents as well. The proximity thing, not necessarily, but the ability to practice, or if you practice being able to read minds, then you get better at it. If you practice being able to predict what someone is thinking, or predict what they're thinking about right in the moment. Like if, say that you're married for 50 years, and you see your husband has this sort of far away look in their eye, and sometimes you kind of can figure out what they're thinking. Can figure out, actually, yeah, they're gonna do that now, and then you prepare for it, and it seems like you've read their mind. It seems like you have literally read their mind. It's just that because in magical books we think that it's reading it like a book, and I was like, yes, it is reading like a book, but it's like reading it like a book in the dark when you're dyslexic. Reality isn't that easy to access in any case, and accessing the tempestuous corners of the mind, that's another thing entirely. But in the case of predicting the future, that's like there's people whose jobs they're called economists. They literally work all the day trying to predict how much things will be worth in the future, and they can do it. They can gain money by doing this. They can predict correctly which companies will make money over time. They will make predictions that are better than just random chance. So the idea that we can make predictions that are better than random chance about what's the contents of people's minds and the contents of the future is sufficient to say that we can read the minds and predict the future. It is sufficient to say that we are psychic. But we have a very different idea of what it would require to be psychic. But then again, I would then suggest that what I'm doing here isn't moving the goalpost. I'm suggesting that your goalposts were unnecessarily stringent, or your restrictions were unnecessary. Yes, that's how you do it. What's it called? Moving the goalposts. I don't have to do all that. For my claim to be true.
Is not causation. So even if
Correlation is not causation? Correlation does imply causation, though.
global temperatures increase while pirate numbers decrease, that doesn't mean that pirates prevent global warming. See also the Texas sharpshooter, where you shoot the side of a barn and then draw your targets afterwards. First you figure out what your conclusion is, then you go looking for data to support it. Loaded question.
Is that something anyone doesn't do? Isn't science based on hypothesis testing? To be fair, science is based on falsificationism. It's based on specifically avoiding this problem as much as possible. Yeah. Avoiding the problem of people want to believe they want to believe that they were right all along. Though, to be fair, I would argue that the element of competition in science does provide a level of protection against this just inherently. But science does attempt to avoid this problem rather than attempt to solve it. But yeah, how do you tell? Yes, what was it? Okay, what's the name of it? Yes, Texas sharpshooter. How can you tell if you've done it? Aren't we all biased by our own beliefs? So if you spot someone and you think they're using the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, be aware that so are you. That when you're searching out evidence, your eyes glaze over when it's contradictory, and your eyes and the evidence that supports your theory pops out to you. You're like skimming something and you feel like when I was reading about there was mentioning Dan Dennett, right? Like the idea there that qualia doesn't exist. This pops out to me much more than all of the like this. Actually, for me, I just dug deep into Searle. I didn't actually even click the link. But the idea that subconscious biases affect us isn't a logical fallacy per se. I mean, sorry, it is a logical fallacy. It's just worthless to notice, because you're noticing that they have evidence for their theory that you don't think is representative. So address that. Noticing they that you think isn't representative. of reality. So if they have evidence, they're presenting their evidence, and you're saying, well, actually, no, you just sort of cherry-picked this. Just sort of decided that this is the evidence. You went out hunting for evidence that's going to support your views. Why bring that up? Your argument is illogical because you went out searching for evidence to support your views. Why? I went out searching for evidence. How do you? What do you mean you're going to decide what intentions I had? I went out searching for evidence because I wanted to know what's true, and then I decided how. Don't attack people's intentions. I'm going to write that in big all caps. Don't attack people's intentions. That's the problem.
First you figure out what your conclusion is, then you go looking for data to support it.
So maybe this is like a useful one for... Yeah, no, I mean, I think it is... I'm not going to argue against that. It is always a case that if you're looking through your own arguments, trying to filter your own thoughts, then it is always good to hunt for fallacies. But this framing, which all of these videos have, is the framing of you're hunting for other people's fallacies. That's stupid. That's always a bad idea. And it's never useful, and it's never productive, and it's never going to not backfire, and it's always going to be a fallacy of its own. So don't just... what she says in the video, in the beginning, it's going to be useful to... okay, let's remember, 6:40.
Week, it would be good to be able to point at what exactly it is that's making meaningful discussion impossible.
No. I mean, it would be... Maybe what she means here is it would make it more satisfying after you're like, oh, why was that so frustrating? If you have this sort of list of fallacies, you can rationalize it to yourself. You can come to terms with the fact that people are being dumb. It's much easier to come to terms with this. But however, I think it's more important in order to come to terms with it, not to think of it in the most strictest, most this is why they're wrong sense, but in the most empathetic, this is how easy it is to use these kinds of wrong arguments.
I'll also put a link to a website which has pages entitled First you figure out what your conclusion is, then you go looking for data to support it. Loaded question. Asking something with an assumption built in that means the answerer sounds bad no matter what they say. When did you stop beating your wife? No true Scot.
That's an interesting one, because if you genuinely believe that someone is beating their wife, and you hear the I mean, the context of you saying that, obviously, when did you stop beating your wife? If you just say that out loud, you're obviously just fucking with your friends. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, or at least fucking with people who may or may not be your friends. But it's... if you're in the context of a conversation and your friend says, no, I wouldn't hate her for that, and you say, well, oh, when did you stop beating your wife? Right? You can genuinely... there are so many situations where this could be a genuinely honest question. We have to engage with charity. Look, it's actually even simpler than that. If you engage people as though they genuinely believe their own bullshit, A, they're more likely to engage with you willingly, and B, they're more likely to realize their own stupidity, and C, they're more likely to Actually, A and B are the most important. They're more likely to engage with you honestly. I was thinking the problem with they're more likely to engage with you honestly is that the people who aren't honest will also engage. Like if you have Russian trolls, that are the current big thing. You have people from other countries trying to sow dissent and discord in the West. It's typically by means of having someone pretend to have a legitimate, genuine, honest disagreement, and if you waste your time talking to them, you it might seem like you're legitimizing. But I'm gonna go from the assumption that this is a person you're talking to in person, rather than flame wars in the comment section.
Scotsman. No Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge. If you're a Scottish man and you put sugar on your porridge, you are not a true Scotsman. Personal incredulity. Well,
If you're, yeah. I mean, again, this is one of those amazing comedy bits which have apparently been turned into a fallacy. But I hope I wrote this out. Yes. Does belonging to the group that is being generalized have an ideological component? So my example was, you're no true communist, right? So I can imagine a situation where being a true Scotsman has to do with being a Scottish nationalist rather than being born in Scotland. Right, from Scottish parents or whatever else you might define as being a Scotsman. On the flip side, you could have some French fucker come over and like fight for Scottish independence, and he would be categorized as a true Scotsman, even though he's French, because he's fighting for Scottish independence. But it sounds silly when you're talking about something which has a different definition, and you're it's almost the fallacy of equivocation or the fallacy of ambiguity. But if you have, it's much clearer that it is a reasonable logical inference in the case where you have clear ideological components. Like, they're not a true fascist, they only do this and that. They're not a true communist, they only mean this and that, right? People having ideological purity tests for ideological groups is part and parcel for the whole thing. Having unnecessarily complex ones is also part and parcel for the whole thing. And having, it's sometimes you can take it to the absurd, of course, but there are absolutely contexts and situations where it is reasonable to apply the no true Scotsman fallacy.
it's hard for me to believe that we're all made of billions of atoms, and so I'm just not going to. And last but
It's just an invitation for evidence, right? It's hard for me to believe that we're made of billions of atoms. Cool, let me show you.
by no means least, the fallacy. Just because something contains one or more fallacies doesn't mean that they have reached the wrong conclusion. Your yoga teacher says I should eat vegetables because vegetables are healthy, but that is a fallacious appeal to authority because yoga teachers are not dietitians. Therefore, I should eat cake.
Shit.
Thanks for watching.
There we go. It's nice to have a way to put a name to ways in which we don't think or argue.
I'm Jill Berup, and the most common comment I got on my logical fallacies video was, seriously though, what is that accent? Sorry, that was the second most common. The most common comment I got on my logical fallacies video was, but sometimes something happens in exactly the way people said it would, even if it's not logical. So let's talk about that. The thing about logic and fallacies is that both of these things are very helpful, but they are not complete and infallible guides to life. Yeah, you see what I did there. I'm here all week. Fallacies are fallacies if you use them to say, it must be true because, and then put forward a fallacious argument.
Certainty. Well, then we can just summarize the whole thing. Okay. The only real fallacy the belief that certain knowledge the only real fallacy is the belief that certain knowledge, I'm going to write it here, I kind of want to put some cod on. Nah, we'll eat some beans instead. We'll be good.
I have 3 great players on my hockey team, therefore my hockey team must be great. Fallacy. I have 3 great players on my hockey team, therefore it's more likely that my hockey team's gonna be great. Seems like a reasonable starting point for an argument, yeah. Things like commenting on trends or drawing comparisons or using analogies are not bad things in and of themselves. In fact, they can be quite useful. A lot of human reasoning and decision making is heuristic based, which means it's based on rules of thumb. And those are gut feeling things rather than logic things, and they can be helpful or they can be spectacularly bad. But you can also spectacularly screw up your reasoning while being very, very logical. And for a great example of this, we're going to look at Chesterton's fence. Chesterton's fence is a principle expounded by G.K. Chesterton, who was an English writer, poet, lay theologian, journalist, philosopher, literary and art critic, dramatist. Man wore a lot of hats in the late 19th and early 20th century. The principle of Chesterton's fence goes like this. Reforms to, for example, laws should not be made until you understand the reason that the law is there in the first place. In the matter of reforming things, as distinct from deforming them, there is one plain and simple principle, a principle which will probably be called a paradox. There exists in such a case a certain institution or law, let us say for the sake of simplicity, a fence or gate erected across the road. The more modern type of reformer goes gaily up to it and says, I don't see the use of this. Let us clear it away. To which the more intelligent type of reformer will do well to answer, if you can't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then, when you can come back and tell me that you do see the use of it, I may allow you to destroy it. But Chesterton's fence, isn't that an appeal to tradition? After all, isn't it just something has been this way for a long time, so it must be right? Well, yes and no. Chesterton's fence is an example of when only using logical fallacy-based reasoning is going to give you a worse result. Because if you say, just because it's been there a long time is no reason to keep it, and then you knock it down, then you haven't really considered the reason that it's there.
Ah, but that's also the fallacy of novelty, right? I think it's much more. I think they're so close, but they're missing it. They're missing it. They're close, but they're missing it. Okay. I think we might be done for today. Starting to get hungry, which is of course a matter of great importance to me. But more importantly, I think, yeah, I made my point. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I feel good about it. And yeah, I think what we will do is we'll just save all of these, honestly. But it's maybe we should keep Chesterton's fence open as well, because the example there of only using fallacious reasoning will give you a worse. Both alternatives are rife with fallacious reasoning. Okay, so a little bit of a general step back. Take a pause from the end of the video. We are. That's going to be interesting if I can do that. Open so many things. So, generally here, social understanding, rules of thumb. It's more sort of more general than this. Is that the general rule I'm trying to get at, the general insight I'm trying to get at, is that your job as a fallacy hunter is to hunt for fallacies in your own reasoning, not in the reasoning of others. And if you hunt for fallacies in the reasoning of others, that is a fallacy. That's you're being dumb. But if you hunt for fallacies in your own reasoning, then you come to better conclusions. However, I also would argue that if you are overzealous in hunting for fallacies, even in your own reasoning, you will very quickly reach a point of epistemic nihilism, where in fact nothing can be true. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a big problem. I think that starting from all that I know is that I know nothing is a perfectly good starting point, and I can even give you a few hints on the way. But I should point out that it took us over 2,000 years to get from all that I know is that I know nothing to actually knowing something. So it's probably not great to get ahead of. So yeah, it's for the specially interested. If you want to live your life as a normal human being, you don't need to be so overzealous when you apply fallacies, but you should certainly never try and apply or try and interpret the fallacies of other people. You should only try and hunt fallacies in your own reasoning. You should only try and undermine your own ability to use fallacious reasoning. It's not the people around you, it's yourself that you have to be aware of. That was a great stream, and I thank myself for being such a good co-host, and I will see you